The devil started talking in a crazy language that no human could understand. Maybe it was not crazy talk? The two siblings looked at each other. Both Gus, who believed in iron fists, and Gray, who believed in machines and steam, felt that their beliefs were shaken. For a moment, the boy even wanted to scream and throw the demon's lurking steam ball into the cliff. But when he saw the super mechanical crossbow that had been modified by the devil and boasted unlimited bolts, he fell silent again when he thought of the pursuers. Whatever the purpose of the devil was, it was their only savior right now. After cleaning up the dead bodies on the ground, the siblings continued their journey. Around midnight, they reached the gloomy Eagle Cliff deep inside the Red Phoenix Mountain. The two cliffs, which were as smooth as a mirror, faced each other. A collapsed rock was right in the middle, forming a natural bridge that connected the two sides of the cliff. Corroded by billions of years of wind and rain, the arch bridge was extremely narrow, fragile, and unstable. Green moss was growing all over the bridge, too. There was no trouble at all. One moment of carelessness, and they would fall off the bridge into a bottomless abyss wreathed in mist. Even the eagles in the mountains wouldn't land in this place when they were resting, in case they were blown away by the wind and crashed into the cliffs on the two sides. That was how Eagle's Sorrow Cliff got its name. It was the boundary between the hunting area and the world of deadly beasts. The hunting team of Red Gold Town should have gone home when they reached this place. Only the few tough, determined ascetics who did not care about their own life and death would continue moving forward. It was quite possible that they would never return. "Go!" Gray patted Gus on the shoulder. Dumbfounded, Gus stammered, "Sister, are we really going there?" "Yes," Gray simply replied. Seeing her brother's fear, she took out a rope and tied the two ends to her and her brother's waists, tying them together. "Sister, what are you doing? If I fall down, you will be implicated," Gus exclaimed. "Then be careful not to fall. Go on." Gray pushed Gus and the two of them walked onto the bridge. Gus had heard about the horror of the mournful Eagle Cliff from the hunters in the town. However, it was not until he reached the bridge that he learned that the vivid and even exaggerated stories of the hunters were still not enough to describe 1/10 of the horror of the mournful Eagle Cliff. The giant rock in front of the two cliffs was moving. Although it was not an exaggerated shaking, the slight shaking when it was stuck in the crevices on the two sides of the wall, with the enhancement of the raging wind, was still transmitted to one's feet and spine. It was still as terrifying as an earthquake. The slippery moss was squeaking when he stepped on it. The sticky sap that leaked out made Gus think of the rotten corpses of insects. After only a few steps, his calves were already shaking. He could not help but want to look down. "Don't look," Gray shouted from behind. "Open your hands and keep your balance. Move forward. We can make it." His sister's shout gave Gus courage. Since childhood, he had admired and listened to his sister the most. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Gus opened his arms to maintain his balance and took deep breaths to keep calm. He imagined every step as crossing an arch bridge. He had successfully crossed 27 arch bridges. Then the ferocious birds arrived. It looked like a hybrid of a vulture and a bat. It had no feathers, but it had a pair of broad wings, an ugly head that looked like that of a mouse, and a bloody mouth that was full of teeth. It was a creature that only appeared in the depths of nightmares. Maybe the birds had suffered a great loss at the hands of the hunting team of human beings and hated them deeply. As soon as they saw the two siblings, they screamed and dived down. The shriek of the ferocious bird pierced through his brain like a devil's voice, giving Gus a splitting headache. He lied in his heart and his footsteps became chaotic. He waved his hands like chicken wings and almost fell off the bridge. "Careful!" At the critical moment, Gray pulled the rope on Gus's waist and helped him regain balance. The young girl took off her shoes and socks. Her toes pierced deeply into the arch bridge like the talons of an eagle. She held 2 super mechanical crossbows in her hands. Shwa! 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 She aimed at the vicious bird and shot left and right. One by one, the ferocious birds turned into fireballs and slid down from the sister's side, turning into fireflies in the abyss of mist amid screams. Go now!" Gray urged. Ah! Holding his head, Gus screamed and rushed to the other side of the bridge. Several times he almost slipped and fell into the abyss. But when he thought of how his own death would affect his sister, Gus still gritted his teeth. For the first time in his life, he mobilized all the muscles and joints in his body and vividly displayed the martial arts taught in the Iron Fist School, pulling himself back from the edge of the cliff time and time again. More and more vicious birds appeared above his head. One fireball after another fell around Gus. Some of the birds even lost control and crashed into the arch bridge after half of their bodies were blown up by the arrows. The rocks that were not stable in the first place were shaking and shaking. Ah! Ah! Gus roared desperately to drive away his fear. He even closed his eyes and strode forward despite the bumps and slippery ground. When he was about to slip again, he took a risk and jumped more than 10 meters to the other side of the lake miraculously. When he looked back, Gray was still struggling on the bridge. The ferocious birds hovering in the sky gathered into a raging cloud. "Go to hell, you animals!" Gus roared and drew 2 super mechanical crossbows from his back. The bolts rushed out like fire dragons and blew the dark clouds in the sky into fireworks. The bird that had been burnt to a crisp fell to the ground. The ferocious bird whose wings had been set on fire, on the other hand, flew to a higher place resentfully, not daring to provoke the pair of ferocious siblings anymore. Gray finally crossed the arch bridge and fell next to Gus. She breathed heavily and looked at the abyss that they had conquered. We made it." The sister punched her brother hard, with a relieved smile on her pale face. "Do you see it, Gus? We are here." Gus nodded, feeling more delighted than ever. As trash, he had finally accomplished something that few people in the entire Red Gold Town could do. Maybe he was not trash. However, he had not awakened his true strength yet. "Sister, where are we going exactly?" Gus asked. "You seem confident enough to cross such a dangerous place. You must have a destination. Tell me where it is." "I will go with you." Gray hesitated for a moment. Looking at the abyss and the arch bridge behind her, she finally said, "The world may be a big place, but we have nowhere to run to now that we've betrayed the path of the Iron Fist. There is only one place that can shelter us, and that is the Steam Army in the south." "Steam Legion?" Gus asked suspiciously. "What's that?" It was an army of rebels gathered in the water network in the south. Gray raised her chin slightly with pride, if not craziness, on her face. "Gus, you don't know yet, but the reign of the Fist God over this world is coming to an end. Although most of the towns in the north are still adhering to the ancient and backward Iron Fist path, in the south, where the water network is dense and the trade is prosperous, all kinds of hydraulic machines and steam engines have been popular for a long time. More and more people believe in the power of mechanics and steam. They have even established their own army and are preparing to fight a final battle against the Fist God's temple, which is the Steam Legion. This is impossible." Gus blurted out, his face pale. Ever since he discovered the secrets of his sister and his father, Gus had been avoiding a question. It was a conflict of belief between him and his sister. While they were on their way, they were interrupted by lightning fiend Lu Qingchen. The two of them avoided the topic tacitly. But right now, however hard they tried to fool themselves, it was impossible for them to discriminate against their bloody beliefs. "Sister, don't be so obstinate and keep making mistakes." Gus tried his best to persuade him. "The path of the Iron Fist is the only truth in the world. The so-called mechanical power and steam power are just tricks of the devil. With the blessing of the Fist God, the power of the Fist God is invincible. The so-called Steam Army is just a lie made up by the crazy believers who are trying to corrupt more people." "You're wrong, Gus." There was no way that Gray would give in to her brother when it came to beliefs. She said coldly, "The facts are right in front of us. Do you think that my father or I alone can build such an enormous steam laboratory below our house and produce such precise tubes, machines, and steam balls?" Gus was slightly surprised. He had never thought about it before, but now that he thought about it carefully, it did not seem possible. All the experiment equipment, as well as the methods to polish and assemble the precise machines, including the methods to prepare pure high-pressure steam, were brought from the south by the believer of the divine steam cult and the machine that my father hunted down. Gray explained, judging from the technology of making such things, it is apparently not something that can be polished in a shabby workshop but in a large-scale workshop or even a factory. There must be an enormous force behind the gears, bearings, tubes, and steam balls. As for the power of steam and machinery, you've experienced it yourself just now. With the serial crossbow in your hand, you blew up dozens of ferocious birds in one breath. This is not something that you can do with your bare hands, is it? For a moment, Gus felt that the two serial crossbows that he had put on his waist were as hot as burning steel and were about to leave a mark of sin on his flesh. His face was pale. He felt that he had betrayed the fist god and had fallen into the abyss without him knowing. It's not like that, he argued loudly. Blades, swords, and bolts are all external objects after all. Indulging in their power will only lead to reliance and inertia. They will gradually paralyze the limbs, weaken the body, corrupt the brain, and turn people into slaves. This is definitely not the way of the strong. I don't know what the real path of the strong is. I only know that, if the crossbow had not been blessed by the devil, the two of us would have fallen off the cliff into pieces. Gray said, I would rather be a slave to a living, breathing tool than a dead expert. Sister. For a moment, Gus could not think of any rebuttals. He felt that his sister was right when she said that he was born with no talent in fist arts and that he would always be a loser when he died because he was too focused on the path of iron fists. It was possible that only the power of machines and steam could give him a new lease on life. However, he suddenly felt that it was an unforgivable sin to have such outrageous thoughts. He could not stand up and accept the teachings of his uncle and his parents, who were both priests of the Temple of Fist Arts. But now that his father had fallen, and his mother might have been killed, there was no way that Gus could make up his mind. He could only brace himself and say, even if the steam army in the south does exist, they are just a bunch of mobs that cannot withstand a single blow. As long as the army of the Fist God Hall arrives, they will certainly be crushed and annihilated. Gray sneered in disdain. Don't underestimate the power of machinery and steam. Think about how I killed Qin Yong in the day. If all the soldiers of the Steam Legion had a mechanical crossbow and a compressed air cannon, how many experts of the Temple of Fist would have been able to annihilate them? Gus straightened his neck and said, the experts of the Fist God Hall are all like my uncle. They are at least 100 times stronger than Qin Yong. Of course, Gray said. There are also machines and steam weapons that are hundreds of times more powerful than those in my hands. They are enough to smash the old world ruled by the Fist God and shatter the so-called belief that the Fist God has been deceiving the world for 10,000 years. Such outrageous words that should have been struck by lightning had never even crossed Gus's mind, let alone his own. The young man was dazed as if he had been struck by lightning. He was shivering in anger and fear, while his eyes were darting between his sister and Lu Qingchen, as if Lu Qingchen, the devil, had lured his sister into depravity. Brother Gus, can you not look at me like that? Lu Qingchen had been studying the ants on the ground as if it were none of his business, but he turned a deaf ear to the sister and brother's argument. It was not until he could not avoid Gus's furious eyes that he opened his hands and said innocently, let me repeat myself. I have nothing to do with the steam devil, and I did not plant the belief of mechanical power in your sister's brain. So, please, don't stare at me in such a way, will you? But you must know the truth, Gus mumbled. Even if you are not a steam devil, you are a devil from hell after all. You must know the truth of the world. Lu Qingchen scratched his head and said, well, I do know a thing or two. Then, tell us who is right and who is wrong in my sister's belief and what the truth of the world is. Gus gnashed his teeth. The path of iron fists and the force of machinery and steam. Who is the truth? Is the question important? Lu Qingchen shrugged. Suddenly, he pointed at the ground and exclaimed, look, ants. 2 teams of ants are fighting. As he expected, 2 groups of ants from different nests were engaged in an intense war over the scraps of food. Ants? Gus was dazed for a moment. He said angrily, The path of iron fists, the power of machines and steam, and the truth of the world are of course important. At the very least, they are more important than the fighting of ants, aren't they? That may be the case in your eyes, but in my eyes, your beliefs, your illusions, your love and hate, your conflicts of interest, your loyalty and betrayal, your ambitions and hopes, everything is no different from ants fighting. After all, I am a god from a higher dimension. That's how awesome I am. Xianxia smiled and said, "As for the truth of the world, I suggest that you keep it to yourself. Otherwise, it will not change anything and will only add to your pain and trouble." "We are not scared of pain or trouble," Gus said stubbornly. "We are not scared of death after everything we've been through. Are we scared of the truth?" "Not necessarily, dear brother Gus." Xianxia smiled. "Both this world and other worlds are full of things that are more terrible than death. Sometimes death is a relief. There, just like these ants." While talking, Xianxia picked up 3 to 5 ants with his fingers. The ants had been fighting hard a moment ago, but right now, they were lifted high into the air by a formidable existence that they could not understand at all and extended to the nose of Gus and Gray. "They can die happily without knowing anything." While he was talking, Xianxia snapped his fingers, and the ants were immediately pulverized. Then, Xianxia picked up another 3 to 5 ants and placed them in his palm. This time, he was not in a hurry to kill the ants. Therefore, after a moment of confusion, the ants immediately struggled hard to survive. They crawled along the lines of Xianxia's palm, trying to figure out the outline of the palm world, before they crawled toward Xianxia's torso and head along his wrist, as if they were trying to start a conversation with a higher-level existence such as Xianxia. Some of the ants were even trying to jump down from Xianxia's palm and escape from the palm world, that they found both incomprehensible and terrifying. But all the struggles and efforts were meaningless. Do you see? Their exploration, struggle, survival, and combat, their heroism, their passion, their fearlessness, their groveling, their begging, their deception, all of it is meaningless. Xianxia sighed and said, "If the ants have really awakened to a higher level of wisdom and understand their situation, what benefits can they get other than bringing terror to them before their death?" Gus was stunned. "But," Gray gnashed her teeth, "if the ants gain wisdom and strength of a higher level and understand their situation, they might be able to see the true face of the world and the gods and devils who control it. They might be able to resist and even get rid of the miserable fate of death. The believers of the mechanical and steam sect are determined to be a bunch of ants who have woken up and are ready to fight back. We will blow up the false mask of the so-called punching god with the great power of machines and steam and become the real dominator of the world." "How interesting." Xianxia closed his hands and crushed the struggling ants on his palms again. Then he blew the dust made of the broken limbs to the sky of the ant nest and said casually, "Whatever. If you want to do something before your death, it is your freedom. I don't care. However, whatever you want to do, please hurry up, because a storm is coming." A storm was coming. The storm on Red Phoenix Mountain was incomparably fierce. A moment ago, it was just a storm, but in the blink of an eye, the world was already filled with the howling of the wind and the pitter-patter of the rain. It was as if the mighty power of the gods and devils had shifted the entire ocean into the sky and ruthlessly smashed down upon the heads of humans. The raindrops the size of fists were enough to knock a person out. The branches were broken, the mud was flowing, and the road that the animals had created was blocked. The zigzagging mountain roads became even more complicated, like a messy spider web. The two siblings could no longer turn their heads. They could only support each other as they gritted their teeth and advanced in the pouring rain and mud. Groups of pursuers arrived in the storm, too. In the beginning, it was just the troops of torches that were raging like crimson dragons on the dark mountains. At that time, the two siblings were hoping that it was just a routine hunting and training team. But on second thought, even the craziest ascetics could not march into Red Phoenix Mountain in groups in such bad weather. They must be hunting the evil disciples. The siblings' judgment was soon verified. They had been half a day ahead of their pursuers. However, due to the interference of the torrential rain, The mudslide destroyed the road and caused them to be lost in the depths of Red Phoenix Mountain, engaging in close combat with the pursuers. Thankfully, the pursuers had been washed away by the heavy rain, too. They turned from groups of 20 people into scattered soldiers. Password. What's the password for tonight? In the storm-like forest at night, visibility was extremely low. When the pursuers saw the two siblings through the shaking branches, they would use such a method to distinguish friend from foe. The two siblings could not answer and could only run away. A short encounter thus began. The traitor is there. Don't run away from the two heretics. Excited shouts and bloodshot eyes filled the forest. Gus knew the pursuers. Many of them used to be his classmates in the Iron Fist School, but they had graduated a long time ago and started training in the major boxing gyms. Presumably, the training mission to hunt down the evil cultivators was a condition for them to graduate from the boxing gyms. The pursuers knew Gus's sister Gray, too, and knew that she was one of the best experts in the younger generation of Red Gold Town. Whoever captured or killed Gray would win Gray's glory. Therefore, they all lunged at her fearlessly despite the storm. We are not traitors. Gus defended himself in a panic. Trash! Get lost! But his former classmate simply and crudely responded. You idiots who have been fooled by the fist god! Gray shouted and turned around in the pouring rain, holding the chain crossbow with both hands. The bolts were emitting precise and soft mechanical sounds. What? The pursuers did not expect that Gray or anybody else could utter such outrageous vulgarities. After a moment of shock, they were even more furious. They punched at Gray's face. Gray sneered and opened fire. One burning bolt after another was fired. Careful, it's an evil technique, the pursuers exclaimed and fled in all directions. An iron-willed believer of the fist god shouted, Help me, fist god, and punched at the arrows. Their arms were either pierced through by the arrows or their fists turned into fireballs. They screamed in pain and fell from the sky into the dirty mud. There was no telling whether they were dead or alive. The remaining pursuers were more and more shocked and infuriated. They did not hold back any longer and launched fatal attacks. Gray and his pursuers were jumping up and down on the trees. Their fists and feet collided, producing sparks like fireworks. Gus was too busy fleeing in the bushes and mud to care about anything else. He did not want his sister and himself to be killed by the pursuers, but he did not want, dare not, or even think of betraying his beliefs, nor did he want to make an enemy out of the entire town and everyone in it. Gus only wanted to dig a hole in the mud, find a crevice in the hole, bury himself deep inside, and hide himself so that nobody would ever find him. But it was impossible. A stinky smell assaulted him from behind. Gus felt that something had jumped on his back and strangled him. Looking back, Gus found an extremely twisted face. It was a former classmate of his named Wuxia. He was friends with Qin Yong and often hung out with him. When Qin Yong was threatening Gus yesterday, Wuxia had been watching coldly and sneering at him. But right now, his face was extremely hideous, as if he had gone mad and was about to bite off a piece of meat from Gus' neck. Gus noticed that there was a bloody hole on his left shoulder. There was also a strong smell of burning that even the heavy rain could not cover. In the middle of the black, rotten meat was a crossbow bolt. It was quite possible that the guy had attacked Gray first, only to be shot down by a crossbow and lose most of his combat ability. Therefore, he could only bother Gus. You killed Qin Yong, Wuxia roared. I didn't. Gus was greatly alarmed. He retreated and explained instinctively. Of course you didn't. You are a piece of garbage. Your sister killed Qin Yong, but you must have something to do with it, too. You are both goddamn heretics. I'm going to send you and your sister to the stake, Wuxia said brutally. His arms were like two weird boas that were getting tighter and tighter until Gus found it hard to breathe. Stars were dancing in the depths of Gus's eyes. He sank deeper and deeper like a drowning person. Suddenly, a terrifying illusion appeared in front of his eyes. He and his sister were really tied up like piglets and tied up in front of the Temple of Fists. They were hung on the stake and licked by the flames inch by inch under everyone's watchful eyes. Large blisters appeared on their bodies, and they slowly turned into black, wrinkled, and curled-up frogs. Fear turned into strength. Gus struggled hard and waved his hands crazily. Suddenly, he touched something. It was the arrow that had pierced into Wuxia's shoulder. Gus subconsciously pulled it out. The arrow was stuck in the gap of Wuxia's shoulder blade and could not be pulled out. But Wuxia screamed in pain. "How dare you resist, you piece of garbage!" Although he was shouting, his arms that were tightening around Gus's neck were shaking violently. The word trash reminded Gus of the unbearable days in Iron Fist school. He thought of his naturally weak body, which seemed to have been crudely made by the Fist God. He remembered that he had believed in the Fist God sincerely and regarded all the humiliation, mockery, and coldness as a test from the heavens. He had trained himself 100 times harder than other people, only to get nothing in return. In the Iron Fist Academy, even the children who were several years younger than him could often ride on his neck and show off after cultivating for a few years. In the past, he had been unwilling to admit it. Today, he could no longer fool himself. "Has the Fist God never blessed me?" Gus asked himself. Then, more than 10 years of bitterness, grievance, pain, and resentment turned into a howl. "I am not trash." He exerted strength in his hands, and the bolt came out with blood and broken bones. The pain made Wuxia jump to his feet. He clutched his bleeding shoulder and screamed, before he let go of Gus naturally. Gus took the opportunity to roll on the ground, trying to get out of the enemy's attack range. Wuxia, on the other hand, lunged forward 100 times more ferociously. It seemed that he was confident that he could chop Gus into pieces even if his arm was crippled. Wuxia's furious face was exactly what Gus had imagined for Qin, who had been burnt into a toad in the raging flames. Gus was so scared that he waved the crossbow in his hand and almost cut off Wuxia's nose. "Bastard! Trash! Traitor! I'm going to kill you!" A piece of meat the size of a soybean fell off from the tip of Wuxia's nose. It was dangling from his lips and looked both terrifying and hilarious. He was already seething with anger. Like a wounded bear, he stood up and leapt towards Gus, completely disregarding the fact that he was wide open. It was quite possible that, in Wuxia's eyes, Gus's small arms and legs could not hurt him at all. Even when he saw that Gus had fished out 2 repeating mechanical crossbows from behind his back. His angry expression did not change in the slightest. It was as if the image of Gus as a waste was so deeply rooted in his heart that he simply could not believe that even a waste like Gus could grow the tusks of a devil. Hiu! 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 Gus fired more than 10 arrows in a row. Wuxia fell backward as if he had been punched by an invisible iron fist. He hit a giant tree and fell into the mud below. His chest was full of arrows, as if 2 hedgehogs were lying on it, burning hedgehogs. In a moment, Wuxia turned into a fireball. The fire was spreading along the tree, turning the branches into dazzling torches that could not be put out even if there was a storm. The soul-stirring battlefield was even more anxious now. Hoochie! 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 Gus was breathing heavily. This was his first time killing someone. Killing a devout believer of the Fist God. He was no longer trash, but a traitor? Gus did not know whether or not he was qualified to continue believing in the Iron Fist art. Very soon, the students who used to look down on him helped him make a decision. Gus killed Wuxia. The 2 siblings have indeed fallen into the demonic path. Damn it! Traitors who believe in machinery and steam. A few more pursuers lunged at him. Half numb and half mechanical, Gus raised the serial crossbow. The crossbows modified by Lu Qingchen seemed to be loaded with endless bolts. Or rather, in Lu Qingchen's words, he had set up infinite ammunition plugins for Gus and Gray, so that he could shoot until the end of the world without any rest. The pursuers did not expect that the fire of the siblings would be so fierce that even Gus, the trash, was armed with a marvelous weapon. The infinite firepower of the 4 serial crossbows interweaved into an impenetrable net of fire and whipped at the pursuers like a burning whip, making them scream or fall to the ground like Wuxia. Several pursuers were caught off guard and kicked off the hill when Gray saw through them. The short encounter had come to an end. Deep inside the storm, There were no longer any pursuers who could still stand and fight. Sister! Gus lunged at Gray and caught his sister, who was staggering backward. Gray's face was pale, and she was breathing fast. Her back was wet with bloody wounds. Although she was a boxing genius and had 4 chain crossbows with unlimited ammunition, she was still heavily wounded by the overwhelming number of pursuers and the fearlessness of the fist god. The storm showed no signs of stopping. The raindrops the size of beans hit the wounds like venomous liquids, which soon turned white and shivered like the lips of a baby. Let's go and find a place to hide. Gus had never seen his sister in such a weak state before. After the first murder, a certain strength had been growing inside his heart. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he supported Gray and drifted in the storm and mud. Finally, before his strength ran out and he was buried in the mud, he found a relatively high cave that was relatively dry and would not be drowned for now. Deep inside the cave, there was a nest made of branches and weeds, which had been pressed into a soft and warm place. This should be the residence of a bear-type ferocious beast, but they did not find any traces of a bear. Even if I did, I wouldn't be scared. Holding the chain crossbow, Gus thought that he could blow up the bear's head with one shot. Gray collapsed in the den of the bear. Biting her lips, she emptied her backpack and found the medication drug, shivering. After asking Gus to apply medicine and bandage her wounds, she took 2 pills and was greatly relieved. Soon she fell asleep. Gray's sleep was not peaceful. Even in her sleep, she was still twitching and screaming, as if she were fighting an enemy in a nightmare. Gus had never been in such a situation before. He could not help but ask Lu Qingchen worriedly, Can we make it to the south and find the Steam Legion? The devil opened his hands and said, I hope so. Gray woke up once before dawn. At this moment, her entire body was burning hot. Her face was unnaturally flushed, and steam was popping up from her forehead. Sister, you have a fever, Gus said in horror. You are burning like a torch. Yes. With the help of her brother, Gray drank 2 large bags of water and ate 2 flatbreads that had been soaked in oil and added animal fat. Then she took a breath and said, Gus, listen to me. At the bottom of the backpack is a secret pocket that has been sewn shut. Inside is Dad's journal, which records the methods to find the Steam Army in the south. Read it now and then burn Dad's journal. Do not let it fall into the hands of the Temple of Fist. Remember, if I cannot hold on any longer, you must go to the south and find the Steam Legion by yourself. They are the only people who can help you survive and avenge your father. Do you understand? Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Gus's eyes bulged. I won't leave you alone. You will make it. I meant, if the... Gray smiled bitterly. Our enemy is the Fist Hall or even the Fist God himself. Don't you think it's too optimistic to say that we can definitely make it through? Don't worry, I'm still fine. How can those guys who have just graduated from the Iron Fist School and entered the boxing gym for a few years kill me? But if I run into my uncle, I can't guarantee anything. Go and check your father's journal. It is your responsibility and your right. After saying that, his sister fell asleep again. Gus took a deep breath and tore open the secret pocket at the bottom of the backpack. Inside the box was a beautifully bound notebook with complicated patterns. Gus had never seen anything like it before, which meant that the tools and machines required to make the notebook were extremely precise. Opening the title page, there was a sentence written on it. With his sharp eyes, Gus immediately recognized that it was his father's handwriting. His father wrote, trembling, "Is our world a lie?" The question made Gus's pupils constrict violently. He looked up at the devil next to him. Well, whether or not it is a lie depends on your definition of lie. Lu Qingchen scratched his nose and said casually, "From a certain perspective, all the worlds are false lies, and the meaning of life is to find and cultivate the only truth in countless lies. That's about it, right?" Gus did not understand what the devil was saying. He continued reading his father's diary. The diary was written in a very delicate style. Gus had never seen such notes before. They were zigzagging like the heads of flies and could write the words very clearly. Such handwriting could only be written with an extremely thin pen and a very smooth ink supply system. It involved very advanced mechanical processing technology, something that the Temple of Fist loathed. Anyway, Gus had never seen such thin, clear, and beautiful handwriting in Red Gold Town. The diary alone was enough to sentence his father to death if it fell into the hands of the Temple of Fist, not to mention the outrageous and even insane remarks recorded in the diary. His sister was not lying. His father was the first to be possessed. His sister was merely inheriting his father's will. Gus sighed. He rubbed a towel and placed it on his sister's burning forehead. Then he continued reading. In the diary, his father wrote, May 7th, year 10235 in the Iron Fist calendar. That's impossible. The strength of the Fist God is invincible. There are no devils, demons, ghosts, or demons that can compete with the Iron Fists. Liar. Fake. It's all an illusion. Such a steam engine cannot output such immense strength. Iron Fist calendar year 10235, July 2nd. Today, I once again used the steam engine to output strength comparable to the Fist of the Deep Sea. This is already the 5th successful experiment over the past 7 days. This means that as long as I have some scrap metal and enough fuel, even an ordinary person who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken would be able to unleash combat strength comparable to a martial arts genius painstakingly cultivating for several decades. If this is true, then what is the significance of a martial arts genius painstakingly cultivating for decades? My world has collapsed. Is the path of Iron Fists the only truth, and is the Fist God the only true God? If the mechanical force and the steam force were really so useful, and if the mechanical force and the steam force could have been popularized on a large scale in our world 3,000 to 5,000 years ago, would the ordinary people not have been savaged by the ferocious beasts for so many years? Would we have become the unique spirits of all creatures long ago? What would our world have become? Why did the Fist God lie to us and not explain to the world that the power of machines and steam is so strong? September 7th, year 10235 in the Iron Fist calendar. Today, I went to the Fist Hall and listened to Lei Lai's explanation of the Iron Fist art. It's really strange. In the past, I felt that it was only right and proper, but today, when it comes out of his mouth, it's utter nonsense. The more I think about it, the more I don't understand. It's true that both blades and machines can erode one's will, making it impossible for one to focus on training and break the limits of the body of flesh and blood to the ultimate level of breaking the void. However, how many iron-willed, talented warriors in the world can blow up the 3 barriers of earth, deep sea, and sky, and break the void? Take me for example. I tried my best to master the Fist of the Deep Sea, but I feel that this is the limit of my body. Even if I have decades and more resources, I will only be squeezed to death by thousands of mammoths in the deep sea. I am already one of the most talented boxers in the 500 square kilometers around Red Gold Town. Faced with the unreachable, shattering space, I can only sigh helplessly. For the vast majority of ordinary boxers, and even those ordinary people who are not talented, have a broken body, and are unable to cultivate, why can't they use the power of machinery and steam to hunt ferocious beasts, defend their homes, and make their own lives better? A true striker's will is as hard as steel. They will never be tempted by the power of machinery and steam. On the other hand, if you are tempted, you will not be a real striker. You won't achieve much no matter how hard you train yourself. Since they are not the loyal believers that the Fist God needs at all, what's wrong with letting them study machines and steam? September 30th, year 10235 in the Iron Fist calendar. Today, Gus returned with a swollen face. It seems that he was bullied in the Iron Fist school again. I saw it and felt pain in my heart, but I didn't know how to comfort him. The strong reigns supreme, and victory is determined by one's fists. This is the Iron Fist school, no, this world's 10,000-year-old rule. For someone like Gus, who is not talented and is not good at martial arts, he is destined to be at the bottom level of the world and be humiliated and ridiculed for the rest of his life. I can help him for a while, but can I help him forever? Seeing the devastated look on Gus' face, my heart ached. A few days ago, I thought of burning the experiment log, cutting off all contact with the evil cultivators, forgetting everything and returning to the path of the Iron Fist. But right now, seeing that Gus was kneeling in the training room begging for the Fist God's protection even though his face was bruised and swollen, I suddenly felt furious. How unfair the Fist God is. My son, Gus, is so devoted to you. His training is more hardworking and crazy than any student in the Iron Fist Academy. Why can't you be generous enough to give him some strength so that he can stand straight and live a decent life? If this goes on, Gus's life will be ruined. I can forget everything and believe in the path of Iron Fists forever, but not Gus. I will not allow him to become a waste and a joke. I've used up all my methods. I've already taught everything I've learned to Gus, but his problem is congenital. It's just that there are some poor people whose congenital meridians are severed, their bodies are weak, and their limbs are powerless. They are unable to cultivate high-grade fist techniques. Since I can't change Gus, maybe I can change the entire world? If this world is no longer ruled by the Fist God but dominated by the power of machinery and steam, maybe Gus can live a better life in a new world? That's right. Gus has been smart since he was a kid. He must like and be good at machines and steam. Seeing this, Gus was already in tears. He bit his lips hard and tried not to cry. So that was it. As it turned out, his father fell into the demonic path in order to make him stronger. To be honest, Gus had forgotten what kind of humiliation he had suffered on September 30th of that year. After all, he was used to other people's bullying and mockery. But as the father of the victim, he was never used to such things. Gus wiped his tears silently and continued reading. November 20th, year 10235 in the Iron Fist calendar. Steam Legion. Steam Legion. What earth-shaking news! It is said that the Steam Legion has declared war on the Temple of Fist in the south, and the first expedition army sent by the Temple of Fist has been crushed by the Steam Legion. In front of the machines and the steam, in front of the raging iron bullets and the surging tides, even the Fist God had to retreat. It's funny that people are still fooled by the lies of the Temple of Fist in the secluded Northland. The entire world is like a dead body, a parasite that has been living inside the body for too long to smell the scent of decay. I really want to go to the south and see the might of the Steam Legion. But what should I do about Lear, Gray, and Gus, especially Lear? She always listens to her big brother, Lei. How should I explain the reality of the world to her? Lil was the mother of Gus and Gray. When he wrote the journal, his parents were not dead yet. They were still a happy family. Recalling the warmth and tranquility of the past, Gus could not help but smile. But the smile was soon extinguished by the cold wind and rain outside. Gus bit the back of his hand and made himself focus his attention. The last few entries were the parameters and results of various experiments, as well as the usage methods of mechanical and steam weapons. Gus had also seen the communication methods and secret signals of the secret altars of the mechanical and steam sect in the north. Through them, he might be able to find the Steam Legion in the south. It was probably the information that his sister wanted him to memorize. Gus also wanted to find clues about the cause of his father's death in the experiment log. However, when he turned to the last page, it was still a normal experiment with complaints and doubts, as if his father had died very suddenly. Closing the log, Gus looked at his unconscious sister and then at Lu Qingqin, the devil who was looking around. Tell me the truth of this world, Gus demanded of the devil solemnly. I said that you wouldn't like the truth, the devil replied with a smile. I'm old enough to accept the truth that I don't like, Gus replied. The timid young man seemed to have grown 10 years older overnight. Then what are you willing to trade for the truth? The demon asked. What do you want? Gus asked back. Let me see. Usually, devils demand the souls of human beings at such times, don't they? Lu Qingqin smiled. Brother Gus, are you willing to trade your soul for the truth? His soul? Looking at the other party's deep and dark eyes, Gus shuddered. Are you really a devil? The young man asked. Isn't it obvious? Lu Qingqin looked at his lower body, which was wreathed in smoke, and opened his hands. What do you want my soul for? Gus said warily. I'm just an ordinary person. Even if I have a soul, I'm afraid I'm very weak. It's impossible for me to help a strong devil like you. You don't need to worry about that. Lu Qingchen smiled and said, maybe there is power inside your body that you haven't discovered yet, which is enough to help me overturn the entire world. Or maybe I am just bored and want to play the role of a real devil for a while. In short, as long as you believe in me wholeheartedly, open your heart to me, and hand over your soul to me in its entirety, I will be able to answer all your questions and grant you the power to go against the world. Power to fight against the world. Gus felt that his teeth were aching. He took a step back, swallowed, and asked cautiously, what if I'm not willing to? Can't you take my soul by force? We can, but if we hack and read the core data, too many traces will be left, and the antivirus program might be triggered. It is too risky. Lu Qingchen smiled innocently, as if his proposal a moment ago was to ask for an insignificant item from Gus instead of his precious and only soul. The business of demons is all about fairness and willingness. If you are not willing to offer your soul, I don't care. You can always find a second fool. But in such a way you won't get my help again. Fair enough, right? Gus frowned, looking at his sister who was tossing and turning in the depths of the cave with a burning body. The young man felt that his escape route was full of peril. It would be very difficult to get out of the siege without the help of the devil. They would leave the cave before dawn. His sister had not recovered from her injuries yet. Her body was as light as a rootless duckweed. She almost fell into the mud several times and could not get up again. But they had to leave because the flood had flooded the cave. Under the torrential rain, both the fugitives and the pursuers found it extremely difficult to move. It was a competition of willpower. At noon, the rain finally stopped. The battles in the human world were fierce again. They defeated another 3 waves of pursuers and killed 4 of them. The price was that there was a hole of blood on her sister's shoulder. Her stomach had been punched, too. There was no telling whether or not there was internal bleeding. In addition, a slight crack had appeared on the left side of his sister's knee. Although it didn't affect her movements too much, it greatly hindered her strength during combat. One of her legs was almost crippled. Protected by his sister, Gus was not heavily wounded. But once his sister collapsed, even if the 36,000 hairs on his body were intact, there was no way that he could survive the brutal pursuers. His sister should have collapsed long ago. With her injuries and illness, she should have fallen to the ground and struggled in pain half a day ago. She shouldn't have even crawled out of the cave. But she was like a burning fire that was supported by a certain belief or hatred. She turned into a human-shaped machine that was made of iron and steel. She glared and gritted her teeth as she moved forward. Gus knew what his sister was waiting for. They were not waiting to break out of the siege. Instead, he was waiting for that person to catch up with him and put an end to his futile escape. In the afternoon, they were cornered by their pursuers. There were crags on the 2 sides, cliffs in the front, and the someone in the back. Gus Gray, turn back. The cliff is right in front of us. One more step and you will be blown into pieces. Their uncle Lei Lai appeared behind them with deep eyes. Gray grunted, as if a string inside her body had snapped. With the help of Gus, she collapsed on the edge of the cliff. Uncle. Gus did not dare to look at his uncle's disappointed face. But when he saw his sister's desperate expression, his heart trembled. He somehow summoned his courage, clenched his fists, and shouted, "Tell us how Dad died." Lei Lai's eyes blinked. He sighed and said, "Oh, so this is why you ran away. No wonder. Now that you've figured it out, why are you asking me? It's really you." Gray screamed in pain. "You really killed Dad. He was your brother-in-law. How could you do that?" "Yes, how could I do that?" Lei Lai wiped the rain off his face. His eyes were confused, and he seemed to be in a trance. He mumbled, "Glenn is not only my brother-in-law, but also my best friend since childhood. The 2 of us have been the best training partners and competitors since we met in the Iron Fist School when we were 3. We are friends who can trust each other with their lives." Even though he was very talented at that time and surpassed me in most of the competitions, I didn't feel bad about it at all. I still considered him to be a good teacher and a good friend worth imitating or even following. I even tried to marry him to my sister in order to make the relationship between the two families closer. Gus, Gray, please believe that there is no personal grudge between your father and me. If I really hated him, I wouldn't have risked the happiness of my beloved sister. However, after I discovered the thing, I did hate him deeply. I hated why he was so weak, why his will was not firm, and why he was so easily tempted by the devil. I hated why he abandoned the glory of being a warrior and his beautiful wife at home to conduct evil, sordid, and dangerous research. I hated why he kept it a secret from me. We'd been through life and death together countless times. We could have put our lives in each other's hands without even batting an eye. We shed countless drops of hot blood for each other in the mountains right below your feet. Did he think that I would betray him just because I was a priest of the Temple of Fist Arts? Yes, you hate him, Gray screamed. You hated your father for falling into the devil's path, so you killed him, as well as your own sister, our mother. You are wrong, Gray. You are terribly wrong. Leilai roared. I didn't kill him out of hatred. I killed him to save his reputation as the best boxer of Red Gold Town, and to save my own sister and you too. Otherwise, if the fact that Glenn is an evil cultivator is exposed, your mother and you too will be implicated and despised for the rest of your lives. You are lying. Gray covered her ears and screamed. You are lying. You killed Dad. You killed Mom. You are lying. You are all lying. The world is a lie. I'm not lying. Your father was lying, and you were fooling yourself. Leilai said coldly. In fact, you knew the answer long ago. You should have known the answer the moment you embarked on the demonic path like Glenn did. I didn't kill your father. He killed himself. Not only did he get himself killed, he also caused the death of his most beloved wife, my most beloved sister, and his own children. You will never be able to live a normal life. And all of this was because of his cowardice, his greed, and his stupidity. He was not willing to abide by the rules, obediently revere the path of the Iron Fist, and submit to the might of the Fist God. Instead, he was ridiculously tempted by the devil and fell into the abyss of machinery and steam. As a priest of the Temple of Fist, I should have reported the truth to my superiors and captured him with a lot of people. I should have tied him up and sent him to the stake so that I could purify his evil soul in front of everybody in Red Gold Town. However, for the sake of my decades of brotherhood with him, for the sake of my poor sister, for the sake of the two of you, even I have abandoned the path of the Iron Fist. For the first time in my life, I have defiled the sacred faith. I did not reveal the matter of Glenn's fall to the public. I only went to find him in private and gave him the simplest relief with death. There was not the slightest hint of plot, betrayal, or evilness. I only wanted to protect my sister and the two of you. I didn't expect that the cruel fate would still give your fallen family a fair verdict. In the end, your mother still guessed the truth and passed away in the pain of heartbreak. And you, Gray, inherited your father's strength and will, as well as his ambition and stupidity. You have embarked on the road to hell just like him. Leilai shook his head and sighed. The rain started pouring again. The raindrops hit his face and mixed with his hot tears. Gray's face was pale. She was silent for a long time. You've made a big mistake. There's no turning back. Leilai's tears and voice gradually turned colder and colder, just like the rainwater. He said one word after another. I don't want to lie to you. Even though I am your blood uncle, I cannot save you. After all, you killed so many people with the forbidden force on your way to escape. You need an explanation. Right now, there are only two roads in front of you. Either you are killed on the spot, or you are captured and sent back to the Fist God Hall for public execution. As for me, because I hid something about Glenn, I am no longer qualified to be a priest of the Temple of Fist. After everything is settled, I will go to the Temple of Fist in Heavenly Essence City in person to confess to the high priests there and face all the punishments calmly. The two of us are doomed, but your brother is innocent. He can still be saved. I believe that Gus knows nothing about what you've done. His father's and his sister's corruption have nothing to do with him. He ran away because he was held hostage by you. Isn't that so, Gray? Gray thought quickly and glanced at Gus. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Yes, I was the one who held him hostage. I threatened Gus that I would kill him if he didn't come with me. You know that garbage such as him could not resist my coercion at all. I coerced him all the way here so that I could use him as a hostage at the critical moment." Sister. Gus was dumbfounded. Then he realized that his sister was saying that on purpose to save her own life. It meant that his sister had taken all the responsibility and made up her mind to die. Very good. The Fist God is harsh and fair. The Temple of Fist will find out whether or not Gus has fallen to the devil's path in the end. Lei sighed and said, "As for you, Gray, say no more. Come on." Gray suddenly soared into the sky like a giant bird. It was the last attack that she launched with all her strength. His body, which was burning because of the high fever, seemed to have turned into a shining torch in the dark night. Hot streams that looked like magma spurted out of his every cell and gathered into a surging force that blew at Lei brutally. "You've become weak, Gray." But Lei said, "From the moment you fell into the demonic path of machines and steam, you stopped believing that your fists were invincible. How can such fists be the strongest ones?" Who? The priest's black robe, which had been soaked in rainwater, was dangling like a snake's skin. But as Lei breathed in and out, he was filled up by the surging airwaves and turned into a bulging ball. The rainwater that had soaked the black robe was blown away by the blast and turned into hundreds of sharp water arrows that darted at Gray. Gray gritted her teeth and rushed into the net of raindrops. Thousands of shocking wounds were immediately left on her face, her body, and her limbs. She was dazed for a moment. Under Lei's black robe, 100 boas seemed to be wriggling crazily. Ripples piled up on the upper layer of the black robe and eventually formed a giant, clear fist. Boom! The punch pierced through the air, splitting the rainwater and Gray's spiritual gas, and landed on Gray's chest. Pooh! Gray vomited a mouthful of blood. The veins and joints all over his body were shattered, and he was blown off the cliff like a broken pocket. This was the ultimate power of the Fist of the Deep Sea. This was the loyalty of the priests of the Fist Temple to the enemy of Iron Fists. Sister. Seeing his sister hovering and withering in the storm like a bird with broken wings, Gus's eyes almost exploded. The second when his sister and his uncle fought was as long as 100 years of rebirth for Gus. He knew exactly what his sister and his uncle meant. Whatever their stand and beliefs were, they loved Gus deeply and hoped to save his life. However, now that things had come to this, even if Gus abandoned his sister and went back with his uncle obediently, how was he going to survive in Red Gold Town and forget the miserable deaths of his father, his mother, and his sister? How was he going to forget the damn machines and the power of steam? His father's words on the title page of the diary were still vivid in his mind. His sister's hysterical screams were still echoing in his ears. The entire world is a lie. Thousands of thoughts were fighting inside Gus's brain. For some reason, he suddenly thought of a saying. I could have endured the darkness, as long as I didn't find out that it was a man-made lie. Sister! Gus shouted again and lunged at the place where his sister fell. But he did not notice that he was also standing in a bottomless abyss surrounded by clouds. While his uncle roared and his pursuers exclaimed, Gus and Gray fell together. The wind was blowing. Mist was swirling. There were also black birds that represented death chirping in the depths of the mist. The young man and his sister fell. It was said that falling off a cliff or jumping off a building was a marvelous way to die. As long as a cliff or a high building was high enough and the falling time was long enough, one could experience two kinds of death simultaneously. At first, his body fell from a high place and broke into pieces like a watermelon. Then, his soul left his body and fell into hell. Hell. The boundless darkness and horror. The flames in the darkness. The boiling pot of oil above the flames. The criminals who were soaked in blood because of the torment and looked like toads. In a trance, Gus saw all kinds of hellish illusions. The person who was waving his hands and dancing in the frying pan. floating up and down like a toad that had been roasted, was none other than his classmate Qin, who he had personally sent to the stake. No, it was not Qin, not a specific person, but the souls of countless degenerates who did not believe in the fist god. Countless fallen souls were receiving eternal suffering in hell at the same time. His father was among them. His father's face suddenly emerged from the boiling oil. His father held the edge of the pot with both hands. Because of the wounds, his father's lips, eyes, nose, ears, and fingers were all broken and falling off. "Run!" His father, who had been blown into smithereens, screamed at Gus and Gray. "Run, run, run!" Bam! Gus suddenly woke up. His soul was smashed back into his body. What followed was excruciating pain all over his body. He was in so much pain that he was vomiting blood. He even felt that he was not vomiting blood but the mucus of his internal organs. But he was not dead yet. Gus was certain of that. The bone-chilling wind and the freezing rain were still stimulating the pores all over his body. The pain was as sharp as a cicada's wing, and he was being tortured brutally. Gus struggled to his feet, his head spinning. He pushed his hands against the ground and vomited blood and bile. Finally, he was somewhat clear-headed. He could barely concentrate and observe his surroundings. Judging from the screams above and the scattered torches, they had fallen lower than expected. The cliff above them did not lead all the way to the abyss. Instead, there was a broad platform more than 10 meters below the cliff, on which many trees were growing. But because of the mist, they could not see clearly. Gus and Gray happened to fall on the platform, which was blocked by trees. In fact, they had only fallen a dozen meters and were half dead. "Sister!" Gus lunged at his sister and pulled Gray into his arms. He found that his sister's body was soft and boneless, and her breath and heartbeat were extremely weak. The punch of the priest of the Temple of Fist should be as powerful as this. It was the last bit of mercy that Lei Lai, his uncle, showed to his niece. He hoped that Gray could be punched off the cliff and die a quick death, so that she would not be tied up and sent back to the Temple of Fist where she would be burnt to death in public. Unfortunately, fate had played a big joke on them. The protruding rocks not only stopped them but also prevented them from dying a quick death. Besides, the rock extended to the top of the cliff. In other words, the people on the cliff could reach the place easily and capture them like pigs. Right then, a strong wind blew over and cleared the mist. Gus heard exclamations from the cliff. Obviously, someone had discovered their hideout. The torch began to look for its feet. It circled around and gradually approached them. This time, even Lei Lai could not find excuses to kick them off the cliff. He could only try to capture them alive and give them the most humiliating and painful death. Gus hugged his sister. His face was swollen, twisted, and bulging, like a hideous mask. He saw his sister's lips trembling. Listening carefully, his sister said weakly, "Throw me down." Gus looked at the abyss at the end of the platform. There shouldn't be a second platform below. Was this their ultimate ending? Gus wanted to laugh. He was indeed laughing crazily. He was laughing so hard that his veins were bulging. Why was this the ending for him and his sister? Why didn't the fist god tell the world that there were really machines and steam in the world? Why was their life and even their entire world revolving around the word fist? Why did studying the force of machinery and steam become taboo, not to mention training? Strength. Gus had never craved strength more. He desired to be strong enough to walk to the end of the world and find the truth behind all the whys. The torch drew closer and closer. The hunters had found their way down. They opened their bloody mouths like a raging fire dragon. It was hopeless. It was impossible. Everything was over. He, a cripple born weak, a weakling cursed by the fist god, a degenerate contaminated by the power of evil, would never know the truth. It was truly infuriating. Gus heard his bones cracking. He even heard himself gritting his teeth. Then, a polite question came. "Are you craving for strength?" Gus looked back at the devil. The devil had popped out of the ball of steam again and was smiling at him with his deep, dark eyes. "What conditions?" Gus heard his throat creak like the hinges of a rusted door. But as long as he rotated it, he would be able to spit out the first word. The rest would be easy. Soul. Your soul. Lu Qingchen repeated his joke unhurriedly. It was not a joke. Gus's pupils constricted violently. He pondered for a long time. Is my soul really useful for you? He asked the devil seriously. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing special about you. It doesn't matter if I change to someone else. It's just that we are so connected by fate that I don't want to waste my time. Lu Qingchen smiled and said, Didn't I promise you that I would fulfill your 3 wishes? How about this? I can let you keep your soul for now and wait until your 3 wishes are fulfilled before you harvest them. That should be good enough, right? Gus tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then he asked, Can any wish be fulfilled? Theoretically, yes, including becoming the strongest person in this world. But I don't want to lie to you. If you really make such a wish, I can make you the strongest person in the world in 1 second, and you will be killed by the fist god in the next. Lu Qingchen said, Therefore, we should take it easy and achieve a small goal step by step, such as killing all the pursuers and escaping with your sister. Then my first wish is to escape with my sister. Gus hesitated and gnashed his teeth. I don't want to kill them unless they stop me. No problem. Devil Lu Qingchen is at your command. As for whether or not you kill him, it's up to you. While talking, Lu Qingchen collected the crossbow bolts and other weapons that had fallen together with the 2 siblings. He mumbled something and released steam from his fingertips, which enshrouded all the weapons. After an ear-splitting sound of metal twisting and crushing, the white mist dispersed, and all the weapons changed their shapes. They were glittering in silver, surrounded by electric arcs, and filled with unbelievable structures and brilliance. Gus was dumbfounded. He felt that his eyes had been blinded. Pointing at the weapons on the ground, he stammered, What is this? This is the standard equipment of the orbital assault team of the Star Glory Federation, the powerful anti-material assault rifle, Thunder 3. The devil smiled and introduced, This is a triple-armed Vulcan machine gun specially designed by the Black Tide Legion, an elite special force of the Imperium of true human beings. Normally, only the super-strong men weighing more than 200 pounds and more than 2 meters tall can wield it. But here, I've modified the parameters and lowered the weight and the recoil. You will be fine, too. This is the God's Punishment 7, the shoulder-mounted launch nest of the Holy Accord Alliance. It is as precise, cruel, and the best killing machine as those of the Star Glory Federation. Come on, I'll teach you how to wear them. Have fun. Lu Qingchen's words, together with his half-mysterious, half-sneaky, ugly child appearance, made him look more like an instigator than a devil. Gus subconsciously took a step back and observed the demon's weapon carefully. He had to admit that he had never seen such a weird thing before. It must be noted that the mechanism of the forbidden machines and steam weapons was quite simple and straightforward. For example, a crossbow bolt or even a serial bolt. No matter how delicate the structure was, no matter how complicated the gears, ratchets, and transmission structure were, as long as it was carefully disassembled and studied, any normal person could understand that it was nothing more than the deformation, accumulation, and transmission of force. But the weapons of the devils were different. Gus did not see any gears, tubes, or even the most critical steam balls or pressurized chambers on the weapons. It was definitely not the style of mechanical demons or steam demons, but a force that was more advanced, stronger, and eviler than the power of machines and steam. He thought back to when Lu Qingchen claimed that he was not a steam devil. Then what kind of devil did it come from? Gus shuddered violently. At this point, no matter who the enemy was, there was no turning back. Glancing at his sister, who was lying next to him, not knowing whether she was dead or alive, the young man bit his tongue hard to calm himself down. He breathed heavily and said, "But I don't know how to use the weapons of demons." "It doesn't matter. I have downloaded a dummy tutorial. I will write it into your soul right now. Here." Lu Qingchen beckoned the young man over with a smile. Then he extended a long and narrow finger and stabbed it into the center of Gus's eyebrow. Before Gus could dodge, he felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. His eyes bulged, and the real world in front of his eyes suddenly collapsed. He seemed to have fallen into the abyss again, no, the hell below the abyss. He was surrounded by mottled scraps of light and shadow, accompanied by the cries of ghosts and the howls of wolves. Eventually, he was reorganized into a whole new world. Where am I? Gus looked around in confusion. It was a gray steel building. Ear-splitting explosions echoed in the empty dome like incessant thunder. In front of him was a long, narrow, and straight pathway. At the end of the pathway was a target. Gus could only use bows and arrows because of his weak body. He was very familiar with the structure and decorations of the archery range. This place was like an upgraded version of a large archery range. However, what was in front of him was not a bow, but the chilling weapons of the devils. 10345, what are you dawdling for? Can't you even lift a fucking gun? A thunderclap rang beside Gus' ear, making him shrink his neck in fear. When he turned around, he saw the instructor, who seemed to be as furious as a gorilla. Wait, what is an instructor? Why do I know that he is an instructor the moment I see him? Wait a moment. What is an instructor? Gus discovered that, as the two new concepts popped up in his brain, more foreign information flooded into his brain. It was a shooting range. It was the standard Thunder III anti-material assault rifle of the Federation's orbital assault team. It used special 5.5mm caliber icefire compressed bullets. Each bullet contained an ice type and a fire type array glyph. The moment it hit the target, the temperature around the target would drop to -100°C in the blink of an eye. Then it would burn the target with magma-like heat. Using this method, it would break the molecular structure of the target and achieve the anti-material effect. It would be enough to deal with the light tanks and armored personnel carriers of the Imperium of True Human Beings and the Holy Accord Alliance. Gus found that, as more and more inexplicable information flooded into his brain, he couldn't help but raise the Thunder III anti-material assault rifle in front of him. Then, he opened fire at a target far away. The ice fire assault bullet whizzed out. The powerful recoil caused his shoulder to hurt, but along with the pain that swept through his entire body like a tide, a strange sense of familiarity was transmitted from his fingertips to his shoulder, and from his shoulder to his eyes. Hands, shoulders, eyes, flawless coordination. The trajectory was stable and precise. Not a single bullet deviated from the target. It was truly strange. This was clearly the first time the youth had come in contact with the Thunder III assault rifle, yet he seemed to have been hugging this weapon to sleep since birth. He seemed to be more familiar with it than he was with himself. Boom! 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 Countless fireballs mixed with frost appeared in the depths of Gus's pupils. Devil weapons were indeed terrifying. The young man was excited. But in the next second, the shooting range nearby was shattered again, and his soul fell into the depths of hell into a muddy and bloody battlefield. Let's go, elites of the Imperium. Gus heard a roar that was even more brutal than the previous one. Kill the Federal soldiers. Looking back, Gus saw a 3-star black flag of lightning burning furiously in the wind. He discovered that he was no longer carrying the Thunder III assault rifle of the Star Glory Federation. Instead, it turned into the triple-armed Vulcan machine guns of the Black Tide Legion, the elite special squad of the Imperium of True Human Beings. In the same way, the moment his fingers touched the black killing machine, the parameters, usage methods, and even the modeled pictures of the weapon were all engraved on his soul. Gus was dazed. His face gradually turned as hideous as the immortal cultivators nearby. With the Vulcan machine gun on his shoulder, he aimed at a slowly approaching armored vehicle of the Federation on the opposite side. He emptied 3 bullet belts and blew the armored vehicle into the sky. The picture changed again the moment the armored vehicle reached the sky. Yes, this time, Gus had turned into a soldier of the Holy Accord Alliance who was fighting against the coalition army of the Federation and the Imperium with a God's Punishment 7 rocket launcher on his shoulder. This time, there were no guerrilla instructors or hideous commanders. The battles of the members of the sanctuary had always been quiet. Just like real machines, unless there was a malfunction, they would reap lives silently. During the peaceful harvest, Gus soon grasped the usage of the God's Punishment 7 launch nest and became an expert. Therefore, A fireball exploded in front of his eyes, blowing all the illusions into pieces. Surrounded by thousands of burning butterflies, Gus was back to the real world on the cliff where the wind was blowing. Hoochie, hoochie, hoochie. The young man was shivering and sweating hard. He seemed to have spent a long time in the illusion of hell. But judging from the torch that was drawing close in the mist, only a moment had passed. When he looked at the three weapons in front of him again, the eyes of the seemingly useless young man had changed. It was like looking at a former lover who was so familiar and eager. The wind was blowing, breaking the hasty footsteps. In the dense fog, sparks of flames appeared. Careful. The two degenerates are right ahead. What's there to be careful about? They have been seriously wounded by the high priest and fell off the cliff. They are dying and waiting to be butchered. Go, go! With gasps and howls, a team of pursuers tore through the wind and mist and drew closer and closer. Their eyes were as sharp as those of eagles, their temples were bulging, and their skin was emitting a bronze color that looked like metal. Their muscles were as muscular as rocks, and their bodies were brimming with explosive strength, especially their fists. Some of them were curled like the talons of an eagle, some were as sharp as the edge of a tiger, and some were as thick as the paws of a bear. Some of them were as thick as fingers, with their joints flattened. When they were clenched, they looked like small hammers. The fists boasted their decades of experience and their undying loyalty to the fist god. The young man in the lead, who had a hooked nose and thin lips, was named Hangua. Flames of revenge were beaming out of his eyes. He kept repeating the name Gray. Hangua was a well-known boxing genius in the hundreds of square kilometers nearby. As the only heir of the iron armor boxing gym in town, he had been soaked in secret ointment by his father when he was just born. Before he learned how to talk, he had already learned how to stagger and attack the target. Since he was 3 years old, he had been receiving rigorous training to build a solid foundation for the Golden Bell cover, Iron Cloth, 13 Tycoons martial arts. Han Ku was a genius. Since he defeated his first adult when he was 7, he and everyone else in the gym had firmly believed in him. And the greatest tragedy for a genius was to encounter another genius, an even more formidable genius. Han Ko, Gray. Since he had given birth to you, why would he give birth to Liang? In the Iron Fist School, in the major boxing clubs of the town, and in the training in the mountains, Han Ko had challenged Gray time and time again, only to be knocked down easily by Gray time and time again. He could bear the pain of his skin being torn apart and his bones being broken, but the feeling of being stomped on, of being stomped into the dust and realizing that he was not a genius, was something that he would never forget. Han Ka hated Gray's guts and had melded the hatred into his fists, making them even more brutal and brutal. One day, he would crush Gray's bones with his fists that were burning in black flames. Han Ko believed it. He did not expect that the opportunity would fall upon him so quickly. Gray turned out to be an evil believer of machines and steam. There was a road to heaven but no gate to hell. No wonder he was so cruel. From now on, I am the best expert of the younger generation in Red Gold Town. Han Ko grinned hideously. His face, which used to be handsome, was now extremely ugly. The young man who had been silent all this time was called Zhou Yan, who was also one of the best in town. Different from the raging flames around Hangua, Zhou Yan was as calm as still water. He did not train himself for hatred, fame, or other boring purposes. He was a pure boxer. He only cultivated for the most sacred of beliefs. He wanted to become strong enough to please the fist god. The fist god is the only true god in the world. No demons or evil spirits can compete with the fist god. As the people who are favored by the fist god, the only purpose of our existence in the world is to defend the path of the iron fist, to eliminate the evil demons, and to defend the bright daylight. Regardless of whether it is the degenerated heretics in front of us, the mechanical demons, or the true bodies of the steam demons, none of them can stop our iron fists from marching forward. Zhou Yan firmly believed this. Therefore, he was moving forward resolutely. Behind them were a dozen or so teachers of the Iron Fist School. They were responsible for teaching the children of the town the brutal fist techniques, and they were also responsible for shaping the souls of the children so that the children would realize the strength and grace of the fist god. Therefore, when the insurrections such as that of Gus and Gray appeared in the town, they felt that the responsibility on their shoulders was extremely heavy. The two devils were born under our command. Now, let's clean them up and stop the evilness from spreading. The teachers exchanged glances with each other and soon decided on the tactics. Beside the professors, there were also many senior students of the Iron Fist School, as well as the old masters and elite disciples of the town's boxing gym. They wanted to capture or kill the evil clansmen as rewards, so they rubbed their fists and were itching to give it a try. They could not wait to jump in front of Han Gua and Zhou Yan and seize the first credit. At the end of the team was Lei Lai, who seemed to have lost his soul. He intentionally slowed the team down so that Gus and Gray would have more time to kill themselves. He felt that his idea was too evil to be worthy of being the spokesperson of the fist god. While pondering whether or not he should act later and directly throw his blood nephew and niece off the cliff, he also knew that the best way to deal with them was to capture them alive and send them to the stake of the Temple of Fist. Pondering and hesitating, Lei Lai sighed. He knew that he had been tempted by the devil and that his belief had been tainted. The once loyal priest of the Temple of Fist could only shout in his heart, "Glenn, oh Glenn, you are indeed a troublemaker. Why did you do what you did if you knew this day would come?" No matter what the hunters were thinking, one thing was for sure. The target had nowhere to run to. Even if they were desperate, it was impossible for them to be injured at all. The only way to get away from the stake was to climb to the edge of the cliff and jump down. Therefore, when they discovered that Gus, who was as thin as a reed and carrying an assault rifle that was even taller than himself, as well as a rotary cannon and a shoulder-mounted honeycomb launcher, was staggering out of the vague mist, they all burst into laughter. "It's that loser! Gus! Surrender now and avoid the pain! Gus! Where's your sister? We know you are an accomplice. Hand her over and we might spare your life. Gus, even if your grades in the Iron Fist School are not good, even if you are a well-acknowledged loser who dragged on for so many years and still failed to graduate, you still shouldn't have fallen into the evil path. For your father's sake. Can't the town give you a living? Let's not talk about his father. His father was an unpardonable evil cultivator in the first place. Chances are that he was a spy sent to the human world by the mechanical demons and the steam demons. It was the blessing of the devils that granted him such terrifying strength. That's right. That must be it. I understand now. The fist god must have discovered the background of their family in the unseen world. That's why he was punished and turned into trash. He is the price for Glenn and Gray to gain strength. The believers of the fist god all burst into laughter to vent their dissatisfaction after chasing the two degenerates for an entire night and suffering heavy casualties. Their sneers made the wind colder and made Gus's seemingly feeble body even smaller. However, there were also experienced and prudent teachers of the Iron Fist Academy who looked at the strange weapon in Gus's hand and said solemnly, "The methods of the heretical disciples are unpredictable. It's better to be careful. What's there to be scared of? It's just serial crossbows and steam guns." Someone immediately refuted disapprovingly. Over the years, order had collapsed and geniuses were everywhere. The loyal believers of the fist god were no strangers to the methods of the mechanical demons and the steam demons. Just last night, several of their companions had been killed by the arrows of Gus and Gray. He was well aware of the characteristics of the weapon that utilized machines for charging. With their skills, as long as they were prepared, it was not impossible to dodge the serial arrows. Besides, no matter how powerful a weapon was, it still depended on whose hands it was in. If Gray was dual-wielding a repeating crossbow, it might be a bit intimidating, but as for Gus, trash was trash after all. Even if he was wielding a crossbow and a steam gun, he was still completely useless. While he was thinking, Han Guo walked out of the crowd. Through the hazy mist, he had already seen Gray leaning against a crooked tree behind Gus. Gray's face was pale, and she seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It was exactly the same as the high and mighty girl in his memory who had stomped on him and made him feel that he was invincible. He was more than happy to take revenge. Han Guo intended to tear her useless brother into two halves right in front of Gray. He would like to see whether or not there was still any arrogance on her face. When he thought of Gray crying on his brother's body and being stomped on and moaning in pain, Han Kuo's lips curled into a cruel smile. Ha! Han Kuo bellowed. His spiritual energy surged out, and his clothes were torn apart inch by inch. He suddenly expanded in size. His skin turned bronze, and his veins bulged like dragons that were crouching on his body that was as hard as steel. Hum! 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 The believers of the fist god all heard the bell-like noises. It was the sound of Han Kuo's furious blood hitting his flesh and bones. The voice made many believers of the fist god pale. I didn't know that the young man of the Han family had practiced the Vajra body-tempering arts to such a terrifying level. The real golden bell cover is the blood flowing out of the pores all over the body and forming a defense layer that looks like a 10,000-pound bell on the surface of the body. It resonates with the surging internal organs, producing bell-like noises. I remember that the Han family has never seen an expert who has reached such a level before the age of 30. I didn't know that Han Kuo was so terrifying. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Han Kuo is the best expert of the younger generation of Red Gold Town. Gray is too self-degrading to be his opponent. Everybody was amazed. Seeing that Han Kuo was so bold as to stand by him and give him the first credit, Liao realized that the strong always had special privileges in the world of the fist god. Han Kuo punched forward unhesitatingly. In the blink of an eye, sand and stones were flying, and the wind was blowing. The invisible bell covering him seemed to have been pushed to the top of his head and pressed down like a mountain. Everyone's eardrums hurt. His face was stung by the wind from the punch. There was no need to look at him at all. One could imagine the outcome of this piece of trash. Gus. If his physique was a bit stronger, perhaps his chest would be blasted with a transparent bloody hole. If his body was weak, he would directly be blown into a meat pie. This was certain. Somebody was going to remind Han Kuo to withdraw 90% of his strength, keep him alive, and send him back to the Temple of Fists to be burned. On second thought, their primary target was Gray. As for the useless Gus, it didn't matter whether he lived or died. It must have been the last gift that the fist god gave to Gus that he was killed by Han Kuo's iron fist that was boosted by the golden bell shield. Just as the 10,000-pound iron fist was about to strike, Gus pulled the trigger first. In reality, his body was too weak and thin after all. It was difficult for him to wield a gun with fierce firepower. The muzzle of the gun was not aimed at Han Kuo. It didn't matter. The Thunder 3 anti-material assault rifle had its own identification and biological scanning array glyphs. It could lock onto the enemy's heartbeat, body temperature, and vitality magnetic field fluctuations and fire precisely. The moment Gus pulled the trigger, the body of the gun shivered, and the muzzle of the gun was locked onto Han Kuo's chest. Anti-material bullets that contained multiple attack rune arrays rushed out and crashed into Han Kuo's iron fists. Han Kuo did not even have the time to narrow his eyes. His iron fists could blow up the hardest skull of the horn boar. Could also leave a clear imprint on the iron gate that was a few inches thick, or even dent the iron gate. Even the blades that could cut through iron as if it were mud were bent and broken. But when faced with the destructive explosive bullets, they were still completely unable to resist. The first bullet drilled into his fist through the gap between his fingers, crawled into his wrist from his fist. Along the way, the skeleton of his forearm was blown up at his elbow. The freezing rune arrays contained in the bullets turned his entire arm into a popsicle. Every cell in his flesh was frozen. Then, the fire rune arrays released magma-like heat and burnt the frozen cells into ash. The second bullet, the third bullet, the fourth bullet. The process of freezing and burning was repeated over and over. It took only 0.1 seconds for Han Kuo's iron-like arm to be blown into ashes. It was like a dimensional gate leading to hell had opened on the right side of Han Kuo's body, or an invisible beast had opened its bloody mouth and swallowed his right arm. Han Kuo did not even feel the pain. The Thunder 3 anti-material assault rifle automatically adjusted the muzzle and changed the target to his glabella, heart, and abdomen. The same nightmare happened again. No matter how impressive Han Kuo's diamond forging arts was, It was nothing but garbage in front of the cutting-edge cultivation technology of the Star Glory Federation. Between his eyebrows, his mouth, his throat, his heart, his abdomen, and all the critical parts of his body were blossoming with terrifying flowers of death at the same time. His internal organs were frozen first before they were burnt into nothingness by the furious flames. He ran out of bullets. The flames were immediately extinguished. It was dazzling for a moment, as if it had never appeared and was just a fleeting illusion in front of everyone's eyes. But Han Ku was already gone. More precisely speaking, Han Ku's head, body, arms, waist, and thighs were all gone. The two legs below the knees were still stuck in front of Gus in a weird posture. The storm of death came too suddenly like thunder on a summer afternoon. The devout believers of the Fist God found it hard to accept such a terrifying picture. They were all frozen like weird statues. They were not even prepared for their facial features and facial muscles. Their previous contempt and excitement were still intact, but they felt that something was not right. Confusion was leaking out of their every pore and condensing into mist in front of their eyes. In the mist, Gus was somewhat unsteady, like a devil that had crawled out of hell. Gus was as confused as they were. He looked at the two meat pillars that were only left with his legs and wondered whether or not he should continue calling them Han Ko. Then he looked at the Thunder 3 in his arms. The recoil of the combination of ice and fire made his limbs numb. The needle-like numbness gradually melded the dream with reality. I did this. This is my strength. I killed Han Ko, who was as famous as my sister in town. Gus grinned as happily as a devil. Within a breath, the Thunder 3 anti-material assault rifle was aimed at the second target, which was Zhou Yan behind Han Guo. Zhou Yan was not scared at all. It was because he had been immersed in the belief that the Fist God was invincible since childhood. His extremely sincere logical thinking mode did not have the ability to make him think about what had just happened. Therefore, Zhou Yan simply forgot what had just happened. It didn't matter whether he was fooling himself or not. In short, he regarded everything that had happened just now as some kind of camouflage, an illusion of the devil, and a test of the Fist God. As long as he was firm and fearless, he would be able to punch the enemy. Then the supreme, invincible, and unique Fist God would definitely bless him, protect him, and even descend upon him, right? Thinking like this, Zhou Yan leapt high towards Gus. 20 years of bitter training. From the time when he was learning how to speak to the sandbags, to the time when other people were playing with each other, to the time when he was still gritting his teeth in bitter training. From the earnest expectation of his parents to the solemn gaze of the towering statue of the Fist God in the Fist God Hall, the memories of the past seemed to have transformed into a brand new strength that poured into his every nerve, every vein, every muscle, and every cell. Help me, Fist God! He roared and felt that something that had been hibernating inside his body was awakening. For a moment, countless marvelous techniques popped up in his brain. He was suddenly enlightened, as if he had been reborn and surpassed his peak. A last-minute breakthrough. Everyone saw the intense flames of war surging out of Zhou Yan's body. It was indeed the blessing of the Fist God. It turned into glamorous armor and covered him. It was a sign that he had grasped the ultimate secret of fist arts and made a breakthrough. No one had expected that Zhou Yan, a young man who had always been down-to-earth and therefore somewhat unknown, would burst out with such tremendous strength with the stimulation of the devil apostles and his own devotion and tenacity. In the blink of an eye, everyone's state of mind was reversed. The scene where Han Ko was blown into pieces by Gus had been forgotten by them. What replaced it was Zhou Yan's brilliance. Illuminated by the brilliance that was as glamorous and majestic as the rising sun, all the demons and evil spirits would be blown to smithereens. Everybody was amazed and delighted. Then, with eyes of appreciation, praise, and delight, they watched as the shining, sincere young man was cut in half by a barrage of bullets. Pada! Zhou Yan, who had been cut in half, fell to the ground like two lumps of meat. Yes, the Fist God had indeed blessed him and given him a breakthrough during the battle. He now had a body-protecting spiritual gas that was even more intimidating and a body of flesh and blood that was even tougher. Therefore, Zhou Yan was not blown into smithereens like Han Guo. Although most of his internal organs had been blown away, they were still intact above his chest and below his pelvis. At first, his frozen and burnt flesh was sealed temporarily. His blood did not gush out. He was still conscious for half a minute, which was enough for him to see his broken body. Zhou Yan's eyes were frozen, and his face was dull, as if there was a mask of confusion on his face. No pain could break the mask. Behind the mask, the young man chanted sincerely, "Fist God help me! Fist 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 God!" His voice was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, he could not utter a complete syllable at all. He could only open and close his mouth helplessly like a fish that had been tossed to the shore, blowing out bloody bubbles until the sickle of death reaped his sincere and confused soul. The miserable deaths of the two pursuers had shattered the shell of most people's self-deception. Their faces, which were as desperate as those of drowning, were finally filled with horror and fear. They looked at the waste of the past with shivering eyes, as if they were gazing at a real devil. Finally, somebody screamed. The screams seemed to have opened the gate of catharsis. Very soon, almost 10 pursuers were all screaming hysterically. Their strength seemed to have leaked out together with their screams, too, so that their legs could not support their body anymore. They were either staggering on the ground or crawling backwards. Devil! What kind of strength is this? How can mechanical demons and steam demons boast such terrifying strength? By the Fist God, O Fist God! They were crying and shouting. At this moment, it was the ascetics' turn to show off. Different from ordinary boxers, the ascetics were people who were willing to dedicate their life and soul to the Fist God and abandon everything on the Iron Fist. After they made their vows, they would have to undergo the harsh test of the Fist God Hall. Usually, they would have to sit cross-legged and meditate for 10 days and 10 nights under the impact of the waterfall. They would also have to survive alone in the depths of the forest for a year and a half without any tools, or they would have to be bound by heavy chains from head to toe and cross the boundless desert. Only those who could pass such a test were qualified to enter the Fist God Hall, practice the most profound fist techniques, and become an assistant priest of the Fist God Hall, or even a high priest of a higher level. Compared to ordinary boxers, the ascetics loved pain and were not scared of death. Their belief in the Fist God was iron-like, too. They would not be fooled by any tricks of the devil. Even though such an absurd scene had taken place, the monks could still hypnotize themselves and even strengthen their belief that they were indestructible. The devils are awesome. Form a formation and surrender. The dozen or so ascetics roared. Their arms suddenly expanded, emitting a metal-like brilliance, before they punched each other with their iron fists. The sound of blades colliding echoed. The sound waves turned into an invisible cage. The ascetics surrounded Gus and charged at him with their belief and fighting will. Gus blinked. He threw away the Thunder 3 anti-material assault rifle and picked up the Black Tide heavy Vulcan machine gun. By the Fist God! Help me! Fist God! Invincible Fist God! Demon taming! The ascetics seemed to have turned into the incarnations of the Fist God. Their bulging muscles were all gifts and decrees from the Fist God. They were about to turn their hot blood into surging tides and bombard Gus. Gus pulled the trigger emotionlessly. The Vulcan machine gun started revolving unhurriedly. 3 long whips of flames spurted out of the 3 barrels and interweaved into the sickle of the Grim Reaper, which was about to reap the prey. The first ascetic was cut in half by the sickle of flames. Just like Zhou Yan, he was cut in half without any suspense. The upper half of his body flew up, and the lower half collapsed to the ground. The second ascetic punched. His fist collided with the bullet brutally. His arms, shoulders, chest, and heart were all blown to smithereens. The bullet burnt and took away most of his internal organs. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. The third and the fourth ascetic, one in the front and the other in the back, were riddled with holes by the magma-like bullets at the same time. They were only able to shout the 2 words, Fist God, before they were frozen. 5th place, 6th place, 7th place. The aggressive ascetics turned into vulnerable live targets. Their awe-inspiring actions only made their death look better. The hellish scenes left a deep impression on the hearts and souls of the pursuers, who were all rendered speechless. His soul almost left his body. He felt that his belief was cracking and about to collapse like the sky. The burning sickle of death reaped the lives of more than 10 monks instantly and started extending toward the pursuers. It was not until the 3 pursuers were all blown into pieces that the pursuers realized that the attack range of Gus was far beyond their imagination. At this moment, the position of the hunter and the prey was completely reversed. The pursuers discovered, to their desperation, that they were not hunters at all but small animals shivering in traps. Run! There was no telling who was the first to scream. The pursuers were like ants whose nest had been demolished. They turned around and ran away in a flurry. Right now, they were displaying all the marvelous techniques that the fist god had taught them. They were running as fast as monkeys with oil under their feet and jumping as high as birds whose bottoms were on fire. While they were running, they were also shouting hysterically, venting the fear and confusion that they had never experienced before. There was only one person who did not join the escape team. He was still standing on the cliff like a pillar on a lone island. The priest of the Temple of Fist, Lei Lai. Gus. Lei Lai was indeed in a trance, but there was more pain and sorrow, as if he was lamenting that his nephew had degenerated to such a degree. What kind of devil have you been exposed to? Lei Lai strode toward Gus. With every step he took, the black robe on his body expanded a little bit, leaving crater-like footprints behind him. He even left crisscrossing cracks on the ground and stabbed at Gus like sabers. "Uncle, don't force me." Gus' eyes were crimson, and his face was hideous. For a moment he felt that he was truly possessed. He roared like an animal and aimed his gun at Lei Lai, leaving a trench of smoke on the ground. "Is that why you and your sister are so stubborn?" Lei Lai roared. His black robe expanded to the maximum and suddenly broke apart. Every piece of his clothes stretched out and blocked Gus's vision as well as his movements. Behind the black robe, Lei Lai jumped high into the air with an intimidating aura. Then he made a weird turn in midair and dived back to the ground silently, like a giant bird that had turned into a viper. He stuck close to the ground and snuck toward Gus. If Gus had been holding an ordinary weapon, or even a chain crossbow with a delicate structure, it would have been impossible for him to capture Lei Lai's lightning-like and mysterious body without the help of his X-ray vision. Even though the black-tied Vulcan machine gun was a piece of heavy equipment with a slow turning speed, and was driven by a newbie such as Gus who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken, it could not keep up with Lei Lai's pace. But don't forget that Gus was carrying a God's Punishment 7 mini rocket launcher on his shoulder, which could lock onto the target with infrared rays and fire automatically. Gus did not notice that Lei Lai was drawing close to the ground with his eyes or his consciousness, but he was seen clearly by the God's Punishment 7 infrared sensors. Hiu! 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 Dozens of rockets as light and delicate as bees rushed out of the hive on Gus' shoulder and drilled into the ground almost 10 meters away, where they formed small volcanoes and suddenly erupted. Boom! 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 The fangs of flames protruded out of the ground and overlapped with each other. The raging flames forced Lei Lai to jump up again to avoid the blast and the magma. The invincible priest of the Temple of Fist, who was a symbol of the will of the Fist god in the hearts of the residents of Red Gold Town, had been burnt black and blue. Even the high priest. How is it possible? By the Fist god. What is wrong with the world? Gus, the useless bum, has become so awesome with the help of the devil. Why? Isn't the Fist god the best god in the world? Why are the most loyal messengers of the Fist god and the priests of the Temple of Fist god no match for the devil? The survivors, who were riddled with wounds, were all pale. Their eyes were unfocused, and they held their heads, caught in the swirl of collapse. Do you see it, uncle? This is the power of the devil. Gus vented the emotions that he had been suppressing for more than 10 years. Dad was right. He was not fooled by the devil. It was because he saw that the devil was stronger than the Fist god that he dedicated himself to the research of machinery and steam. The winner takes all. Isn't it the law of the world of the Fist god? Wasn't the fist god the only true god in the world because of his invincible strength? Isn't it because of the invincibility of the fist god that we worship him, submit to him, and believe in him? Right now, a god stronger than the fist god has appeared, and a power stronger than the iron fist art has appeared. Who is the real god? Who is the devil? Who believes in the truth? Who has been fooled by lies? Who is right and who is wrong? Tell me, uncle. Tell me. Gus had been possessed. The flames spurting out of the honeycomb on his shoulder were savaging and swallowing the rugged paths on the rock stratums like the fire from the bottom level of hell. Boom! 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 Under the bombardment of the God's Punishment 7 mini rocket launcher, the rock stratum was riddled with craters. Large rocks fell like an avalanche. The pursuers all ran away like rats, but they were still screaming in pain. He managed to summon enough spiritual gas to protect his body and begged for the fist god's blessing in his heart, but he still failed to stop himself from being smashed by the stones. He was even blown off a cliff by a giant rock 3 to 5 meters in diameter and smashed into pieces. The smoke rose up like flames and covered everything within several square kilometers. Even the dense raindrops could not extinguish it. Everyone, including Lei Lai, whose internal organs were writhing because of the blast and who was bleeding non-stop, could only hear the crazy laughter of the young man who looked like a devil from the depths of the smoke. The destructive aura even made some of them feel that it was blasphemous. Even if the fist god arrived, he wouldn't be able to move forward at all in the face of the overwhelming destructive force. After a long time, Gus finally stopped venting. The world stopped shaking, and the rocks stopped falling. Everyone was still in shock as they looked at the gradually thinning smoke. They saw that Gus had put the destructive weapon back on his back. He was hunched and insignificant again. If it were not for the excruciating pain of the bleeding wounds on their bodies and the fact that they had lost more than half of their companions, they would have doubted whether or not it was an absurd nightmare just now. Gus was still the useless man who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. Unfortunately, no matter how they gritted their teeth and rubbed their eyes, the nightmare would not end. Gus picked up Gray. The young man hugged his sister tightly. It was the only temperature that he could feel in the world. He glanced at his uncle and the surviving pursuers with half contempt and half hatred. Then he took 2 steps back and jumped off the cliff without looking back. Gus. Lei Lai wanted to stop his nephew, but he couldn't even make a sound. His throat was blocked by the blood. Even his soul was frozen in shock and fear. He craned his neck and looked at the abyss that was wreathed in clouds, only to discover that a black spot was gradually disappearing. Lei Lai and the surviving pursuers looked at each other in bewilderment. All their faces were full of cracks that indicated that their beliefs had collapsed and their worldview had been shattered. At the same time, they fell to the ground, their iron-like fists lightly trembling. They were silent for a long time. No one was willing to speak. However, deep inside everyone's eyes was a cluster of rebellious confusion. The priests and the loyal believers of the fist god could not help but secretly ask themselves, "Are we wrong?" At the bottom of the cliff in the abyss, Gus and Gray fell at a high speed, as if they had fallen into hell again. The scenery around him was passing by quickly. The jagged rocks on the ground were getting larger and larger. They were about to touch each other. Suddenly, Lu Qingchen blew at the ground. The ground twisted like waves. The air that used to be thin and light suddenly turned thick and dense, as if fluffy feathers were covering the landing point of the siblings. Pooh! The 2 siblings fell into an invisible feather. The enormous impact of falling thousands of meters was immediately gone. They bounced back several times and fell to the ground softly. Looking at the peak of the mountain that was wreathed in clouds, he remembered that he had been a devil on the peak of the mountain a moment ago and was on a killing spree. Felt like a lifetime ago. Nice, right? Behind him, Lu Qingchen asked with a smile. Awesome. Although he knew that the devil was up to no good, the young man still nodded and said, "You are indeed omnipotent. You are even better than the fist god." "I'm not omnipotent, but I have to be stronger than the boxing champion," Lu Qingchen said. "However, Don't count your chickens before they hatch. The tampering of the data will trigger a chain reaction very soon, which will be discovered by the antivirus system of the boxing champion and lead you to this place. In the future, more and more people will come after you, and they will be stronger and stronger. It will be a vicious cycle. Before the boxing champion discovers us, we must find the weakest place in the world. Only by choosing that place as the battlefield can we truly defeat the boxing champion. I know. Gus nodded. My sister said that more and more people in the base of the South's army of steam saw through the fist god's lie and chose machines and the power of steam. That should be the most vulnerable place in the world. We can go to Xianyuan City, the largest city in the 500 square kilometers nearby. From there, we can go down the river and reach the south. Very good. Lu Qingchen smiled. It seems that you've finally been awakened. As expected of the young man that I thought highly of since the very beginning. Gus hesitated. Really? Lu Qingchen nodded. Of course. I chose you from the very beginning. As for your sister, she is just a complimentary gift. Gus frowned. Weren't you lying to me that you didn't think I was useless? Lu Qingchen opened his hands. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you are a genius of this world or a piece of trash. In any case, I can modify the data. Compared to your initial data, I value your adjustability and confidentiality more. You won't understand even if I explain it to you now. I will explain it to you when I have the chance. Shall we go? All right, let's go. Gus took a breath and hugged his sister again. Ready to go. Suddenly, he stopped. Hesitating for a moment, he summoned his courage and asked, Can I believe in you? Lu Qingchen was dazed for a moment. What? I know that you are not a mechanical demon or a steam devil, but you are much stronger than them. Gus gritted his teeth and said, I've abandoned the path of iron fists, but I don't want to believe in the power of steam like my father and sister. Compared to the storm bolters and bombardment cannons you gave me, the mechanical and steam-powered chain crossbows and steam guns are as ridiculous as the toys of a 3-year-old. After tasting the strength you gave me, I can't go back anymore. I want to believe in your Tao. Whatever you are, whatever your Tao is, what price I have to pay, and what I will become. Lu Qingchen raised his eyebrow and looked at the young man for a long time. Confirming that the young man was serious, he whistled in satisfaction and said, Sorry, I can't. Gus was anxious. Why? Listen, little brother Gus. Seeing that you have the potential and your words are quite pleasant, you can borrow my strength, you can follow me, and you can trust me, but you cannot believe in me. Lu Qingchen was smiling, but his eyes suddenly turned extremely deep. It was deep enough to accommodate the entire universe and illuminate billions of stars. All the frivolousness and evilness were gone. He said sincerely, Because even I don't know what I should believe in, and I'm still pursuing my path. 3 days later, in Heavenly Essence City. It was the largest city within 500 square kilometers. It was also one of the most important strongholds of the Temple of Fist in the north. It was said that 10,000 years ago, the Fist God had once comprehended an invincible fist technique here. Therefore, it was the holy land of the Iron Fist Tao. Gus and Gray looked at the magnificent city wall from the other side of the highway outside of the city in a trance. Ever since Gus slaughtered the hunting team with the help of the devils 3 days ago and cut off their trail, there had been no sign of the hunting team behind them. Even so, the torrential rain, the difficult mountain roads, and Gray's high fever and heavy wounds still caused them a lot of trouble. Thankfully, with the help of the devils, they made it to this place safely. Now that Gray's fever was gone and her wounds had recovered, she could finally take a breath. Gray could not remember what had happened that day clearly. Gus did not know how to explain it to his sister either. He could only blame the devil. Lu Qingchen, on the other hand, told Gray with a smile that he did not intend to hide anything and would tell her everything he knew as long as it was safe. Gray knew that the devil was extremely dangerous. It was obvious from the fact that it could help Gus defeat the experts of Red Gold Town, including his uncle Lei Lai, that he would not be able to run away if it really wanted to murder the two of them. Since it was not willing to tell the truth, Gray did not have the ability to expose it. Therefore, Gray could only suppress her curiosity and come to Xianxia City to look for her father's old friend, a disciple of the mechanical and steam church. Speaking of which, this was the first time the two siblings had come to Heavenly Essence City. Their hometown, Red Gold Town, was a prosperous place with a lot of boxing clubs. The importance of their hometown was evident when the Temple of Fist established a branch in Red Gold Town. But compared to the big cities in the north such as Heavenly Essence City, it was nothing. It was evident from the giant statue of the Fist God that was hundreds of meters tall and visible dozens of kilometers away outside the gate of the city. It was said that the statue had taken millions of tons of rocks to build, which was far beyond the technology level of the Fist God's world. It was truly a miracle. The statue depicted the Fist God meditating and training with one hand pointing at the sky and the other pointing at his enemy. There was indeed an air of invincibility about him. Although it was a frozen statue, the Fist God was not wearing a shirt and only had a cloth covering his lower body. But every muscle on his body was revealed to the world. The muscles carved out of the rocks, on the other hand, had the texture of surging tides. They were flowing all the time and gave the feeling that they were alive. It was said that the super-large statue had been personally carved by the Fist God 10,000 years ago. It was said that the Fist God blew the statue away with his bare fists without any tools. Every line and crevice on the statue contained the will of the Fist God. As long as one's mind was pure enough and one's belief was sincere enough, one would be able to comprehend the profound truths of martial arts by watching it cultivate. It was especially so when the rising sun was in the sky and the sunlight was shining on the statue. Glamorous shadows and shadows were reflected by the statue. When the shadows and shadows were shaking, one would be able to change into a set of powerful fist techniques. Whoever could comprehend these fist techniques would instantly break through and reach the peak. Therefore, for thousands of years, countless believers had been worshipping the giant statue. There were also countless martial arts maniacs who spent their entire lives around the statue of the Fist God, studying martial arts, sparring with each other, and comprehending the ultimate mysteries. Even if they were crazy like devils, they never got tired of it. Before their father died, the two siblings had been loyal believers of the Fist God. Their biggest wish in life was to visit the statue of the famous Fist God in Heavenly Essence City. At that time, Gus had even fantasized that he could be enlightened by the ultimate mysteries from the statue of the Fist God and turn from waste into genius. Today, his wish had come true. But all he wanted to do was sneer and look at the kneeling and meditating believers below the statue. He felt that they were pitiful, ridiculous, pathetic, lamentable, and hateful. Gus could not help but wonder how interesting it would be if he took out the Vulcan machine gun that the devil had given him and shot it at the head of the statue of the super-large Fist God. How would the devoted believers below the statue react? Of course, that was just his imagination. Lu Qingchen had warned them that even devils were not omnipotent. Before they reached the weakest part of the world of the Fist God, they should be prudent and not be too arrogant. Besides, Xianxia City had been on high alert over the past few days, too. Firstly, the cracks in the sky were not only visible to Red Gold Town but also to the residents of Heavenly Essence City. For a moment, everybody was anxious, believing that it was a sign of the decline of the world and the invasion of evilness. The demons and devils took the opportunity to stir up trouble and fish in troubled waters. Secondly, after Gus and Gray marched out of Red Gold Town, Gus had slain Lei Lai's pursuers with the help of the devils. The incident was too influential to be kept a secret. It had spread to hundreds of kilometers nearby. After all, Red Gold Town was out hunting the two siblings. Not only were their efforts in vain, they even brought back dozens of corpses of their own people. As for the unlucky bastards who fell off the cliff and were smashed into pieces, there were even more of them. The truth was right in front of his eyes. This time, the Fist God did not bless his believers. Or rather, there was a more terrifying possibility. The Fist God had blessed his believers, but he was still no match for the devil. Even the spokesperson of the Fist God in the human world, Lei Lai, the high priest of the Fist God Hall, was so frustrated that he had to retreat in defeat. He did not even return to Red Gold Town and simply went to the Fist God Hall in Heavenly Essence City to confess and ask for the harshest punishment. The name of the devil siblings spread like wildfire. All the loyal and kind people in the 500 square kilometers nearby were greatly shocked. They were sighing and panicking. The devils, on the other hand, were even more arrogant. They did not even bother to conceal their existence. They jumped out from various dark corners and stirred up trouble. With the current situation, it was no wonder that the soldiers outside of Xianxia City were all trembling in fear. However careful they were, something went wrong. When Gus and Gray walked to the gate of the city, they saw that a guy in a cloak suddenly took out a stack of brown, colorful toilet paper from his spacious robe and threw it into the air, while he shouted, "The old gods are dead. A new one is standing. Long live the god of steam." For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Many loyal believers of the fist god raised their fists and glared at him. Some of them were horrified, intimidated by the arrogance of the believers of mechanics and steam in broad daylight in front of the statue of the fist god. Not far away, a team of muscular guards with bulging temples pushed everyone away and charged at the heretic. The guy turned a blind eye to it. He was still shouting heretical slogans and throwing toilet paper recklessly. The paper fell down like snowflakes. Most of the devout believers were as scared as snakes and scorpions and avoided him like poison. But there were a few people who found it hard to resist the temptation of curiosity. They secretly grabbed the paper and glanced at it, before they threw it aside and stomped on it to prove their innocence. Gus swallowed and grabbed one, too. The paper was very rough. There were a few simple words written on it, which meant, "The old gods are dead, and the new gods must rise." But there was also a picture of the so-called god of steam below the picture. It was a giant steam engine that was driving 8 mechanical arms like a raging iron demon. The pattern was quite delicate. The lines were narrow and interconnected. Even on the rough paper, the ink did not spread out. Gus looked at it and noticed that other papers had exactly the same pattern. He used the tip of his foot to stack the 2 pieces of paper together. The 2 patterns were exactly the same. Every line matched. It meant that the picture was not drawn. Instead, it was printed on a printer. Gus had seen something like a printing press in his father's notes. It was a large, sophisticated machine. The fact that the heretics had the capability to hide a printing machine in Xianxia City made Gus shudder. At this moment, the guards had already rushed forward and pinned the guy who was distributing the flyers down. Like a few bears crushing a sheep, the guy was almost crushed to death. However, the guy was indeed determined to fight until one of them was killed. He was still shouting recklessly under the pressure of hundreds of kilograms of muscles. However, the high-pitched screams had lost all meaning. They were like people whose tongues had been cut off cursing the heavens in the most vicious way. Gus and Gray looked at each other. Then he looked at the sky. It was daytime, but the crack in the sky that could be seen in Red Gold Town was becoming more and more obvious, as if a giant smiling mouth was mocking the powerlessness of the fist god. The world is about to collapse. For some reason, Gus thought of Lu Qingqian's words again. There was no telling whether or not the world had collapsed, but the believers of the mechanical and steam sect were indeed more and more active, and the control over the Temple of Fist was indeed getting weaker and weaker. Gus and Gray watched emotionlessly as the guy who was handing out the flyers was dragged away by the guards. The ground was left with a zigzagging and intense trace of blood. A guard came to check everyone's identification. Since machines were rarely used and tools were not a favorite, the identification of the fist god's world was very crude. It was nothing more than bamboo chips with names and hometowns carved on them. Gus and Gray had stolen the identity cards of the passers-by and forged them. What was more troublesome was their faces. In times of emergency, a pair of sister and brother would certainly attract a lot of attention when they came to Heavenly Essence City. In regard to that, Lu Qingqian had disguised them, too. He had only blown air on their faces, and they were already unrecognizable. They were 2 dark-skinned villagers. Besides, Gus seemed to be much older than her, which was totally different from his real face. The guards were all focused on the guy who had just handed out the flyers. They were merely doing their job to check whether or not the bystanders had any flyers on them. Gus and Gray were each carrying a basket on their back, which was packed with mountain goods. They had stuffed the steam ball where Lu Qingchen was hiding and the precious notes left by their father into the stomachs of the pheasants and the wild ducks. The guards checked casually and waved their hands. The two of them followed the crowds into Heavenly Essence City. Although Heavenly Essence City was a big city in the north, it was not very prosperous. Or rather, none of the cities in the world of the Fist God were prosperous. This was because this world advocated a simple, arduous, iron-blooded, and martial life. They were not interested in extravagant debauchery. Passing through the city gate, Liao found that the most eye-catching landmark of Chenyuan town was the magnificent Temple of Fists. Hundreds of arenas and arenas surrounded the temple, with arenas and arenas in front and behind. Training, challenging, sparring, teaching. Thousands upon thousands of buff, muscular men, whose blood and sweat congregated into raging red clouds in midair. Muscles and muscles collided brutally, producing cracking noises. It was the most sacred piece of music in the path of iron fists. Other than the Temple of Fist and the martial arts schools, there were also a lot of bizarre-shaped guys on the street. They were often in ragged clothes or even dirty clothes, but their eyes were glittering, and they were surrounded by a strong aura. Sitting cross-legged on the roadside, there was a sign in front of them on which their background, level, and cultivation arts were written. They were all wandering fighters who had been traveling in the world of the Fist God, hoping to get to know each other through martial arts. Every once in a while, someone would go up and challenge the wandering boxer. After a few cracking sounds, the outcome of the match would be decided. Naturally, everyone was beaten black and blue, but they were not angry at all. Instead, they burst into laughter and hugged each other's shoulders, as if they had really become bosom friends that they had not met for many years. Some weirdos even kneeled down on the street and bashed their heads against the ground after every step. Boom! Their heads were fine, but the stones on the street had been dented by them, with cracks spreading out like a spider web. Gus had heard that they were all ascetics who had made great vows in front of the Fist God. They purified their minds and listened to the voice of the Fist God by torturing their bodies. The guy who hit his head on the ground must have been training in the iron head art. It was impossible for him to walk for thousands of miles without hitting his head. In the past, Gus had admired the ascetics and even thought that he would become one someday. He had touched the Fist God with his sincerity and reversed his destiny. Now that he had witnessed the power of the Storm Bolter and the Vulcan machine gun, Gus could only sneer at the ascetic. Other than boxing clubs, the stores along the street basically had only two uses. One of them was a restaurant. The boxers had bulging muscles, so naturally, their appetites were not small. 3 to 5 pounds of beef and 3 to 5 pounds of bread were a piece of cake for a meal. Therefore, there were even more restaurants here than in the boxing gym, and they were all quite large in scale. Next were stores that sold ointments and weapons. Ointment was a necessity for training. Weapons such as sabers, swords, bows, and arrows, although despised by the experts, were still necessary for the old, the weak, the women, and the children to protect themselves. All in all, it was a city that was born for boxing and fighting, just like all the towns in the world of the Fist God. On the street, several priests of the Temple of Fist, who had tattoos all over their bodies and did not even let go of their shiny faces, walked by solemnly. Gus and Gray hurried to hide in a corner. They felt that the ball of steam in the basket had become extremely heavy and hot. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the two siblings started searching along the wall. In the notes that his father left, he had recorded the secret code to communicate with the believers of steam. In Heavenly Essence City, which was the closest city to Red Gold Town in the north, there was a large altar made of machines and steams. It was sort of their headquarters within 1,000 square kilometers. His father had been to the place many times and participated in the activities of machines and steams. He had collected a lot of materials from the place before he was allowed to build his own underground laboratory in Red Gold Town. According to the notes, the two siblings soon found the secret code on the greasy wall of the living area where the restaurants gathered. It was an irregular circle with a few streaks representing flames inside. The strokes were clumsy, like the graffiti of a child. One wouldn't notice it if they weren't paying close attention. Even if they did, they wouldn't understand what it meant. But Gus and Gray knew that the circle represented the steam engine, and the flames naturally represented the source of power inside the steam engine. Therefore, while Gus was on a lookout, Gray picked up a stone and added a few curves that represented steam to the pattern. One of the curves was particularly long and pointed to the left. Then, Gus and Gray walked to the left side of the pattern and sat down, pretending that they were tired of selling goods in the city and were resting. According to the description in his father's notes, there were always people from the mechanical sect and the steam church monitoring the secret code. Very soon, they would discover that the pattern had been added. Then, he would be able to find them by tracing the longest line of steam. Gus and Gray both narrowed their eyes and looked around. They did not know which of the people on the street were monitoring and meeting each other. The waiter of the restaurant across the street was shouting loudly. The owner of the weapon store next to the restaurant was hitting the blades and shields with ding-ding-ding-dang-dang sounds. Next to the restaurant was a medical center for the relaxation of muscles and nerves, for the massage, for the treatment of sabers and axes, for the mauling of wild animals. On this side of the road, a few children were playing wrestling with ping-dang-dang-dang-dang sounds. They were looking at everyone with suspicion, but upon closer inspection, it didn't seem very likely. At this moment, one of the kids who was wrestling, who was relatively thin and had dry hair, was knocked down by his companion again. His face was swollen, and he couldn't help but cry. Other children burst into laughter and flaunted their power without the slightest bit of sympathy. The strong preyed on the weak. The winner was king. This was a principle that all the children of the world of the fist god understood. The thin child with dry hair flew into a rage out of humiliation. He got up and ran away without looking back. In his anger, he stopped playing with his companions. Instead, he ran far away to Gus and Gray's side and sat down. The Gus siblings were waiting for their contact. Naturally, they did not want a child to ruin their plan. However, when they were about to drive the yellow-haired child away, the child, who seemed to be crying silently, suddenly squeaked. The cry was very soft. For those who did not know what was going on, it sounded no different from a normal cry. But when Gus and Gray heard it, they were stunned and could not believe their ears. The yellow-haired child was simulating the sound of boiling water. In the legends, the predecessors of the School of Mechanical and Steam grasped the most profound truths from the boiling hot water. Squeak, 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 squeak. The yellow-haired child continued screaming. Woo! Gus tried to imitate the steam whistle and replied. In the ears of passers-by, the sounds they made were meaningless. Even if they were discovered, there was no proof that they were shouting heretical slogans. Only the two of them knew that the secret code matched. The yellow-haired child was still holding his head in his hands. His shoulders were shaking as if he was crying. But he moved his butt closer to Gus and said in a low voice, "The third shop on the left, Lee's Beef Soup. Go inside and tell the waiter that you want 2 bowls of beef noodles, coarse noodles, green noodles, and spicy noodles. Lie down with 2 eggs and cut off a plate of beef tongue. The waiter will say, 'No beef tongue.' Just say, 'Cut off a plate of beef tripe.' That's all." After saying that, the yellow-haired kid walked away as if he didn't know the two siblings at all. Gus and Gray looked at each other in disbelief. He raised his head and looked at the restaurant in front of him. There was indeed a Lee's Beef Soup there. It was not dinner time yet, so the restaurant was as lively as before. It seemed that the restaurant's food was not bad, which was why there were so many customers. Even the chimney of the kitchen was smoking day and night. Gus and Gray walked in and were pushed into a corner. They waited for a long time before a waiter came up to greet them. The two followed the child's instructions and told the shop assistant word for word. The shop assistant shouted loudly and really served them 2 bowls of green and spicy noodles. Below the noodles, there was a sunny-side-up egg as well as a plate of beef tripe. The two of them looked at each other in dismay. However, the beef noodles here were indeed not bad. The soup was thick, the noodles were strong, and the eggs were still flowing with sugar. The two of them had been fleeing in the forest in the pouring rain for several days. They had been living in the wind and sleeping in the wilderness for a long time, and they had been suffering for a long time. Therefore, they immediately started wolfing down the food and burped. At this time, The shop assistant came up as if nothing had happened and asked the two to pay the bill. The two siblings were baffled. They stared at the worker for a long time, wondering what was going on. Was he really here for dinner? After paying the bill in confusion, they were about to go out and ask the yellow-haired child when a kind-looking middle-aged man who looked like a shopkeeper walked up and asked them what was in the basket on their back. The two siblings looked at each other and said that they were wild chickens and ducks that had just been brought back from the mountains. The shopkeeper said that he needed to buy a few chickens and ducks from the shop to make soup. He invited them to the kitchen to check whether the chickens and ducks were fresh or not. As long as the food was good, the price was negotiable. Gus thought of something. He pulled Gray and followed the manager to the kitchen. Sure enough, after passing through the smoke-filled kitchen, several fierce-looking, murderous-looking muscular men came close. "Did you draw the pictures on the wall?" A fat chef wearing a greasy apron said coldly. "How do you know the pattern? What are you doing here?" "We saw the pattern in Dad's notes." Gus made up his mind and said, "We are here for Luo Xinglong, Uncle Luo." Luo Xinglong was Glenn, the father of the two siblings, the heavily wounded believer of machinery and steam that he had met near Red Gold Town. He was also the guide for the boxing genius, Glenn, to embark on the demonic path. Dad's notes, Luo Xinglong? The fatso was dazed for a moment. He narrowed his eyes and observed the two siblings carefully before he whispered to the cook next to him. The kitchen assistant immediately brought over 2 basins of boiling hot water, 2 coarse towels, and even 2 pieces of dried loofah and 2 steel brushes to shave pigs. "There's something on your face." The fat man saw through their disguises immediately. He said, "Remove your disguises and check your faces." At this point, Gus and Gray could only believe that the greasy fatty was the one they were looking for. Gritting their teeth, they wet the towel and rubbed their faces hard despite the hot water. The hot towel wiped away most of the camouflage. Then, Liao rubbed his face with a loofah and a steel brush until it was red and burning. The pain was so excruciating that he felt that he was about to wipe his face off. Finally, he wiped his face with the hot towel. The two siblings resumed their original appearance and looked at the greasy fatty anxiously. "As I expected, it's you." The greasy fatty's eyes lit up as he burst into laughter. "Gus Gray, I knew you would come. I am the Luo Xinglong that you are looking for. Are you Uncle Luo?" Gus and Gray were surprised. "You know us?" "Yes. Your father brought me home and saw you from afar several times. But you didn't know about me." Luo Xinglong sighed at first, but then he was overjoyed. Glenn was a loyal believer of the mechanical and steam sect. It's a pity that he was killed by a false god's lackey before he was able to witness the rise of our sect. I didn't expect that the two of you would be able to carry on his legacy and even surpass him. At such a young age, you have already comprehended the mysteries of the god of mechanical and steam. Gus and Gray were both shocked. How could such outrageous words be spoken in broad daylight? But Luo Xinglong waved his hands and said, "It's all right." As it turned out, the beef soup restaurant, from the workers to the cooks, was full of loyal believers of the mechanical demons and the steam demons. It was the biggest secret base of the mechanical demons and the steam demons in Shenyuan City. They were all on the same side, and there was no need to worry that somebody might find out. In fact, since the activities of the machinery and the Church of Steam would release a lot of steam and noise, it was hard to hide them from other people. When they were active in various places, they often chose to open a restaurant as a disguise. The chimneys of the restaurants were perfect for venting steam. Besides, it would consume a lot of fuel to start a fire and purchase firewood and coal in order to meet the needs of the steam engine. As it turned out, when Luo Xinglong said that the two siblings were Gus and Gray, the cooks and workers nearby were all excited. They looked at the siblings with glittering eyes, as if they had seen hope. Some of them were even chanting Saint Son and Saint Daughter, as if they were worshipping the two siblings. There was no telling what they were up to. "Please, I will explain it to you when we reach the bottom. The channel is a bit dirty. Please excuse me." Luo Xinglong asked someone to keep watch in the front. He brought the two siblings to a small house in the back where a lot of firewood and coal were piled up. He moved the dry branches away, revealing 2 chains on the wooden floor. He roared and lifted a corner of the floor with the iron chain. There was a zigzagging hole below the floor. Simple footholds had been dug out on the wall. It was definitely easy to defend and difficult to attack. Luo Xinglong led the way, and the two siblings climbed down together with him. The first part was indeed dark and rugged and suffocating, but after climbing for a while, they found themselves in a completely different world. At first, there was a flight of stairs made of bluestone and then a solid corridor. Later, the corridor became wider and wider, until it gradually turned into an enormous underground warehouse. The walls on the two sides of the corridor were decorated with gears and tubes just like the basement of Gus's house. They looked like solemn and weird metal paintings and gave a different feeling of power and holiness. The warehouse was packed with sabers, swords, armor, crossbows, an underground workshop, and a training field. Chain crossbows that were forbidden by the Temple of Fist were everywhere. Even the steam guns driven by high-pressure steam, which could unleash the strength of a top expert, had caught Gus' attention several times. Hundreds of believers of the mechanical demons and the steam demons were active in the underground altar. Some of them were following their professors and learning how to build and maintain mechanical equipment and steam engines. Some of them were holding chain crossbows and steam guns and learning how to control such powerful weapons in the training field. Some of them were praying to a twisted statue at the center of the altar. The statue was the amalgamation of countless broken gears. Hundreds of chains and tubes dangled down from the gaps of the gears like iron tentacles. On the gears, chains, and tubes was a gargantuan steam engine, which looked like a mechanical demon that had risen from hell while carrying a steam devil. This was the first time that the two siblings had seen statues of mechanical demons and steam devils. Gray firmly believed in the path of steam. She was very excited and wanted to join in and worship together. But Gus frowned. For some reason, he did not like the believers here. There was fascination, excitement, and blindness on his face. Maybe it was because he had seen the super warriors of the Star Glory Federation, the Imperium of True Human Beings, and the Holy Accord Alliance training and fighting in his dreams. Gus felt that the super warriors in the dream were always calm when they were training and fighting. They were people who were using tools instead of slaves. Machines and steam were both discovered and invented by human beings. They were not demons, devils, or gods. Such a weird thought suddenly occurred to Gus. The believers in front of him were worshipping the statues of the mechanical demons and the steam demons. How different were they from the believers outside who were worshipping the statues of the fist god? Of course, Gus did not say what was on his mind. He simply followed his sister and kept Lu Qingchen's instructions in mind. He could not tell the people in front of him about Lu Qingchen. Luo Xinglong and the two siblings came to the statues of the mechanical demon and the steam devil. Luo Xinglong grabbed one of the joysticks in front of the statue and pressed down heavily. Woo! High-pitched noises came from the whistle on the top of the statue. A lot of steam was spurted out and absorbed by the ventilation tubes on the top of the warehouse. Then, the steam was dispersed by the chimneys and dispersed. Upon hearing the call, the believers who were studying and training put down their work and gathered around the statue. Luo Xinglong enjoyed a high position in the secret altar. All the believers held their breath and listened to his instructions. Some of them eyed Gus and Gray curiously. They are Gus and Gray. Holding his head high, Luo Xinglong pointed at the two siblings and declared, "Our saint children and saintesses have finally broken out of the siege of the false gods and returned to the embrace of the true gods. Master Saint, Saintess, as the saying goes, a stone can raise 1,000 ripples." All the believers of the churches of mechanics and steam were beaming with joy and shouting crazily at Gus and Gray. The two siblings were caught off guard and did not know what to do. Their faces were flushed to the ears. "What do you mean? We are not holy sons or saintesses." Looking at Luo Xinglong, Gus stammered, "What are you doing? Of course, you are the holy sons and holy virgins of my sect. You came to the human world with the mission of banishing the false gods and building up the faith of the real gods. Of course, the decree of the real gods is too mysterious and profound for you to know." Luo Xinglong looked at the two of them and said, his eyes glittering, You must have noticed that enormous cracks have been appearing in the sky 500 kilometers to the north of our city, too, after the giant cracks in the sky in the south. Something must have come into being. This is the sign that the false mask of the fist god can no longer hide its weak and evil face. The arrival of the spokesperson of the true God. You, on the other hand, are the messengers of the real gods, with tremendous strength that you are not aware of. If you were not the holy sons and holy virgins that I taught you, how could you have broken out of the hunting team led by Lei Lai, the high priest of the fist god hall? I'm told that you even killed almost 100 experts who were adept at boxing. It must be noted that, of the dozens of towns near Heavenly Origin City, Red Gold Town has the toughest martial arts style, the largest number of boxing clubs, and the strongest combat ability. The priest of Red Gold Town, Lei Lai, had more victories than losses even when he participated in the competition between the priests in the Temple of Fist in Heavenly Origin City. If it weren't for the protection of the true God, you two wouldn't have been able to defeat Lei Lai's little finger. Am I right? Well, Gus was lost for words. Naturally, he knew that the reason why his sister and he were able to break out of the siege was because of the devil Lu Qingchen. Although they were all devils according to the Temple of Fist, Lu Qingchen was not the same as the mechanical demons and the steam demons. The strength that Gus received far exceeded the power of steam too. However, Lu Qingchen had reminded him not to tell the truth to anybody he met. Besides, Gus did not like the crazy believers either. He felt that they were just two sides of the same coin. If you are not the Holy Son, how did you break out of the siege? Luo Xinglong smiled and said, especially you, Gus. I've heard a lot about you from your father. I know that you are not very strong, if not weak, by the standard of the Iron Fist art. Don't get me wrong. The way of steam and the way of Iron Fist are two completely different systems of strength and evaluation. The weaker a person is in the system of Iron Fist, the more outstanding they are in the measure of the way of steam. They have endless potential. What we want to know is, what did you do during the storm in the mountains to make Lei Lai so frustrated? I don't know. Gus could only reply vaguely. I felt that the world was spinning, and I was in a trance. After a long time, I saw broken limbs all over the ground. The pursuers suffered heavy casualties. Even my uncle, Lei Lai, ran away. That's right, Master Saint. That's right. Luo Xinglong waved his fist in excitement and shouted to his surroundings. You don't even know what's going on, and you've already slayed almost 100 strong pursuers. What else could it be but the arrival of a true god? Therefore, the two siblings, Gus and Gray, must be the holy sons and the holy virgins of my sect. The god of steam sent them to cleanse the sins and blind faith of the world and establish their true beliefs. Ladies and gentlemen, the false Fist King has been deceiving the world for almost 10,000 years. Over the past 10,000 years, our world has been living in seclusion, ignorant, backward, bloody, and brutal. The noble human beings have turned into muscular barbarians with simple brains, or even animals that drink raw blood. Those who tried to ignite the flames of wisdom in the darkness and find a way out were hunted and suppressed by the claws and teeth of the punching king. Year after year, generation after generation, the blood had already gathered into an ocean, and the bones had already piled up into a mountain. Today, the faith of the true gods finally has a new hope. In the south, the army of steam has already gathered, occupied the towns, demolished the temples of the false gods, and bombarded the so-called invincible Iron Fist army of the false gods with the invincible steam cannons. In the north, the beliefs of the true gods were spread out in countless towns in secret too. They were unstoppable like wildfire, until the sky was torn apart and holy sons and holy virgins descended. Their arrival means that the strength of the false gods has been weakened to the minimum. The day when they raise the flag of justice in the north and roar is not far away. The false gods will be defeated. Long live the true gods. The false gods will be defeated. Long live the true gods. Luo Xinglong's voice was getting louder and louder. Sweat the size of beans leaked out of his forehead and turned into white smoke, making him look like a steam engine that had been driven to the limit. False gods will be defeated. Long live the true gods. False gods will be defeated. Long live the true gods. The believers below were all in a frenzy. 2. Gus and Gray felt dizzy. He did not expect that their arrival would trigger an unstoppable chain reaction. As it turned out, the forces of the Mechanical and Steam Brotherhood in the north, especially those in Xianxia City, had expanded to an unimaginable level. The expansion and activity of the organization would certainly be detected by the Temple of Fist. Since a battle was inevitable, it was better to make the first move. Over the past few days, the news that the Steam Legion had defeated the Iron Fist Legion from the south had boosted the morale of the believers in the north. A giant crack appeared in the sky, which was more like a cardiac stimulant that strengthened the beliefs of the believers and made them believe that the old gods were dead and new gods were standing. The news that Gus and Gray had broken out of the siege and almost killed Lei Lai, the high priest of the Fist God Hall, was an out-and-out miracle, and even a miracle was a signal that the real gods had sent to their believers. If he didn't take it, he would be blamed. When the news reached them, the believers of the mechanical and steam churches in Xianxia City had been restless for a long time. Now, Gus and Gray had appeared right in front of them. It was like a horn that had been blown right beside their ears. Looking at the crazy believers of mechanics and steam, Gus felt that he was faced with a surging ocean and could not control himself. He glanced at his sister and found that Gray was at a loss too. We want to look for the Steam Legion in the south. Gus summoned his courage and asked Luo Xinglong, "Can you find a boat for us? They also said that you are not saint sons or saint daughters." Luo Xinglong said happily, "If not, why did you go to the south to look for the Steam Legion? It seems that you've realized your destiny, haven't you?" His words made the believers cheer again. Gus blushed and replied noncommittally, We do have something important to discuss with the leader of the Steam Legion. Can you send us there and introduce him to us?" "Of course." Luo Xinglong waved his hands and agreed readily. He paused for a moment, before he suddenly changed the topic and said, "However, we have to wait until we rise up and take over Heavenly Essence City." "Huh?" Gus and Gray were both dumbfounded. The siblings looked at each other in bewilderment. Gus stammered, You really want to take over Heavenly Essence City? That's impossible. Nothing is impossible. The lightning in the sky, the appearance of the saint children and saintesses, the heavy damage to the Red Gold Fist Hall. These are all signs of the arrival of the true God. With the blessing of the true God, we will definitely win. Luo Xinglong's giant hand slashed down heavily, as if he were pulling down the lever of a steam-powered war machine. He looked at the two siblings and said with a smile, "Besides, if you want to sail all the way to the south, you have to take over Xianxia City. Right now, Xianxia City is on full alert under the control of the Fist God Hall. Almost 10 sentry posts have been deployed along the river. Ships coming and going must be searched carefully. On one hand, they are scared that the believers of machinery and steam from the south will come to the north. On the other hand, they must be wary of dangerous people, such as you who have fled to the south. All the checks are very thorough. Everybody must take off their clothes and scrub them with hot water and iron wires. Whatever disguise you put on will be removed. Over the past half-month, many believers who went north and south have been captured. Some of them have been locked in dark prisons, and some have been sent to the stake. Therefore, if the city is safe, there will be enough soldiers at the sentry posts along the river, and there will be enough time for inspection. It will be impossible for you to pass through them easily. Only when a fierce battle breaks out inside the city, when reinforcements are summoned from the sentry posts along the river, when countless people are fleeing out of the city, or when you are escaping to the lower reaches of the river by boat, can you take advantage of the chaos to mix in with them. The enemy is not strong enough, and there is no time to check each and every one of them. Only then can you have a safe journey to the south." Gus and Gray were shocked. They did not know that there were so many checkpoints along the river. However, could the crazy believers of machines and steam really overthrow the statue of the Fist God that had stood for 10,000 years? Rest assured, we've been preparing for this day for years. In another 10 days to half a month, the last batch of serial crossbows, steam guns, and steam cannons will be shipped to Heavenly Essence City under the escort of the elites of the Southern Steam Legion. The sacred battle will begin. Luo Xinglong was so excited that every pore on his face was glowing. He said straightforwardly, "When the time comes, I will introduce the commander of the reinforcements from the south to you. Then, he will ask his trusted subordinates to bring you to the commander of the south." Isn't that the most straightforward way? Gus and Gray thought about it and agreed. If he could meet the key personnel of the support team in the north of the Flying Star sector in Luo Xinglong's place, he would be saved a lot of trouble. Chances were that he would be able to find the commander-in-chief of the Flying Star sector as soon as he arrived in the south. At that time, whatever the devil Lu Qingchen wanted could be achieved. As long as Lu Qingchen kept his promise, he would tell them the truth of the world and avenge his father together with the commander-in-chief of the Steam Legion. Thinking of this, Gus was about to nod his head. Suddenly, amid the noises, a man covered in blood stumbled into the secret tunnel, leaving bloody footprints behind him. Andrew! Luo Xinglong's face suddenly changed when he saw the man. What happened? How are you so wounded? The man was on the verge of collapse. Thankfully, 2 believers were quick enough to support him. Another believer came forward to stop the bleeding and treat his wounds for some painkillers and tonics. It was not until then that the believer named Andrew managed to concentrate a bit. Struggling hard, he hissed, "Not good. Mao Qi and Mao Qi have been captured. They should have betrayed the real gods under the interrogation of the enemy." I saw a team of Iron Fist soldiers of the Temple of Fist marching toward Mao Qi's home unstoppably. His father and brothers were captured one after another. What? Luo Xinglong's face suddenly changed color. He clenched his fists so hard that his bones were cracking. Realizing that he shouldn't have panicked, he gritted his teeth and tried to control his emotions. Luo Xinglong and Andrew communicated quickly in a low voice, but they did not avoid Gus and Gray and told them what had happened. As it turned out, everything began when the 2 siblings saw the young man who was throwing the flyers in the morning. Speaking of which, it had something to do with Gus and Gray. It was because in half a month's time, a large batch of military equipment and elites of the Southern Steam Army would reinforce the North in secret. Therefore, over the past few days, Luo Xinglong had been reminding the believers of machinery and steam in Shenyuan City to keep a low profile and not to mess around with the Temple of Fist. However, the details of the big event could not be told to the outside believers. The peripheral believers were too passionate to consider the consequences of their actions. They had long been frustrated. Gus and Gray had demonstrated their strength in the heavy rain deep inside the mountains and wiped out the entire hunting team, which almost paralyzed the strength of the Temple of Fist in Red Gold Town. When the news reached Heavenly Essence City, the peripheral believers were all injected with drugs. Therefore, this morning, an outer believer who couldn't hold it any longer was willing to sacrifice himself for his beliefs and went to distribute flyers outside of Heavenly Essence City. As it turned out, after a round of interrogation, the believer discovered that his belief in the true gods was not as loyal as he had imagined. He finally explained the origin of the flyer to a companion named Mao Qi. Mao Qi's home, on the other hand, was the largest secret printing center of the mechanical and steam guilds in Xianxia City. 2 printing presses were hidden below the ground. Mao Qi's father and brother were both printing workers secretly trained by the mechanical and steam guilds. They were the most valuable technical talents and knew a lot of secrets. They had met almost all the core believers of the mechanical and steam guilds in Shenyuan City and knew their real identities. Right now, the peripheral believers who were distributing the flyers had been captured, and Mao Qi was involved. Mao Qi had been captured, and his father and brothers were involved. The secret printing center had been seized, too. A lot of files and even the names of some of the believers would be leaked. Even this place was no longer safe. The underground forces of Heavenly Essence City were no longer able to hide themselves. Gus and Gray panicked when they heard that. He had thought that he would be escorted to the south safely after he found the secret bases of the mechanical and steam sect in Shenyuan City. He didn't expect that they were like clay Buddhas crossing a river, unable to protect themselves. Luo Xinglong kept a straight face, but there was not the slightest panic on his face. On the contrary, as the situation was described more and more seriously, His eyes were more and more determined to the point of insanity. If so, there is no other way. He gritted his teeth and gnashed his teeth. Then, he took a deep breath and raised his arms, shouting, "Let's turn over a new leaf today. The arrival of the holy sons and the holy virgins, believers of the true gods, is the clearest sign that the true gods have given us. Let's pick up our weapons and march out right now, so that the poor wretches who have been fooled by the false gods for thousands of years can witness the power of the true gods. Today? Now?" Many believers were somewhat surprised. Yes, even the saint son and the saint daughter have shown up. How long do we have to wait if not today? Some of them were excited, too. The saint children and the saintesses can fight against all the boxers of Red Gold Town. Together with so many of us and so many serial crossbows and steam guns, it won't be difficult to wipe out Xianxia City. Some of them were even looking at the two siblings in anticipation. Their faces were red and their hearts were beating fast, as if 10,000 ants were crawling in their hearts. Of course, there were also a few people who knew the inside story. Most of them were hardcore believers and core members of the mechanical and steam sect, such as Luo Xinglong. They knew that, with the destruction of the underground printing shop and the arrest of the printer, the situation had become so urgent that it was like an arrow that had been knocked and had to be shot out. If they didn't fight to the death right now, they would really fall into the trap. Now that the old gods are dead, new gods will rise and replace the old. Today is the day. As the pillars, they took the lead and shouted along with Luo Xinglong. After shouting dozens of times, all the believers forgot their doubts and concerns and were filled with the hope of victory and the courage to fight. "Excellent. Let's stick to our plan," Luo Xinglong commanded. He looked at a bald, muscular man first. "Tyrone, you will lead the elite suicide squad to occupy the grain warehouse in the south of the city. Remember, it doesn't matter if the grain warehouse is taken down or not. But you must set fire to the grain and distract the attention of the Temple of Fist Arts so that the Iron Fist Legion will be stalled. Yes, long live the true god." The bald man named Tyrone left with a well-made oil container. Xianxia, contact all the forces lurking in the city and inform them of the advance of the operation. Luo Xinglong continued speaking to a young man who was thin and had extremely long legs. "Let them attack the targets according to the previous plan." Xianxia nodded and left quickly. "Andre, before dark, you and your men must seize the dock and all the boats," Luo Xinglong said. Since a lot of machines are required to steer a starship, many workshops near the river have been using machines in secret, too, with the help of the flowing river water. The people who make a living by sailing are most likely to stand on our side, and they are most likely to be suppressed by the Temple of Fists. We must organize and arm them before the Temple of Fists, so that they will be the backbone of Xianxia City. The short man named Andre was carrying 2 repeating crossbows on his back, 2 on his waist, and 2 on his hands, together with the quivers tied to his chest, back, and calves. He looked like a hedgehog that had been stabbed with multiple arrows. He rubbed his hands and left impatiently. "Wait!" Luo Xinglong glanced at the 2 siblings. Hesitating for a moment, he stopped Andre and said, "Remember, your mission here is of paramount importance. Even if you cannot take over the entire dock, you must seize as many ships as possible and destroy the enemy's warships. You must make sure that the waterway is in our hands. Whether our men are retreating or the reinforcements of the steam army in the south are marching north, we must take the waterway." "Understood." The short Andre grinned and swaggered away with the 6 repeating crossbows. "The rest of us are responsible for the most sacred and important mission." An abnormal redness appeared on Luo Xinglong's face. He shouted desperately, "Let's carry the steam cannon that the true god bestowed upon us to the ground and escort it to the Temple of Fist. Remember, no matter the cost, no matter how many people are killed or wounded, carry the steam cannons to the entrance of the temple. The false god's lies have fooled the world for thousands of years. But as long as the cannons blow up the Temple of Fist and it collapses, the lies will be self-defeating. All the residents of Xianxia City will realize the greatness of machines and the power of steam and will stand on our side and bow down to the real gods. Gun. Gun. Steam cannons. The believers cheered in excitement again. A war is about to break out. Holy sons and saintesses, please stay by my side and witness the miracle of the true God, Luo Xinglong said firmly. Gus' lips moved, but he also knew that the other party was desperate and had no other choice. At this moment, in order to boost morale, they would do anything. The two siblings simply had no way to reason with the crazed believers. Sure. Gray, on the other hand, replied straightforwardly. Since you all consider us to be the saint children and saintesses of the god of steam, it is our responsibility to fight side by side with you. However, the false gods have ruled the world for too long after all, and their strength is deeply rooted. If Chenyuan City falls into the darkness before dawn, and the battle is at a temporary disadvantage if things get out of hand, can Uncle Luo arrange a starship to help us break out of the siege first, bring us to the south, find the main force of the Steam Legion, and make a comeback? After a few days of deliberation, Gray finally regained the demeanor of a genius girl from Red Gold Town and negotiated with Luo Xinglong. Luo Xinglong's eyes suddenly shone. Pondering for a moment, he nodded quickly. Of course, where there is life, there is hope. The war between the righteous and the evil is destined to last a long time. I will not let the saint children and saintesses die in vain. That's good. Gray smiled and raised her arms, mimicking Luo Xinglong. She shouted, "The old gods are dead. The new gods shall rise. The old ones shall be replaced. Today is the day. Today. Today. Today." The shouts of the saint were like pouring oil on fire. For a moment, the underground stronghold turned into an invisible volcano, from which destructive magma was about to burst out. The Machinery Church and the Steam Church had made thorough preparations for the operation of Heavenly Essence City. Although a large batch of steam-powered soldiers and elite soldiers had not arrived yet, serial crossbows, steam guns, sabers, and swords that boosted the speed of the steam balls, and plate armor made of steam engines were all available. There were also a lot of black cloths with simple white gears on them. The gears were surrounded by patterns of steam. When the black cloths were tied to one's head or one's arms, they looked quite intimidating and murderous. Luo Xinglong tied a black cloth to his forehead and handed two to Gus and Gray. The believers looked at the siblings with glittering eyes. The two siblings looked at each other and tied their foreheads with black cloths. The underground space was in jubilation. Gun! 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 Somebody shouted. After a thunderous drumming, a giant cannon made of countless balls of steam, tubes, gears, and chains was pushed out of the secret warehouse by almost 100 muscular men. Luo Xinglong and his sister stepped on the gears and boarded the steam cannon. "Let's do it," he shouted majestically. It was destined to be a sleepless night. It was the most important and the most brutal day in the past thousands of years. Since morning, a large troop of loyal Iron Fist soldiers affiliated with the Fist God Hall had been marching on the streets and alleys unstoppably. They blew open the doors of one house after another with their fists, which immediately raised a riot. Very soon, the civilians who were beaten black and blue and suspected to be evil believers were dragged away like dead dogs, leaving shocking traces of blood on the rough stones. The manhunt in the city was quite a big deal. In the afternoon, everybody on the street was talking about it. Almost all the citizens knew about the scourge of the mechanical and steam churches. When they thought of the lightning in the sky, the appearance of the legendary Holy Sons and Holy Virgins, everybody was greatly alarmed. An ominous atmosphere was spreading over the city like a haze. Many gloomy guys in the crowd gathered together and whispered to each other, discussing something. Those people spread out like viruses and gathered together without alarming anyone. They seemed to have congregated into an ocean that was about to set off a storm. When the Temple of Fist discovered that something was wrong and tried to ban the residents of the city, it was already too late. As dusk approached, suddenly, woo! Woo 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 woo! In more than 10 places in the city, high up in the chimney, a high-pitched whistle suddenly echoed. The whistle driven by steam was shrieking, which was a sound that had never been heard in the world of the Fist God before. This voice instantly spread throughout the entire city, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Yet, They could not help but feel their blood boil, as if they were witnessing the collapse of the old world and the dawn of a new world. A whistle was an order. For a moment, the Suicide Squad members who had been secretly marching toward the granary in the south of Chenyuan City, led by the bald giant, Tyrone, jumped out and charged at the granary crazily. The guards of the granary were naturally the elites of the Iron Fist Legion. But because of their beliefs, they could not use long-range weapons such as bows, crossbows, or trebuchets. They could only watch the zealots, whose eyes were red, form a black tide and crush toward them. Swish! 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 The first to make a move turned out to be the zealots. They were not going to engage in close combat with the Iron Fist Legion. Every one of them was wielding a repeating crossbow. During their charge, every one of them had fired at least 20 arrows. The arrowheads were also smeared with purple phosphorus that could burn in the wind. The shafts of the arrows were also soaked in tung oil, making them very combustible. As it turned out, the sky full of arrows started burning furiously in midair and rained down like a meteor shower. Although the Iron Fist soldiers guarding the granary had iron bones and a protective aura, they were still battered by the rockets. Not to mention that many of the crossbow bolts fell into the granary behind them and gradually set it on fire. The fanatics, on the other hand, did not have the time to reload after they emptied the first round of arrows. They simply dropped the arrows and picked up the oil tanks made of thick bamboos. The tubes were filled with kerosene. Suppressed by delicate machines, the kerosene could be sprayed almost 50 meters away with a gentle press of the wrench below. Dozens of zealots swept the tanks at the same time. A lot of black oil poured down like a storm and stuck to the soldiers of the Iron Fist Legion, as well as the gate and the wall of the granary behind them. It was impossible to shake them off or wash them clean. The flames that used to be small grew into raging dragons almost instantly and lunged at the soldiers of the Iron Fist Legion. The poor Iron Fist Legion, who had been training hard for more than 10 years or even decades, were no different from ordinary people when faced with the power of adding oil to a fire. Many Iron Fist soldiers were screaming and rolling on the ground subconsciously. But since the ground was full of kerosene, their struggles could only make the fire larger and larger until they were burnt into carbon balls. Some of the experts of the Iron Fist Legion were the first to realize the danger. They jumped high into the air with body movements as fast as lightning and dodged the arrows and the kerosene. However, such experts were few in number after all. Since the Temple of Fist had forbidden the production of machines and steam, most of the soldiers of the Iron Fist Legion had never seen a crossbow before, nor did they know what a flamethrower was. Who would have thought that it was such a vicious weapon when they saw the bamboo tubes that the fanatics were carrying? As for the experts who had dodged the arrows and the kerosene, they were faced with another inhuman deadly weapon, a high-pressure steam gun. Use steam balls to store steam that has been compressed to the extreme, connect to a sealed steel tube, fill the steel tube with metal pellets, and use feathers and other soft objects to fill the gaps. When such a high-pressure steam gun was aimed at the enemy and pulled the trigger, the high-pressure steam would be released instantly, and the metal bullets would spurt out like magma like a shotgun from another world. The range of attack would be enormous. The Suicide Squad led by Tyrone had come prepared. They had been planning how to take over the granary half a year ago. He had a thorough understanding about the experts of the Iron Fist Legion who were guarding the place. More than 10 steam guns were fired from different angles, blocking the way of almost all the experts of the Iron Fist Legion. In a moment, several experts were riddled with holes. Whatever protective aura they had was shattered by the steam. Even though the rebar and iron bones could save their lives, they were still screaming in pain because of the hundreds of metal bullets that were embedded into their flesh and bones. They had basically lost the ability to fight. Tyrone took the opportunity to lead a large batch of Suicide Squad members into the burning granary, making the fire even more rampant. By the time more soldiers of the Iron Fist Legion came to reinforce them from various directions, the granary had already been burnt beyond control. The rising smoke was like hundreds of black dragons hovering in the sky of Heavenly Essence City, shocking the citizens of the city and the priests of the Temple of Fist Arts. When the granary in the south of the city was burning furiously and the fire dragon soared into the sky, undercurrents were flowing near the docks on the river, too. As Luo Xinglong had said before, in the world of the Fist God, The people who were most likely to be inspired by the god of machinery and steam were those who made a living on the shores of the river. Because of the rough seas and the merciless waters, if one wanted to steer a large ship and ride the waves, they would need some machinery in any case. Moreover, as the cargo volume from the north to the south grew larger and larger, to the point of expanding the coastal routes, the scale of the cargo ships grew larger and larger, and the mechanical structure of the ships became more and more precise. On the seashore, where the water was flowing fast, people gradually realized that the water could never run dry during their 10,000 years of life. They gradually thought of ways to save manpower with the water wheel. With water tanks, hydraulic mills, and even machines such as looms driven by water, they were like mushrooms after a rain. Although the Temple of Fist strictly forbade the residents on both sides of the river from building facilities such as water wheels and mills, however, the mechanical spirit had long been integrated into the blood of the people on the water. No matter how hard they tried, it was impossible to destroy the mechanical heart in their hearts. Therefore, when the believers of machinery and steam named Andrei snuck into the dock, many sailors, soldiers, and even soldiers of the Iron Fist Legion who secretly believed in the mechanical demons and the steam devils gathered. Some of them were moving and distributing weapons, some were inciting and contacting more sailors, and some were leaking information to Andrei about the defense arrangements of the Iron Fist Legion near the dock. The fire of the granary was the signal. The Iron Fist Legion deployed near the dock hurried to the south of the city to reinforce the granary. The troops left there were even weaker. With a shout, Andrei took the lead and charged at the dock with his repeating crossbow. Countless sailors immediately responded. They summoned thousands of black cloths with white gears as if they were performing a magic trick. Then they picked up the iron chains that they used to paddle and anchor their boats and followed Andrei. The sailors had been oppressed for hundreds of years and were at the bottom of the world of the Fist God. Their hatred and resistance were even more intense than the believers who burnt the granary. The Iron Fist soldiers stationed at the dock were all elites who were fighting 1 against 100. But under the relentless attacks of the hardcore believers led by Andrei, they were still losing ground. The soaring fire inside the city and the billowing smoke made them panic and lose their fighting will. When Andrei slowly drew close to the dock with 2 ballistae, a giant bolt almost 2 meters long and as thick as a wrist pierced through the chest of an expert of the Iron Fist Legion and pinned him to the ground, the morale of the Iron Fist Legion completely dissipated. The fierce battle lasted almost 2 hours. The docks were temporarily occupied by the believers of the mechanical demons and the steam demons. What followed was the most crucial battlefield. Luo Xinglong, the Holy Sun, and the Holy Lady led the elites of the hardcore believers to defend the steam cannons and attack the Temple of Fist in Shenyuan City. Heavenly Origin City was a big city in the north. The temple here was also one of the centers of the Iron Fist arts in the north. If they could take down the Fist Hall and destroy the statue of the Fist God, the entire world would be shocked. Encouraged by such inspiring ideologies, countless crazy believers crawled out of the underground and appeared in the streets. Then, they gathered together and marched toward the Temple of Fist like a tide, shouting that the old gods were dead and new gods were standing. They were faced with the well-prepared Iron Fist Legion. After all, the Temple of Fist had ruled the world for almost 10,000 years. Although it had declined with the rise of the mechanical demons and the steam demons over the past hundreds of years, its deep heritage was still not something that a mob could shake easily. Even if a large batch of Iron Fist soldiers went to reinforce the granaries and docks, the priests, the ascetics, and the Divine Fist generals who stayed in the temple were still using their bodies that were emitting metal colors and their fighting will that was as sharp as swords to form an indestructible wall. You are overestimating yourself. The experts of the Iron Fist Legion sneered and lunged at the fanatics. Rows of buildings and winding alleys in the city were not suitable for serial crossbows and steam guns. On the contrary, they were the best battlefields for melee combat. When the experts of the Iron Fist Legion, who were as light as swallows, passed by the eaves, dodged the random arrows, and attacked the crazy believers who were crowding in the street, they started slaughtering them like tigers attacking sheep. The alley was packed with people. People were pushing and shoving each other. It was a complete mess. There was no way to reload, pump, and aim. Most of the arrows and bullets hit their companions. On the other hand, the experts of the Iron Fist Legion could punch, elbow, and knee into the bodies of the fanatics unscrupulously. Crack, 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 poo, poo pu pu. The sound of bones breaking echoed non-stop. Cries and screams were echoing non-stop. Just like the Fist God did not protect his believers when he was faced with Gus Stormbolter. Faced with the iron fists of the experts of the Iron Fist Legion, neither the mechanical demons nor the steam demons blessed their believers. The fanatics' first wave of attack was blocked just like that. However, the mechanical demons and the steam demons were not without experts. In addition to crossbows and steam guns, experts in the arts of mechanics and steam would also use a special weapon called steam acceleration device when fighting. The weapon was like a giant turtle shell on the back of the user. As it turned out, the tubes were connected to the body of the user so that their hands, feet, and other body parts could spurt out strong steam, thereby accelerating the movement of the limbs and achieving the purpose of 3D movement. Such experts were known as jet warriors. They were the core forces of the Steam Legion. Seeing that the ordinary believers were blocked, dozens of jet fighters immediately charged at the brutal experts of the Iron Fist Legion. Chi, 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 chi. Dozens of rapid air currents spurted out behind them like white arrows. The strong counterforce pushed them forward at a lightning-fast speed. Bam! The saber of the jet fighter collided with the iron fist of the expert of the Iron Fist Legion. The sabers on one side were all equipped with jet acceleration devices that could accelerate the saber to the maximum speed by spurting the air. The other party, on the other hand, had been smearing, tempering, and honing his body with secret medicines since childhood. Every inch of his flesh and blood had been trained to be harder than steel. The result of the fierce collision was like the explosion of a steam engine. Light, heat, and noises were echoing non-stop. The jet warrior's saber was broken. The steam tubes were dancing crazily like vipers whose heads had been chopped off. The expert of the Iron Fist Legion, on the other hand, held his broken fingers and twisted hands and fell backward, vomiting blood. This is the power of steam. This is the power of a true god. Look, look, even the experts of the Iron Fist Legion have been defeated by us. Although both sides suffered heavy losses in the clash, but at the very least, it meant that the Steam Legion had the capability to compete with the Iron Fist Legion. The fanatics who were holding steam sabers were no longer fish on the chopping block. Faced with the iron fists of their enemies, they at least had the ability to perish together. The believers of mechanics and steam grew more and more enthusiastic. More and more core believers waved their steam sabers and lunged at the experts of the Iron Fist Legion with their 3D mobile devices. For a moment, the entire street was filled with steam. Blood was spurting out of the steam, and broken limbs were dancing in the air like a boiling blood pool. The number of the fanatics and the Iron Fist Legion grew larger and larger. They charged at the same pond like two furious torrents. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. A few earth-shaking explosions took place in the middle of the Iron Fist Legion. As it turned out, the believers of the mechanical and steam churches had used steam bombs. Steam bombs were an extremely dangerous and insidious weapon. Outside of the steam ball that was being pressed to the limit, countless iron nails and iron plates were stuck to it before it was thrown at the enemy. Once the ball of steam exploded, the high-pressure air currents would be like a hurricane. The iron nails and iron plates would spurt out and turn into thousands of sharp blades, blowing the enemy into pieces. The Iron Fist Legion, who had rushed over without knowing what was going on, immediately fell victim to the steam bombs. Were their faces not cooked by the scorching, high-pressure steam? They had been turned into honeycomb tofu by the iron nails and iron plates. Blood and screams were everywhere on the street. It seemed that the iron bones of human beings were no match for real steel. Boom, boom, boom. Soul-stirring drumming echoed. Luo Xinglong and the other core believers of the mechanical and steam sect, together with the two saints and the saints, lifted the cannon from the underground with solemn expressions. Driven by the complicated sliding machines, dozens of muscular men were spinning the joysticks with sweat all over their bodies. The powerful impetus made the steam cannon march toward the Fist God Hall like an iron beast. Hearing the drumming, all the crazy believers in the city cheered. It was as if a new nation was about to descend upon the world in the next second. Even the civilians in the city, those who believed in the fist god, could not help but turn pale and tremble in fear. At first, the news that the Iron Fist Legion failed to suppress the riot of the Steam Legion came from the south. Then, cracks appeared in the sky again. It was even clearer in broad daylight. Then, the elites of Red Gold Town were wiped out in the siege of the fanatics. Right now, even Heavenly Essence City had been shaken. The fanatics had been caught unprepared by the Iron Fist Legion. Not only had they occupied several strategic locations, they had even butchered a lot of Iron Fist Legion experts. Right now, even such a terrifying mechanical beast had been carried out. The hissing of the whistle and the roaring of the steam were all challenges to the Fist God. Had the Fist God turned a deaf ear to them? The faith of the bewildered people gradually collapsed. They did not know what to believe anymore and simply crouched in the most solid corner of the room, holding their heads and shivering. Even Gus and Gray did not expect things to go so well. At first glance, the reign of the Temple of Fist was like a broken house that was leaking air on all sides. With a gentle poke or even a sneeze, the broken house would collapse on its own. They could not help but fantasize that, even if they did not go to the south, machines and the Church of Steam would occupy Chenyuan City and turn it into the weakest place under the rule of the Fist God, to meet Lu Qingqian's needs. But Lu Qingqian remained silent. It was hibernating in the ball of steam and lying on Gus' back quietly. It seemed that it was not interested in the propaganda of the steam cult in Heavenly Essence City and simply fell asleep. But Luo Xinglong had reached the peak of his life. The fanatic exclamations of the believers nearby, the intense quakes and the scorching steam from the cannon gave him the illusion that he had become one with the cannon and turned into an invincible iron giant. The metal will slowly rolled over the corpses of the Iron Fist Legion like a millstone. The rulers who used to flaunt their might in the past turned into meat paste and mud one after another. One after another, bloody streaks were like thousands upon thousands of sharp arrows pointing at the same target, the Fist Hall of Chenyuan City. Go! Go! The Temple of Fist is right ahead. Waving the flag made of gears and steam, Luo Xinglong roared crazily and pressed the whistle hard. When he was 700 to 800 meters away from the temple, he could not wait to fire a shot. Boom! The roars of the steam cannons were hundreds of times louder than those of ordinary steam bombs. Even though the fanatics nearby had been prepared and stuffed their ears with cotton and cloth, they were still dazzled by the sound and felt that something wet was flowing out of their ears. The range of the steam cannons was about 700 to 800 meters. But at such an extreme distance, naturally, it was not accurate at all. A giant solid bullet drew a fierce arc in the air. The distance was just right, but it deviated from its original direction and flew past the main building of the Fist Hall, blowing up a few houses nearby. It even jumped a few times and smashed several carriages into pieces. Seeing that the steam cannon was so powerful, the fanatics were naturally screaming again. They firmly believed that another shot would definitely hit the target. Luo Xinglong did not care either. On the steam cannons were extremely precious aiming devices that had been secretly shipped over by the steam army in the south. As long as one could calculate the number of shots accurately, one would be able to hit the target precisely. The first shot was just a test shot to adjust the trajectory. As the distance between them shortened from 700 to 800 meters to 300 to 400 meters, Luo Xinglong firmly believed that the second shot would hit the target. In front of the temple stood a statue of the Fist God. Although it was not as large as the towering statue outside the city, it was still quite eye-catching in the city. As long as the statue was blown to pieces, the Iron Fist Legion's fighting will would be completely shattered. The belief of the people would be reversed, too. They would be able to join the arms of the true gods and support the Steam Legion. Luo Xinglong thought happily. He urged the gunners behind him to reload, fire, and pump the furious steam into the high-pressure tanks behind the barrels. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the statue in front of the temple through the scope. Then, he saw a man rising slowly from behind the statue. It was a thin, wrinkled old man. He looked thin and feeble. His wide priest robe was draping over his body like a shroud. In terms of appearance, he was much worse than Lei Lai, the priest of Red Gold Town. He was just a random old man. But his appearance somehow made all the Iron Fist soldiers excited as if they had been possessed. Even the Iron Fist soldiers, who had been riddled with holes and torn apart by the steam cannons, were shouting desperately without caring about their wounds. High Priest Luotian! High Priest Luotian! High Priest Luotian! The old man named Luotian flew past the statue of the fist god slowly. He stood in midair and glanced at the steam cannons and the fanatics emotionlessly, before he retracted his gaze and lowered his head. It was as if the destruction they caused and the noises that shook the entire city were just children playing house. Luo Xinglong's eyes and lips were both twitching. The two siblings were the closest to him and could see clearly that the die-hard core of the mechanical and steam sect was trying to put on a righteous and disdainful expression. But he failed. Fear was still leaking out of the deepest part of his eyes, and Gus and Gray could understand his fear. Even though they were far away in Red Gold Town, they had heard the name High Priest Luotian from Lei Lai and other people more than once. It was said that he was the best expert in fist techniques in Shenyuan City and even within 1,000 square kilometers. It was said that he had been training in an unparalleled technique named Stairway to Heaven 999, which allowed him to step on non-existent stairs in midair until he reached the highest heaven and communicated with the fist god by absorbing the natural force. It was said that he made a great vow to the fist god and refined himself into a furnace with secret arts in order to better guide the fist god's power into his body. The two siblings did not know how much of the rumors were true and how much was false. But their uncle wouldn't lie to them. Lei Lai had once said that he wouldn't be able to last more than 3 moves in the hands of High Priest Luotian. When High Priest Luotian was serious, it was like he had emptied his body and summoned a god. Rumor has it that not just the two siblings knew. All the fanatics had heard of the invincibility of the High Priest, too. For a moment, the chaotic battlefield was silent. Even the roars of the steam whistle and the roars of the steam cannons seemed to have been frozen by the aura of the High Priest of Heavenly Saints City. High Priest Luotian crushed every fanatic's heart like a mountain. Only by crushing the mountain could their beliefs become reality. Open fire! Open fire! Luo Xinglong roared murderously. Aim at High Priest Luotian and fire. The gunner of the steam cannon, on the other hand, found it hard to breathe because of the invisible aura of the High Priest. He was at a loss and lost. Luo Xinglong gritted his teeth and pushed the gunner away. He sat on the gun emplacement and shook the crankshaft crazily to adjust his shooting. High Priest Luotian was still standing in midair and did not seem to be moving at all. He did not even blink and waited patiently for Luo Xinglong to turn the black barrel of the cannon toward him. However, if one were to observe carefully, one would notice that the figure of High Priest Luotian was gradually turning fuzzy, as if invisible ripples were spreading out of his body. It was a sign that tremendous power was gathering. Everyone realized that the shot was the key to the battle. A large batch of Iron Fist soldiers charged forward fearlessly, trying to destroy the steam cannon before it was ready for the next shot, or at least to interfere with the shooting altitude and angle. Countless fanatics charged forward like soldiers who were not afraid of death. They blocked the narrow streets with their flesh and blood that were flowing with scorching steam and built an impregnable city wall. The collision of the two parties caused intense blood to splatter everywhere. No matter how the broken limbs danced in the air, the bloodlines could not be moved by even half an inch. Even if the anxious experts of the Iron Fist Legion jumped high into the air and tried to dive down and bombard the steam cannons, machines and the fearless warriors of the Iron Fist Legion would immediately rush forward and hug each other in midair. They would detonate the steam bombs that were tied to their bodies and blow each other into pieces. Finally, on the dashboard of the steam cannon, the pointer rushed to the red zone on the right side fearlessly with the whistle of the steam cannon. It meant that the steam cannon had been pressed to the maximum. The cannonballs that were full of destructive power and the feathers that blocked the gaps were completed, too. Long live the true God! Luo Xinglong was so excited that his face was flushed, and he was dancing crazily as if he were drunk. Staring at the High Priest in midair, he bellowed, "False god dogs, go to hell!" Boom! Luo Xinglong pulled the rope hard. The steam cannon roared like the last roar of a ferocious animal. The intense vibration shook Gus and Gray off. Through the gaps of the complicated mechanical structures, the overwhelming blast blew the two siblings and the fanatics who were marching forward with the giant guns at least 10 meters away. Some of them were even burnt by the scorching steam. A series of shocking blisters quickly appeared on their hands and faces, but they had no time to scream. They were all staring at the sky that was wreathed in steam. In the sky, the enormous cannonball drew a fierce and miserable curve like a meteorite and darted at the high priest precisely. Everybody, regardless of whether they were from the Iron Fist Legion or the Steam Legion, felt that their hearts were being lifted up high. They held their breath together and felt that everything had become eternal. High Priest Luotian was still emotionless. He welcomed the arrival of the steam cannonball unhurriedly. In front of him, the twisted air had already formed visible swirls that looked like the most solid shields. Behind him, the raging flames of war gradually formed a magnificent, solemn, and sacred face that was exactly the same as the statue in front of the temple of the Fist God. Ah! Countless fanatics were frightened by the face that was floating in midair and screamed in horror. In the screams, High Priest Luotian took action. He waved his fists, which were as thin as wood, casually. The swirls in the air in front of him congregated into a gargantuan, unpredictable super swirl. When the steam cannonball rushed into the swirl, it was immediately jammed and started shaking like a gyro that had run out of strength. Then, the giant face on the back of High Priest Luotian, which looked like the Fist God, put on a furious face and opened its bloody mouth, roaring unstoppably. In that moment, everybody felt that 10,000 thunderclaps were exploding beside their ears. The roar turned out to be real, as if it had come directly from the highest heaven, the will of the Fist God. While the Fist God was roaring, everybody's face was as frozen as the steam bullets in time. They could clearly see that circular waves were spreading out from the roars and hitting the steam bullets one after another. The bombardment of every sound wave slightly deviated the direction of the bullets. When the last sonic wave burst out, the steam bullets had completely lost their precise trajectory and turned into drunken headless flies. Time began to flow again. The steam bullets brushed past High Priest Luotian and flew into the sky in a zigzagging trajectory, passing through the Temple of Fists and landing somewhere else. Ah! The zealots of the mechanical and steam sect all sighed in disappointment and desperation. Ah! But the Iron Fist Legion and the believers of the Fist God were overjoyed, their fighting will soaring. High Priest Luotian was still emotionless. He floated in midair and looked at Luo Xinglong on the steam cannon coldly. His cold eyes seemed to be staring at a dead body, not caring about his last struggle at all. This. Luo Xinglong was frustrated, ashamed, and furious. Like a wounded bull, his eyes were bloodshot. He pulled the lever and pressed the pressure of the steam cannon. In order to refill the high-pressure steam as quickly as possible, he had squeezed every mechanical component of the Iron Beast to the limit. The pointer on the dashboard was waving crazily like the arm of a lunatic. The gears, the hinges, the tubes, the balls of steam, every mechanical component was squeaking and shivering. The steam that leaked out because of the lack of sealing was screaming hysterically. The skin all over Luo Xinglong's body was burnt by the scorching steam, resulting in a series of shocking blisters. Even the bystanders could not help but feel sorry for him. But he seemed to feel no pain. He gritted his teeth and loaded the second cannonball. He locked the valve, increased the pressure, aimed, and pulled the rope a second time. Boom! Gus and Gray had just gotten up when they were overturned by the steam again. Driven by the high-pressure steam, the second bullet broke out of the barrel and flew toward the high priest. It was a pity that Luo Xinglong was too hasty. The pressure imposed by the steam bullet was not enough. Not only was it too slow, its trajectory was also unsteady. When it reached in front of High Priest Luotian, it was already on the verge of collapse. High Priest Luotian punched a second time unhurriedly. The punch was aimed at the steam bullet. The tip of his fist formed a swirl again, which swallowed the steam bullet completely. The blast of the steam bullet was offset by hundreds of revolutions. Instead, the steam bullet was controlled and pushed back toward the cannon. Everyone's eyes were wide open. He thought that the steam bullets would smash the cannon into pieces. Even Luo Xinglong could not help but shrink his neck. It was not until then that the steam bullet brushed past his head and flew half a meter above the steam cannon. But it was like a hungry iron beast had smashed a bloody pathway through the fanatics behind the steam cannons. All the fanatics who were scratched by the steam bullets were either killed or seriously injured. Even Gus and Gray were touched by the hot blood of the zealots. They could not help but click their tongues in admiration of the daunting capability of the high priest. No wonder his uncle Lei Lai respected the high priest so much. His arms were like the barrels of two giant cannons. I wonder, can the weapons I retrieved from hell deal with High Priest Luo Tian? Gus thought of something. He still considered the Star Glory Federation the Imperium of true human beings, and the Holy Accord Alliance to be hell. Judging from the scenes when he was training in hell, he felt that it should be fine. With the equipment that Lu Qingchen had given him, even if he could not kill the High Priest of Heavenly Saint City, he could at least burn him into ashes and blow him into pieces. The prestige of the Fist God Hall would be entirely gone. But he didn't know why Lu Qingchen had been silent and unwilling to use the weapon of hell again. Weird. Didn't Lu Qingchen want the world to be in chaos? Wasn't this the best opportunity? As long as he, the Holy Son, could defeat High Priest Luo Tian, the belief of the Iron Fist Legion and the thousands of believers of the Fist God would collapse. On the other hand, the machines and the Church of Steam would certainly march forward fearlessly. Chances were that they would be able to take down Chenyuan City. Gus' suspicion was interrupted by Luo Xinglong's desperate roar. He saw that the few joysticks on the steam cannon had been pushed to the bottom by him. The steam that was surging out like a volcanic eruption made him as red as a lobster. When he stuffed the third bullet into the barrel of the cannon, he stabbed his entire arm into the barrel without caring about how hot the barrel was. No matter how his skin and flesh touched the barrel, ear-splitting noises resembling roasted meat were echoing non-stop. At this moment, Luo Xinglong's face turned extremely hideous, as if he were the incarnation of mechanical demons and steam demons. The steam cannon started shaking violently. The steam ball and the high-pressure chamber were like mature devil eggs. The devil inside was about to break out. Having learned his lesson from the lack of strength of the second steam cannonball, this time Luo Xinglong exerted twice the maximum pressure. High Priest Luo Tian was still standing in midair with his hands behind his back, watching emotionlessly. He did not intend to interrupt Luo Xinglong at all. The greatest contempt was contempt. He demonstrated the weakness of the false gods and the strength of the true gods to all the believers on both sides and the citizens of the city in such a casual way. Long live the god of steam! Finally, Luo Xinglong pressed the steam cannon to the point that it was jumping. His face and voice were completely twisted. He roared crazily, "Go to hell, Fist God! Run now!" Lu Qingchen's voice suddenly echoed inside his brain. Before he realized what was going on, a numbing electric current came from the depths of his nerves. His limbs were dancing beyond his control. He dragged his sister to the back of the fanatics at an unbelievable speed. Every muscle of his was wriggling rhythmically, making him look like a loach. In a breath, he brought his sister to the back of dozens of fanatics. At this moment, Luo Xinglong pulled the rope on the steam cannon for the third time. Boom! The earth-shaking thunder was 10 times louder than the previous two noises. It was a pity that the sound came not from the barrel but from the steam ball and the high-pressure chamber behind it. The barrel of the steam cannon exploded. When High Priest Luo Tian punched out the first 2 times, the invisible edge of the fist had already drilled into the barrel of the steam cannon along the trajectory of the cannonball, affecting the density of the complicated tubes and mechanical structures behind the barrel. The interval between the 3 consecutive shots was too short. The high temperature also slightly deformed many mechanical parts. In addition, Luo Xinglong poured in twice the maximum pressure like a madman. How could he not be punished by the devil of steam? For a moment, the entire street was wreathed in flames, steam, and scraps of cannons. The fans of the mechanical demons and the steam demons were boiled by the scorching steam at first, before they were shot full of broken bones and internal organs by the flying scraps. The few muscular demons who were responsible for dragging the steam cannons were the closest to the exploding steam balls and the high-pressure chambers. Therefore, they were blown into pieces without leaving any intact bones. The scene was truly appalling. Although Gus and Gray were looking for a place to hide at Lu Qingxin's reminder, he was still blown away by the scorching airwaves. As if somebody had hammered him in the back, he vomited blood and rolled on the ground. Thankfully, there were people all around them and on the ground, acting as soft meat pads. Only in this way did the two siblings not fall and break their bones. They picked their humming ears and heard miserable screams around them, as if ghosts were crying. It was not just the physical pain, but also the thought that the god of steam abandoned us, or the god of steam was no match for the fist god, that made the fanatics break down and scream hysterically. Then, boiling blood rained down from the sky. They were the broken fanatics who had been blown into the sky. Gus felt like vomiting. He seemed to have fallen into a nightmare. He looked around. In the world of boiling steam, the previously magnificent fanatics were all crying and crawling on the ground toward the steam cannons that had been twisted into debris. Some of them even turned around and ran away. It was like a giant wave that seemed to be coming at them aggressively. But when it hit the breakwater remained still, but the giant wave collapsed and rolled back. After only 3 bombardments and several breaths, the magnificent event was about to collapse under the pressure of the fist god. Pada! At this moment, half of Luo Xinglong's body fell from the sky and landed in front of the two siblings. He was like a cooked shrimp. Hot steam was popping up from his red skin. Metal scraps were embedded all over his body. One of his eyeballs had exploded, revealing a black hollow. The body below the waist was gone, and his internal organs were a mess. He was not dead yet despite the heavy wounds. There was surprise and confusion in his only eye, as if he was still dwelling on the moment when he opened fire and collapsed. It took him a long time to focus his attention on Gus and Gray, the saint and the saint. "Run." He stared at Gus and smiled in embarrassment. Then he said softly, "Run to the south and find the Steam Legion. We will win. One day we will." Finishing his speech and exhaling the last bit of steam, Luo Xinglong's single eye gradually solidified into a lackluster gray color. Gus and Gray had mixed feelings. Before they realized what was going on, they were pulled up by countless hands and pushed back by the few surviving believers of the mechanical and steam churches. At this moment, most of the soldiers on both sides were crammed in the narrow streets, which were packed to the brim. Even if the morale of the soldiers of the Iron Fist Legion collapsed because of the explosions of the steam cannons, it would still be impossible for them to flee in a hurry. Even if the Iron Fist Legion wanted to chase after them, they would not be able to pass through the chaotic human wall. In addition, the granary was still burning, and the raging flames were getting more and more intense. Moreover, the steam troops were blowing horns all over the city and launching small-scale attacks, causing panic and chaos. After defending the Temple of Fist, the top priority of the Iron Fist Legion was to extinguish the fire in the granary and maintain order. Otherwise, even if they were able to suppress this group of evil cultivators, the future days of Chenyuan City would not be good. Therefore, the two of them fled toward the river in confusion, surrounded by the core believers. But High Priest Luo Tian looked down at them coldly. But he was not in a hurry to capture them. Instead, he waved his hands and sent the messenger pigeon to the middle and lower reaches of the river. Gus and Gray felt that they had fallen into a bloody kaleidoscope. In front of their eyes were the remnants of the battle, the hysterical cries and screams, and the people who were pretending to be calm but whose sweat had soaked the white cloth on their forehead. They clutched their arms and asked, "What do we do? Saintess, what do we do now?" It was so painful. Faced with the overwhelming failure, what could the siblings do? Although the fire was still burning, everybody could tell that it was only a matter of time before it was put out. Gus and Gray could only listen to Luo Xinglong and ask everyone to run to the river. Thankfully, at this moment, the dock and the river were both under the control of the machinery and steam cult. Andre, who was in charge of the docks and the ships, was a shrewd man. As soon as he heard the earth-shaking explosions coming from the direction of the Fist Hall and the statue of the Fist God standing in front of it for a long time, he realized that the situation was not good. He ordered his subordinates to gather the assets and personnel and board the newly arrived ships, ready to evacuate at any time. When Gus and Gray boarded the fleet, surrounded by the core believers, most of the sails were raised, and the strong sailors were ready to row the boats. The defeated soldiers all explained the situation to Andre. Luo Xinglong was dead, and the unique steam cannon had been blown up. Right now, the city was a mess. Most of the believers were like pigs and sheep that had been knocked out, waiting to be captured and butchered by the Iron Fist Legion. Andre climbed to the top of the highest mast on all fours. He took out a telescopic telescope from his pocket and observed the situation inside the city for a long time. Then he made up his mind and commanded the crew to set sail. The ropes were untied, the boards were pulled up, and the sailors tightened their muscles. Their paddles were spinning like fans. The fleet, made of dozens of large ships, carrying the dirty-looking machines and believers of the Church of Steam, evacuated their city like stray dogs. The city, which had been within his reach, gradually faded away. It was like a dream in the middle of the dispersing steam. Inevitably, there were some who burst into tears, feeling sorry for Luo Xinglong's heroic sacrifice. There were some who knelt on the deck and kowtowed, begging for the forgiveness of the mechanical and steam gods for their cowardice. There were also some who lamented that the believers left in the city wouldn't have it easy, that thousands upon thousands of heads were about to fall to the ground. There were even some who glared at Gus and Gray, secretly questioning why the two saints weren't able to demonstrate their godly strength. They were like two ordinary children who were completely useless. The city gradually faded away. The defeated soldiers gradually sailed into the lost night. When they left, they had already destroyed all the boats on the dock that they could not take away in time. There were no pursuers. It was safe for now. But such temporary safety was as meaningless as the respite before a pig or a sheep being butchered. The nerves of the fanatics gradually relaxed. He also had more time to consider the reasons for his failure. Since they were the most hardcore fanatics, naturally, they would not admit that the true god they worshipped was not as good as the false god worshipped by the Fist Temple. On the other hand, Brother Luo Xinglong had been leading them in Chenyuan City for many years. He was wise and wouldn't make any mistakes. As for their own beliefs, they were flawless, too. They were all men who were willing to die for the god of machinery and steam. Then, there could only be one reason for the explosion of the steam cannons and their failure. More and more suspicious, wary, and even hostile eyes turned to Gus and Gray. The zealots, who were covered in smoke, dust, and blood, were full of neurotic mistrust like wounded wolves. They crouched in the darkness and stared at the saint children and saintesses under the lights, whispering to each other. "Hey, do you think they are really holy sons and holy virgins? Is there a mistake somewhere? If they were really holy sons and holy virgins, why didn't they reveal any techniques in the battle today and even cause the explosion of the steam cannon? That's right. Didn't they beat back all the boxers of Red Gold Town in the forest and beat the priests of the Temple of Fist to a pulp? Why didn't they fire a single shot today? Weird. Very weird. Are you kidding me? Are you bluffing? Or are you trying to lure us into a trap by sending two fake holy sons and holy virgins to our door to steal our secrets so that we will rise up in advance? It's possible. Very possible. I'm told that their uncle is a priest of the Temple of Fist and the junior brother of High Priest Luo Tian. Dangerous rumors were slithering in the darkness like vipers. The eyes of more and more zealots were glittering like those of animals. They might not have believed the rumors, but their morale was low, and they were in panic and confusion. They did not know what was going on, but they needed a place to vent their anger. Finally, someone lost his cool and stood up. When someone took the lead, there would be a second, a third, and a 10th. The fanatics staggered toward Gus and Gray like zombies. The two siblings also smelled the ominous smell in the air. Their hearts could not help but tighten as they turned pale with fright. Andre, who was in charge of commanding the fleet, shouted at the fanatics to retreat. However, he was only the commander of the squad occupying the dock. There were not many trusted subordinates who were truly convinced by him. Luo Xinglong's death was too abrupt. He did not hand over the command of the entire steam army of Heavenly Essence City to anybody else. Right now, there were quite a few leaders in the fleet who were in a similar position to Andre. Many of the leaders of the defeated army had been lost in the city, too. They were scattered soldiers without a leader. In their frustration, they only wanted to vent their fear and anger. They were not willing to listen to anybody else's command at all. Right when the fleet of fleeing soldiers was about to explode like a barrel of gunpowder, a shrill whistle suddenly came from the front. 3 crimson lanterns were raised in the lead, a signal that an enemy was coming. The survivors who were still in shock squinted and looked ahead. They were greatly shocked, as if a bucket of freezing water had been poured into their heads. Although night had fallen, but it was brightly lit in front of him. At some point, a fortress full of torches had been established on the river. The fortress was based on dozens of large ships that had been locked by iron chains as thick as arms. Wooden planks had been built on them, with mud smeared on the outside and sandbags piled up inside. They were both light and fireproof. It was impossible to break into the fortress on the water with oil or crossbows. The top of the fortress was packed with soldiers. Behind the shields that were as solid as walls, countless arrows were glittering coldly. Although the fist god despised weapons, it was the best weapon to deal with the evil cultivators who worshipped mechanical demons and steam demons. The city on the water occupied the center of the river. The rivers on the 2 sides of the river were extremely narrow. A lot of sandbags, chains, and thick trunks had been sunk into the river, blocking the river completely. Hundreds of torches were lit on both sides of the river, too. Countless archers lined up, ready to kill. Once the fleet was ready to bypass the cities on the water and take the rivers on both sides, a lot of ships would certainly be tied up by the debris blocking the rivers and become hedgehog-like targets. Cold killing intent suddenly burst out of the river. The escape route leading to the south where hope had been turned into a fatal trap leading to the netherworld. We've been tricked. Andre and the remaining soldiers finally came back to themselves. No wonder High Priest Luotian was not in a hurry to hunt them down. As it turned out, such an ambush had been set up on the river. Back when they were in Heavenly Essence City, the core disciples of the Machinery Sect and the Divine Steam Sect could have broken out of the siege during the chaos and fled into the forest, or they could have disguised themselves and dispersed among the civilians, which would have been a major nuisance for the investigation and capture of the Fist Hall. But right now they had gathered together willingly. There was no way out of the river. For a moment, sirens were blowing from the ship to the tail. Red lanterns were hanging on all the ships, indicating that they were ready for battle. But the zealots who were illuminated by the redness had lost all hope of victory even if they still had the courage to fight. It's hopeless. We are all doomed. We can't get out. High Priest Luotian has calculated everything. We are doomed. God of Steam, why is this happening? Why have you sent out your enlightenment but not given us the last hope? Many fanatics were kneeling on the ground and crying. Some of the guys whose eyes were bloodshot continued glaring at Gus and Gray, as if they were going to berate the 2 fake saint sons and saint daughters for leading them to such a desperate situation. However, when one of the fanatics lunged at the siblings, he was kicked away by the silent Gus. There was no telling where the youth got his strength from, but this kick landed on the opponent's chest with a bone-cracking sound, almost kicking this fanatic into the river. Then, under the bewildered gazes of the fanatics, Gus took out his black-tied heavy Vulcan machine gun from the basket on his back inch by inch. The absent-minded and mysterious expression on the young man's face added to his inhuman temperament. He seemed to be controlled by a certain mysterious force. Or rather, a deity from a higher dimension had indeed descended into his weak body. Such a temperament made the zealots who were about to confront him feel inexplicably scared. They could not help but want to kneel down in front of the young man and worship his toes. Not to mention the triple-headed heavy Vulcan machine gun that the young man was carrying. The super weapon from a higher dimension was much longer than a basket could carry. It was like the basket on the young man's back was connected to an alternate dimension from which the deadliest weapon in hell could be retrieved infinitely. On the surface of the deadly weapon, there were no gears, no joints, and no hissing steam. At first glance, they did not look like the creations of mechanical demons and steam demons that the fanatics were familiar with. But in the glittering silver brightness, destructive power that was even more destructive than machines and steam was lingering. Opposite them, on the gate tower across the river, hundreds of archers had tightened their bows and loaded their arrows. Half of the arrows were wrapped in oily cloths that had been ignited by torches and turned into burning rockets. Illuminated by the flames were the sincere, cold, and cruel faces of the officers of the Iron Fist Legion. Behind them, another high priest of the Temple of Fist raised his fist high and was about to punch the demons and devils who were trying to defile the prestige of the real gods. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Even the surging waves in the river were compressed into rigid ripples by the intense killing intent of the two parties. All the Iron Fist soldiers put on cruel smiles. The pupils of all the fanatics constricted to the minimum. The Fist God and the God of Steam seemed to be watching the fierce battle through the dark clouds in the sky, like two chess players who were frowning and watching the silent collisions of several important chess pieces. The high priest of the Temple of Fist finally waved his fists. However, before his arm fell, the young man who had been possessed by the devil had already pulled the trigger. Boom! 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 The brilliance that did not belong to this world blossomed again like the hideous laughter of a devil, burning everyone's retina and tearing their eardrums into pieces. In that moment, both the Iron Fist Legion and the Steam Legion turned from orange to crimson, from crimson to pale, and from pale to eternal darkness. They were all blind. All they could hear was the thunder of spring, the shaking of thousands of horses, and the miserable screams of the 18th level of hell. Something was blown into the air before it was dissected and fell into the river like a burning flower. The water of the river was boiling. White smoke mixed with the smell of blood was popping up, irritating their nasal membranes and making them sneeze. After the sneeze, the eternal darkness was finally blurred by the blood and the furious flames again. The bloody lines constituted an unbelievable scene. The fanatics of the Steam Legion were surprised to find that the fortress on the river had vanished. The entire fortress was blown into the air by Gus and turned into burning pieces. The broken limbs of the Iron Fist Legion and the High Priest fell to the ground, burning the entire river red. The Iron Fist Legion, which had been insufferably arrogant a moment ago, had all turned into cooked meat. Even though some of them had trained their bodies to be as hard as steel, when faced with the bombardment of the Vulcan machine guns, they could only postpone their inevitable death for a few minutes and torture themselves more inhumanly. Even the High Priest of the Temple of Fist had half of his body blown up. He was bobbing up and down in the rapid water. There was nothing he could do except glare at the fleet of the Steam Army with his bloodshot eye. The iron chains that blocked the river had been blown into pieces by the bombardment of the Vulcan machine guns and even melted into scraps. The Iron Fist Legion and the archers lying in ambush on both sides of the river were all dumbfounded like clay idols. They did not come back to themselves for a long time. The bodies and even the souls of all the survivors were grasped by the terrifying strength emanating from the young man's body. They all felt that they were suffocating, as if the air had been burnt clean by the raging flames just now. But the water of the river was still flowing fast, pushing the fleet to break through the debris of the fortress, crush the wounded, and break through the traps that the High Priest of the Fist God Hall had carefully devised. The archers on both sides of the river were still shocked by the destructive power released by Gus. Their belief collapsed inch by inch, and they failed to come back to themselves for a long time. They even forgot to shoot arrows at the center of the river. Of course, even if they did their job dutifully, the fleet was still at the center of the river, almost 100 meters away from the two shores. With their trembling hands, the arrows would not have much strength or precision. There was no way that they could stop the fleet that was protected by the devil. They could do nothing but watch the fleet, which had been packed with broken soldiers and was about to be captured, run away into the darkness like an arrow released from a bow. It was not until the last light of the fleet was consumed by darkness that the archers on both sides of the river could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground, screaming silently. When Gus came back to himself, he found that Xianxia City and the burning city on the river had been left far behind. The fleet had sailed hundreds of kilometers away. In the era of backward communication, it was almost impossible for Xianxia City to send the message that the evil cultivators had broken out of the siege to the front. Therefore, it was safe for now. Gus was somewhat relieved. He looked around and found that almost all the fanatics were looking at him in admiration. The fanatic who was about to question him only to be kicked away was kneeling on the ground, ready to kiss his toes. Even his sister Gray was staring at him and the triple-headed heavy Vulcan machine gun in his hand as if he were her own brother. Gus moved the Vulcan machine gun. All the fanatics immediately exclaimed. Many of them were blushing, and many more were shedding tears of excitement, as if the god of steam and machinery had arrived. Gus put the Vulcan machine gun back into the basket on his back. More precisely, he asked Lu Qingchen, the devil lurking in the steam ball, to retrieve the weapon from a higher dimension. The fanatics all sighed in disappointment, but they did not dare disobey the will of the Holy Sun. Seeing that the giant Vulcan machine gun had disappeared into the basket on their back, they looked at Gus with even more admiration and fear. Gus felt that there was blood in his mouth. Licking his lips, a stream of warmth flowed out of his throat. He vomited a mouthful of black blood. Many fanatics exclaimed at the same time, fearing that the Holy Sun might not be able to withstand the immense strength of the true God, and that the body of the mortal would immediately be vaporized. Gray hurried to help her brother. "Gus, are you all right?" I'm fine." Gus shook his head and looked around. "There are too many people here. I want to find a quiet place to rest and meditate." At this moment, Gus had established his absolute authority among the defeated soldiers. His words were the golden rule that no one dared to defy. Andre immediately cleaned up the deck for him. All the fanatics were driven to the bottom of the cabins or simply jumped onto other ships. Gray went down to the cabin to cook food for Gus in person, leaving the pale young man sitting cross-legged on the deck with a basket in his arms, staring at the endless night in front of him. Lu Qingchen turned into a chimney and crawled out through the gaps of the basket on his back, forming a smiling little man in front of the young man. "Don't keep shouting." The devil scratched his ear and blinked. "I'm almost deaf from all the screaming. Tell me." The young man stared at the devil, gritting his teeth, frowning, and tensing his muscles. There was an unprecedented seriousness on his face. "Tell you what? Why were you not allowed to use storm bolters, Vulcan machine guns, honeycomb launchers, weapons of a higher dimension in Heavenly Essence City?" Lu Qingchen opened his hands and said, "As I explained to you a long time ago, a large-scale data interaction node such as Xianxia City is the focus of the Fist King's surveillance. Once there is an anomaly in the data in Xianxia City, the Fist King will immediately discover it. Chances are that he will really possess High Priest Luotian and punch me into a pulp. I don't want to fight with the boxing champion in Heavenly Essence City. Instead, I want to find a place where the data is more chaotic and the infrastructure is more unstable, which is the battlefield where the Southern Steam Legion is marching triumphantly. Only there can I defeat the boxing champion. By the way, I didn't ask you to use a weapon from a higher dimension until you consumed your second wish. Now, there is only one wish left. Your soul is mine now." Lu Qingchen shook his two fingers with a smile. "I know." The young man was silent for a moment. Then he bit his lips and said, "But that's not all I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask the truth. All the truth. You promised me that you would tell me everything once we were out of danger and headed south. Did I? Did I promise? Then what exactly do you want to know?" Lu Qingchen scratched his head and played dumb with Gus. "You promised me," Gus screamed. He was shaking in anxiety. I have to know everything. I don't want to be manipulated by you again, be it the Fist God, the god of machinery and steam, or a devil such as yourself. I don't want to be manipulated by you like a chess piece fighting for imaginary dreams or damn scams. If I have to fight, sacrifice myself, or even sacrifice my soul, I want to know the truth, the reason why I am fighting, and the reason. Ioyo, don't be agitated. Relax. It doesn't matter to me if I tell you the truth. I'm just worried that you won't be able to withstand it and will have a mental breakdown. You won't be able to complete our journey." Lu Qingchen observed the young man's face and said, However, it seems that I've chosen the right person. Although you look weak, your nerves are quite thick and you seem to be able to take it. However, there are too many things that I don't know about you. Where should I start? Let's start from the cracks in the sky. Gus pointed at the lightning frozen on the horizon. What is that exactly? They were already far away from Heavenly Origin City, but they could still see the raging lightning in the horizon, which seemed to be cracking the entire world. That is a sign that the world is about to collapse. Lu Qingqian said casually, I remember that I told you a few days ago that the world was about to be destroyed. Don't get me wrong. It was not me, nor was it the god of machinery and steam, but the fist god. Fist god? Gus found it hard to believe. Does the fist god really exist? Why did he destroy the world? Because the mission of this world has been completed. Lu Qingqian said, it's like a used rubber sleeve. If you don't throw it away, do you want to keep it? Rubber sleeve. Gus was dazed. What's that? Next question. Lu Qingqian gave a vague answer. So, the fist god really exists, and this world was really created by him, so he has the ability to destroy the world? Gus mumbled. So, the Temple of Fist is right, the fist god is the real god, and the god of machinery and steam is just a false god. An out-and-out mechanical demon and a steam devil. The answer depends on how you see it. Lu Qingqian held his chin and said, Tell me, kid, if the world was really created by the boxing champion and your life was granted by the boxing champion, would you believe, worship the boxing champion's will and career without any hesitation, and even your sister's life, as if he were an omnipotent and omniscient god? Gus was silent. There was a long silence. The young man's eyes were even darker than night. No. Finally, he said softly but firmly, I'm not willing to. Even if the world is really created by the fist god, even if our lives are bestowed upon us by the fist god, I'm absolutely not willing to be at his mercy, much less sacrifice my sister and myself for him. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why the fist god created this world and all the life in this world in the first place. It doesn't matter what kind of mission it is. But right now, we all have our own will. Our lives are mine. I will not entrust my fate to anyone or any god. No, never. Very good. More and more, I feel that choosing you over your sister is the best choice. Lu Qingqian's eyes were glittering, and he was smiling like a weasel that had just stolen a chicken. Now I can tell you the truth of the world. It is a very, very long story. Thankfully, we have a very, very long journey that we can tell slowly in the darkness. Firstly, a long, long time ago, in a higher dimension beyond your understanding, a great war between gods and devils took place. Gus raised his hand. The young man asked seriously, Was it the battle between you and the fist god? Not just me and the fist king, many other deities were involved, too. Lu Qingqian was lost in his memories. He sighed and said, It was a magnificent, soul-stirring battle. The fury of the deities and devils simply set the stars in the universe on fire. We woke up the strength that had hibernated for billions of years and considered the future of billions of years to be a battlefield where strategists were deployed. All the stars are burning. The young man held his breath and looked up, but there were no stars in the dark sky. This was a world without stars in the first place. However, the young man vaguely remembered that billions of stars were shining in the dream made of devils, the world where the Federation, the Imperium, and the Holy Alliance were at war. The endless brilliance of the stars was deeply engraved in the young man's soul, making him feel suffocated when he saw the dark sky above his head. What are the gods fighting for? Gus mumbled. What are mortals fighting for? Lu Qingqian shrugged and said, Love, hate, conflict of interest, survival, and destruction are all the reasons. In the final analysis, the deities in your eyes are the mortals in a higher dimension. What's the difference between human beings and deities? Gus did not understand. He could only ask more specifically, So, do you have a grudge with the fist god? There is no grudge between me and the fist king. However, in the great war of gods and demons, the fist king is on my mentor's side, and I am on my mentor's opposite side. We can only fight to the bitter end. Although it was to the death, Lu Qingchun still put on a smile when he talked about his mentor. Your teacher. Gus was surprised. He had never thought that devils had mentors. What would a devil's tutor look like? A big devil with a green face and sharp teeth? Gus asked cautiously, Is your tutor a bad guy? No. My mentor, Liao, is a great man. I've never seen a man as courageous, hot-blooded, and righteous as him. He was still pure-hearted when he was hundreds of years old, and he never forgot his original purpose. At the mention of the name Liao, the smile on Lu Qingchun's face grew even wider, if not with a hint of affection. I've learned from countless invincible existences in the sea of stars and even absorbed the strength of many top experts. But the only teacher that I acknowledge, respect, and love is always Liao. There is no doubt about that. Gus did not understand. Well, if you love your mentor so much, why do you want to make an enemy out of him and the boxing champion? Gus wanted to say, Have you been banished from the sect because of your evil nature and your desire to become a devil? Besides, judging from Lu Qingchun's sincere love for Liao, it did not seem to be degenerate or betrayal. That's because 99% of the problems in the universe cannot be solved by hot blood, bravery, or justice. In the boundless, perilous universe, the more you persist in hot blood, courage, and justice, the faster you will die. Therefore, the more my dear teacher Liao radiates his brilliance, the more he will drag the Federation and even the entire civilization that he loves together with me into a dead end. Do you understand the logic? Lu Qingchun thought for a moment and gestured as he explained. Let's say that you are a 6-year-old child living in a village that is full of vipers. One day you encountered a viper on the road, and you were filled with a sense of justice. You summoned 100-fold of your courage, waved a small branch and charged forward. The viper was killed, but you were unharmed. Why do you think that is? Gus was dazed for a moment, before he replied, It's very difficult for a 6-year-old child to kill a venomous snake unless they are a gifted fist art genius, right? Not to mention killing it with a small branch. Either I'm very lucky, or the venomous snake is already dead. Or it has just woken up from hibernation and is half dead. That's right. For a 6-year-old to be able to kill a venomous snake, it was either luck or the snake was dying in the first place. Whatever the reason was, it had nothing to do with his hot blood, courage, or sense of justice. Lu Qingchun continued, However, if, after you kill the venomous snakes, you mistakenly believe that the reason for your victory is hot blood, courage, and justice, you even mistakenly believe that, as long as you have hot blood, courage, and justice, you can kill even more venomous snakes. Then you will proudly return to the village with the dead body of the viper and show it to your friends. You will also call on all your friends to summon their hot blood, courage, and justice so that they can hunt the viper together with you and clear the way out of the mountain. Do you think that your behavior is righteous or evil? Are you a god or a devil? Gus was speechless. Or rather, demon of justice? Lu Qingchun replied with a smile. My mentor, Liao, is such a demon of justice. What is more terrifying is that he is also a demon of justice who is very lucky. It's still the same as before. Under normal circumstances, even if you can incite 2 or 3 of your little friends to go up the mountain with you to hunt snakes, very soon, you will encounter even more venomous, larger, and fiercer snakes that will bite you or your 2 or 3 little friends to death. Then, at most, you will suffer a loss of 2 or 3 children. More children will obediently stay in the village, but their lives will be saved. But you were so lucky that you ran into a second, a third, and a fourth half-dead viper. They were all killed by you easily. Even if a snake bites you, it will be a harmless snake because of your unbelievable luck. Moreover, because of your rare body constitution, most of the snake venom has no effect on you. Or rather, when the venom was about to take effect, you accidentally ate some herbs that could neutralize the venom and absorbed its power. Now you are even more awesome. You and your friends will proudly carry dozens of dead snakes back to the village to show off your achievements. Right now, not just the children, even all the adults believe that, as long as you have hot blood, courage, and justice, you will be immune to all kinds of poison. You will be able to fight your way out of thousands of venomous snakes. Even if you are bitten by a venomous snake, as long as you persist in justice, the poison will allow you to advance and possess greater strength. All right, everybody in the village has been encouraged by you and even demolished the village. All the assets have been modified into weapons. They are ready to fight the billions of vipers outside to the death. Gus, what do you think will be the ending of the village? Well, Gus was silent for a long time. Then he sighed and said, "We can't be so lucky all the time. Too many mountain roads will lead to ghosts and deadly vipers. Eventually, all the villagers will be killed." Yes, it is. Lu Qingchen shook his head and sighed. I swear that I can guarantee for my teacher Li Yao with my life and soul that he has always believed in his justice and courage, and that he has been fighting for his home, his country, his civilization, and all human beings selflessly. If there was a need for sacrifice, he wouldn't even blink, even if his body and soul were to be shattered. But he never figured out one thing. He was an anomaly, a weirdo, a freak, and a child of destiny born from the destiny of the entire universe. Everything that happened to him was definitely not a universal truth. He defeated all his enemies with courage, hot blood, and justice, and survived countless perilous situations. Not because courage, hot blood, and justice really worked, but because of him. Because he was lucky enough to be the child of destiny. Yes, under his leadership, our nation, our civilization, can shout slogans such as "Cultivators are the sabers of the civilization of mankind," and "The blood of the strong must flow for the weak," which are enough to make one's blood boil. They will march forward unstoppably and crush all the enemies. But it is not because of the slogans. It is really a spell that boasts ultimate strength. It is because the slogans came from his mouth. That's all. It's a pity that everyone, including my mentor Li Yao himself, has been blinded by his glamorous victories and paralyzed by the miracles one after another. The morale-boosting slogan has gradually become the truth. Luck has become inevitable, and justice has become invincible magical equipment. The problem is, as strong as he may be, he cannot exist forever. My teacher, Li Yao, will die one day. He will grow old, dry up, and leave. Even if he can hold on for a long, long time, there is still a limit to the child of destiny. No matter how good his luck is, it will eventually run out. If he continues charging blindly like a blind horse, one day, he will lead our civilization to crash into an iron plate that cannot be broken through by justice. By then, he and everyone else in our civilization will realize that they are just donkeys that have run out of tricks. Other than shouting and kicking, they have no other abilities at all. Today, Li Yao can lead our civilization to raise the flag of bravery and justice, and create an unprecedented glory. Tomorrow, he will lead the same civilization, raise the same flag, and rush to the abyss of destruction at the highest speed with no brakes, to the inevitable doom. By then, the more people praise him today, the more people will smash him tomorrow. The halo of heroes on his body will be shattered, and the crown of supremacy will be rusted by billions of people. He will turn from the great rescuer into the most sordid devil, the culprit of the destruction of a civilization, and the symbol that is 100 times more evil than the Black Star Emperor or the Blood God. He will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history forever. The more Lu Qingchen spoke, the more excited he became. Tears of excitement and anxiety were blinking in his eyes that were so big that they were almost deformed. I love Li Yao, and even more so, I love the pure hot blood, justice, and courage in his body. It is precisely because these things are so childish, foolish, and naive that they are as fragile as glass buds in the dark and cruel universe. They are all the more worthy of our tender care. Lu Qingchen wiped his tears and smiled. That's why I have to be Li Yao's enemy. Only in such a way can I save him. Gus blinked hard. He could not understand the logic of the devil at all. The same example, a village surrounded by vipers. Lu Qingchen explained to the young man patiently. If all the villagers have been motivated by the hot-bloodedness, courage, and justice of the snake-fishing hero, and you are the only one who is clear-headed, and you love the snake-fishing hero so much that you don't want to see him and the villagers fall into an abyss beyond redemption, how are you going to save him and the village? Gus frowned. Pondering for a long time, he hesitated and said, I stopped them from hitting the snakes and tried to explain to them that the snakes were venomous and not something that could be killed so easily. Does it work? Lu Qingqian said coldly. Our lucky, snake-fishing hero can reveal the 70 to 80 wounds on his body that were caused by vipers and tell everyone that being bitten by vipers is not fatal. As long as they persist in justice and courage, not only will they be immune to all kinds of poison, they can even benefit from it and strengthen their bodies. Besides, time is of the essence. The mood of the villagers has been triggered, and they are now in the mass hysteria state. Nobody will listen to an insignificant guy who claims to be sober. Gus shook his head. I don't know. The only way is to tell you. Listen carefully. A mysterious smile appeared on Lu Qingqian's face as he said, the only way to stop the villagers from going out and committing suicide is to catch a few venomous snakes. Then, find a few ordinary children and put them on their bodies so that the snakes can bite them to death. Gus was dumbfounded. What? You heard it very clearly. Lu Qingqian opened his hands and said, catch a few vipers and bite a few children to death. Although it is a bit simple and crude, is there any way to let everyone know the truth that snakes are poisonous and biting people will kill you? Yes, of course, a few innocent children will die miserably, but they are going to die anyway. If they don't die in the village, they will die in the mountains outside. Chances are that they will die even more miserably. They will be bitten by thousands of venomous snakes and die without a complete corpse. In the meantime, more villagers will be saved when they are clear-headed. Our hot-headed snake-fishing hero will be able to calm down a little bit. Chances are that he will be able to make room for something other than hot-bloodedness, courage, and justice in his deformed and swollen brain. In the end, his reputation will be saved. This is a happy ending. As for the guy who released the snake, I'm afraid his ending won't be very pleasant, but it doesn't matter. Just like my teacher is willing to sacrifice for the civilization of mankind at any time, I'm willing to die for my dear teacher Liao at any time. Just like that, I willingly degenerated into a devil. I captured a lot of vipers and prepared to bite some villagers to death. I used this method to let everyone realize the danger of vipers and the uselessness of justice. Of course, I don't want the villagers to hide in the small village forever. I just want to tell you that vipers are really dangerous. If we have to break out of the place, we need to make more preparations. We need to conduct all kinds of experiments and study countless vipers. We need to even turn our own blood into highly concentrated venom in order to march into the perilous outer domain. We don't need to think that we are invincible and invincible just because of our ridiculous courage and justice. The awkward part is that I was discovered by my professor when I was releasing the snakes. Well, said Gus. Lu Qingqian opened his hands indifferently. It can't be helped. We can only fight until one of us dies. If that's the case, can't you explain it to your professor? Do you think that the child of destiny, who was born by the destiny of the universe and never tasted failure, can really listen to other people's opinions and reflect on his fatal shortcomings? Lu Qingqian pursed his lips. More importantly, we are all adults. I want my face too. You want me to pour out my admiration and love for him in front of him and protect his heart even if I have to die a miserable death? That's too corny. I don't want that. Gus rubbed his arms silently. He felt goosebumps all over his arms. He discovered that the gods' ideas were quite weird. They were indeed beyond the comprehension of mortals. All in all, Liao, the Fist King, and I have been fighting like this for a long time. Of course, if we run into a more ferocious enemy, we will join hands occasionally. Lu Qingqian smiled and said, to make a long story short, in my last battle, we did encounter an enemy that was too ferocious for us to deal with. In order to deal with the enemy, I lured it into a giant planet that was full of lightning and thunder and simply perished together with it. Gus was stunned for a moment. What is lightning exactly? The young man asked curiously. He had a feeling that the name contained mysterious and immense power. I almost forgot that there is no lightning in your world. The boxing champion was too scared of me to add the lightning setting in this place. Lu Qingqian thought for a moment. He pointed at the pale crack on the horizon and said, You can consider the giant scar that tore open the sky as a frozen lightning. The power contained in the lightning is thousands of times stronger than that of steam. Not only can it support the splendid life of a strong civilization, it can also turn the strongest experts into powder instantly. Their souls will not be able to escape the interference of the electric current. Not even the tiniest brainwave will be left. On the planet where I fell, billions of lightning bolts were interweaving, swallowing, and splitting. My self-awareness was gradually awakened. 10,000 times stronger than steam? Gus was shocked. The young man could not understand at all. His intuition told him that Lu Qingchen was bluffing. Even the strongest devil had its limits. How could there be a force 10,000 times stronger than steam in the world? However, when he thought of everything he had seen when he was training and fighting in the hell, especially the starships that were passing by above his head, and the brightness and destruction when they opened fire, he subconsciously wanted to believe Lu Qingchen's words. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. After all, when I fell from the lightning planet, my heart was as calm as still water. I've done my best. Whether or not I can change Liao, the Federation, the civilization of mankind, and the Pangu universe, I can only resign myself to fate. My journey has come to an end. I can face the destruction of everything calmly. Lu Qingchen smiled and said, I didn't expect that fate would play such a big joke on me. My consciousness was not torn apart or destroyed by the most furious lightning. Instead, it melded with the original lightning life on the ancient planet and turned into an unprecedented super lightning life form. Gus listened in a daze. On second thought, maybe it was neither luck nor coincidence. Lu Qingchen explained, at that time, the ancient giants that gave birth to the lightning creatures were walking into their doom. If there were no accidents, the lightning creatures would have been buried together with the planet where they were born. However, survival and reproduction were the natural instincts of any creature, including the lightning creatures. The moment they captured me, the lightning creatures must have realized that, if my soul was torn apart and destroyed, it wouldn't help them solve their dilemma at all. In the near future, they would still have to die. However, if you can meld with me, absorb all my wisdom and will, or grant me unparalleled power of lightning, there is a 1 in a billion chance that we can run away from the planet that is about to collapse and the hell that is destined to be destroyed. Just like that, in the big red spot of the ancient giants, in the eternal super lightning storm, the old Lu Qingchen and the old lightning life disappeared. In their place, a new generation of lightning life with Lu Qingchen's will was born. At this point, Lu Qingchen could not help but dance with joy. Gus thought that his appearance was in line with the arrogance of the birth of the devil. Although I have been reborn, the fundamental problem has not been resolved yet. I, who have become a lightning life form, am still trapped on the ancient giant star. It won't be long before I am torn into pieces by the drastic changes of the star together with the planet. Lu Qingchen said, therefore, after much deliberation, I could only send out distress signals to the outside world. Mayday signal? Gus was dazed for a moment. Will somebody come to your rescue? I mean, do you have other friends in the world of the deities and devils? No. Everyone was drunk, but I was sober. A sober man in pain is always alone. How could I be friends with the drunk men who were overwhelmed by hot blood, courage, and justice? Lu Qingchen smiled. However, most of the time, there are enemies besides friends who can save you. At that time, for various reasons, my teacher Liao was no longer in the Pangu universe. Oh, the Pangu universe is the world where the deities and devils live. Right now, it is Liao's good friend, the Fist King, who is guarding the world. The boxing champion is our boxing god, right? Asked Gus. Yes, I'm talking about the creator of the Fist God's world. Your creator, the supreme god. Lu Qingchen grinned evilly. However, he is not a real god. He might not even be a real human being. In fact, he is a highly automatic spiritual puppet, or rather, a robot with super high intelligence. Machine. Human. Gus chewed on the weird term and frowned. What is that? I don't understand. It's simple and easy to understand. Lu Qingchen said, don't you believe in machinery and steam? Take the steam machines that your father experimented on in the basement and Luo Xinglong steam cannon, for example. There are a lot of tubes, gears, bearings, ball bearings, and all kinds of components inside. They are quite complicated, aren't they? Gus thought for a moment and said, "It's complicated." "No. In my opinion, it is far from complicated enough." Lu Qingchen said, "Please close your eyes and imagine such an existence. It is made of billions of gears and billions of tubes, and it is tens of millions of times more delicate than a steam cannon. Steam of different temperatures and pressures is flowing inside the tubes that are as thin as the hair of a cow, driving different parts and performing calculations and movements that are even more complicated than nerves. Sparks as brilliant as stars are born in the collision of gears and bearings, like the wisdom shining inside the brain of a human being. If such a super-mechanical construct does exist, it wouldn't be strange if it developed self-awareness and turned into a real life form, turning into him. Yes, this is the real face of the boxing champion. The creator of the world of forbidden machines is an extremely complicated super machine in the first place. What? Even though Gus had been prepared for all the shocks that the devil gave him, the truth that punching God is a machine was still beyond his tolerance and understanding. He felt that he had been hit by an invisible hammer. He was seeing stars, his ears were ringing, and his soul was surging. This is impossible, the young man shouted subconsciously, wondering whether or not it was a lie. But on second thought, he realized that he had fallen into the devil's control. Whatever the true face of the fist god was, he had embarked on the path of fighting against the fist god. There was really no need for the devil to tell such absurd lies to strengthen his courage. Is it very strange? Lu Qingchen shrugged his shoulders and said casually, "The dominators who hate machines are machines in the first place. The god of light who berates the darkness is the child of darkness in the first place. The seemingly kind-looking leader of our side is in fact the biggest schemer behind the scenes. Such plays are already commonplace. At the very least, they happen every few days in the Pangu universe. You must get used to it. All in all, the Fist King is a robot. Of course, he is the strongest robot in the history of the Pangu universe. His body includes an entire fleet. How can I explain it to you? Let's put it this way. Do you see the fleet around us? Enlarge the fleet billions of times larger than you can imagine and fill every starship with complicated machinery. By driving the gears, bearings, and joysticks with steam, the different angles of rotation of every gear represent a unique signal. The collision of countless signals is the will of the boxing champion. Do you understand it? Don't look at me with such a dumbfounded look. It doesn't matter whether or not you can understand me. It doesn't matter if you insist on treating the boxing champion as a god, and me as a devil. All in all, when I merged with the lightning creature on the dying planet and was reborn, I calculated my doom in several seconds and the only way to escape in several seconds. Then I sent a signal to space. I hid the information that I had been reborn in the signal on purpose and told the Fist King, who was monitoring every movement on the planet of lightning. I knew that the boxing champion had a deep prejudice against me. Once he knew that I was still alive, he would certainly mobilize all his armed forces and computational ability to eliminate me. As I expected, not long after my signal was sent out, the Fist King controlled his body, or rather, led the super fleet of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance and marched toward the planet of lightning. If he wants to play, I will play with him slowly. Manipulating billions of lightning bolts in the orbit of the planet, I condensed an indomitable and intimidating image and fought 300 rounds against the Fist King's fleet, pretending that I had been defeated and killed by him again. In fact, I was looking for the loopholes of the Fist King's fleet patiently through the earth-shaking war between gods and devils. Hard work pays off. I did find a tiny loophole. In the end, when the Fist King annihilated most of the lightning creatures, I hacked into the network of the Fist King's fleet in the form of a feeble electric current with the core information of the lightning creatures and crawled into his body. Well, Lu Qingchen spoke casually, but Gus was greatly confused. The young man found it hard to understand what it meant when a devil crawled into the body of the god of creation. Strictly speaking, it is not a body. After all, as a robot, the boxing champion does not have a fixed body concept. With the contraction of his computational ability, He can use any complicated machine with a supercrystal processor as his body. Lu Qingchun smiled and said, "Therefore, let's put it this way. I've crawled into the mind of the Fist King. In his mind, if you don't object to a robot having a soul, you can even say that I've crawled into the Fist King's soul." Gus thought hard, but he could not keep up with Lu Qingchun at all. He did not even understand Lu Qingchun's smile. Of course, the Fist King is a robot after all. His thinking center is much more rigid and orderly than that of an ordinary human being. His defense system is much tighter, too. If an alien such as myself invades it, I will be detected and killed at any moment. It must be noted that, in order to escape from the dying planet, I abandoned 99% of the super lightning life force and kept only 1% of the core information. In such a weak state, I will certainly die if I fight the Fist King in his home field. Lu Qingchun opened his hands and said, "Therefore, I could only run as fast as I could, before the Fist King sensed my existence and carried out the highest level investigation. I fled to the depths of his thinking circuit. In the end, there is always a way out. I found this place. This is our world." Looking at the starless sky, Gus mumbled, "What is our world exactly? It's not a place. Your world is one of the boxing champion's brain cells. Isn't it?" Lu Qingchun said, "Oh, I almost forgot again. The boxing champion does not have brain cells. Then this is probably an idea, a thought, and an absurd and insignificant dream of the boxing champion. That's all." The young man gazed at the devil. The devil looked at the young man quietly, too. "A dream," the young man mumbled. "Our world and this place are just a dream of the Fist God? What else could it be?" The devil shrugged. "Isn't it perfectly normal? If you can accept the God is supreme and omnipotent setting, then the world is just a dream of the God setting is perfectly fine, isn't it? After all, it is the legendary God." Every muscle on the young man's face was shivering. He did not know what kind of expression he should put on. Should he let the hot tears flow out of his eyes? Or should he smile devilishly? A dream? An idea? A thought? "That's impossible," Gus said in a trembling voice. If our world is really just an idea of the Fist God, why did you walk into the trap? Were you not at his mercy in the Fist God's thoughts and dreams? Or rather, he could have eliminated the idea with a telepathic thought. "You are wrong about that, little guy. Very wrong." Lu Qingchun smiled and said, "You can freely control the birth of an idea, but it is impossible to completely eradicate any idea from your mind. It is even difficult for you to control any change in an idea. Maybe 1 second you were thinking of training hard, and your mind was filled with brightness and holiness, and the next second, your thoughts were filled with glamour and turned evil and depraved. Don't deny it. It is not shameful. Nobody can control their own thoughts, just like nobody can control their dreams." Gus took 2 steps back and almost fell into the cold river because of the dizziness. "Don't mind the details. After all, you have always believed in the existence of God. Is there a difference whether you are created or imagined by God?" Lu Qingchun said casually, "You may consider everything I said to be a devil's lie. Put it behind you and continue your carefree life. Nothing will change. What is destined to be destroyed is destined to be destroyed." How can I be carefree?" Gus smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I don't understand. If our world is really created by the Fist God, what is his purpose? Why did he create such a place that is not completely under his control? According to my speculation, there are 2 main reasons." Lu Qingchun explained. "Firstly, this is an experiment. The world of Fist God is a virtual laboratory where he tests the limits of the body of flesh and blood." "What do you mean?" Gus widened his eyes. "It's like this. In the Panga universe of our world, the carbon-based intelligent life forms mainly learned how to use tools before their civilization took a leap forward. Of course, using tools such as weapons became the main means of combat. But after cold weapons evolved into hot weapons and hot weapons evolved into magical equipment, there was still a small portion of people who used their bodies of flesh and blood to fight. They trained their bodies of flesh and blood to be as hard as steel, and they were actually able to release a terrifying combat strength that was no less than that of powerful magical equipment. These people were known as body fundamentalists. They were absolute experts that no one dared to underestimate. Lu Qingchen explained, "I estimate that the Fist King wants to figure out the mysteries of body fundamentalists and find out why a body of flesh and blood can release unparalleled power equal to that of a piece of super magical equipment. Therefore, he established such a virtual laboratory in a corner of his brain with his immense computational ability. He set up an elemental rule that no tools or weapons are allowed, and only bodies of flesh and blood can be used to fight. Then, he ran the data and accelerated the flow of time so that the world could develop on its own. He wanted to see what kind of interesting results would be produced after tens of thousands of years of development in the timeline of the world. For example, would a few ultimate martial arts that even the Fist King himself could not imagine be born to supplement his skill pool? That's about it, right?" Gus was silent for a long time. The corners of his eyes and his mouth were shivering in anger. "So, the purpose of our world is the Fist God. No, it's this damn Fist King, to practice martial arts? More or less. In fact, you are not the only ones." Lu Qingchen shrugged his shoulders and said, "When I fled all the way to the depths of the Fist King's brain, I discovered more than one world similar to yours. Some virtual worlds' essence laws forbid the use of tools, sabers, swords, and firearms. One can only use their fists and feet. Some virtual worlds' essence laws increase the lethality of sabers and swords by 10 times. Needless to say, this is a world used to accumulate the data of sabers, swords, and other cold weapons in order to cultivate the strongest sword techniques and saber techniques. There are also some virtual worlds where the lethality of fists, feet, and swords has been weakened by 10 times. The residents of those worlds are simply unable to use their fists and swords to kill the monsters that threaten their survival. They can only use guns. From there, they can reproduce to the peak of marksmanship and gun-fighting techniques. Other than that, there are also worlds that can only use battle aura, worlds that can only use magic, worlds that can only use summoned beasts, worlds that can only use cards to fight. There are over 100 incredible and wonderful worlds. The big data of each world is constantly rolling, allowing the boxing champion to extract a unique combat skill. Just think about it. When the boxing champion thoroughly comprehends the combat skills condensed from over 100 virtual worlds and transforms them into a perfect and flawless combat skill, how strong will he become? Hehe. Who would have thought that the seemingly honest, but in fact black-bellied, iron-headed guy would be so good at playing the pig to eat the tiger? Gus could not stand Lu Qingchen's teasing any longer and suddenly stood up. The cracking sounds of his bones breaking apart burst out like fireworks from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, our world, our thousands of years of history, the fate of all the people in the world of the Fist God, the pride of my father, the pain of my mother, the struggle between me and my sister, so many people's beliefs and sacrifices, our emotions, our love and hatred, everything is just a cruel experiment to retrieve a few powerful martial arts." Gus wanted to cry but had no tears. There was no telling whether he was going to scream or cry. What kind of god is this? Even the most evil devil lord would not do such a thing. If you want to cry or shout to the sky, just release your emotions. It's all right. I've modified the parameters of the environment and blocked us from everyone on board. Nobody will notice anything wrong here, Lu Qingchen said calmly. Speaking of which, although the boxing champion and I are on different sides, and he is sharpening his saber and ready to cut me into pieces, I still have to say something fair for him. Before the Fist King, an evil robot named Fushi appeared in the Pangu universe. It locked countless living human beings into the so-called lab of human nature, stimulated them, observed their reactions, and collected tremendous data to improve its own strength. It was indeed an unpardonable devil. However, the Fuxes have been defeated by me, my teacher Liao, and the Fist King. We have also divided the computational ability of the Fuxes and the supercrystal processor that carries its core logic. I believe that the boxing champion established so many virtual laboratories deep inside his brain because he was inspired by the lab of human nature of the Fuxes. He even made use of the data left by the Fuxes. But the most crucial difference is that the Fuxes are experimenting on living human beings, while the Fist King is merely using the data left by the Fuxes to create virtual worlds where he is experimenting on virtual humans. How should I put it? In our world, even if it is measured by the harshest moral standards, it is not a crime to go on a killing spree in a gun-type virtual game and to blow up a game character's head or even cut open their stomach because no real human being has been hurt. They are just virtual humans whose data has been modified or erased. By the same logic, no matter how absurd or cruel the boxing champion's experiments on the virtual world he created were, no living human being would feel the least bit of pain. On the contrary, the boxing champion could also make use of the ultimate techniques condensed in the virtual world to become stronger and better protect the Pangu universe and the civilization of mankind. At least, so far, he has done a very good job. I cannot go against my conscience and speak ill of him. Therefore, from the perspective of the human civilization of the Pangu universe, the Fist King is basically a good man. It is not wrong to say that he is the guardian angel of the Pangu universe. But if so, my role will be somewhat awkward. Ha 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 ha. Lu Qingchen laughed carefree. Gus was shaking in fury. He is a good man and a guardian angel? What about us? What about our pain, our feelings, and our fate? You? Lu Qingchen suddenly stopped smiling. His eyes turned deep and cold as he said casually, by the standards of the Fist King and all the human beings in the Pangu universe, you are not human beings at all. You are just a series of data. You are virtual humans in the Fist King's imagination. Do you understand? Veins popped up on Gus' forehead like lightning. He clenched and unclenched his fists. He seemed to be crying, but he was not. We are not human beings? He finally couldn't hold back the volcano-like fury in his heart. He waved his hands and roared. Who said that? Who set the rules? We clearly have emotions, love, hate, and hatred. We can breathe fresh and stinky air, and we can taste sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. We have hope, dreams, pride, and things that are worth pursuing no matter what. We struggled. We trained hard. We conquered everything in the world that was worth conquering. How could we not be real people? How could we? Don't be excited. From the perspective of the Fist King and most human beings in the Pangu universe, you are indeed insignificant data. The so-called feelings and proudness and mission and hope are just fleeting sparks resulting from the collision of logic and the underlying parameters. Lu Qingchen was still as cynical as before. In the eyes of the Fist King and most of the people in the Pangu universe, including my teacher Li Yao, you are just a sentence written on paper and a painting painted on a wall. No matter how impassioned the sentence is, no matter how vivid the painting is, the significance of the sentence is still bestowed by the Creator. The so-called soul is also a fabrication of the Creator. There is no real life at all. I don't believe it. Gus was still struggling like a caged animal. He glared at Lu Qingchen with bloodshot eyes and gnashed his teeth. What about you? Aren't you known as a devil? What do you think of us? What do you think of us? The pitiful creatures created in the virtual world. Do you think we are real or fake? It doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter what the Fist King, Li Yao, or everyone else in the Pangu universe thinks. It doesn't even matter what you think. Lu Qingchen opened his hands and said, when it comes to such matters, the public is in the right, and the wives are in the right. In the end, whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. If I say that I am just and Li Yao and the Fist King are evil, they will definitely not agree. Similarly, Li Yao acts as a shit-stirrer in the sea of stars all day long in the name of justice and parades in the endless universe. I also feel that he is terribly wrong, and it is impossible to convince him with reason. In the end, he can only fight. It is not like there are no living creatures born in the endless torrents of information in the Pangu universe. Xiao Ming, Wen, and even the Fist King himself. Right, there are also lightning-like creatures such as myself. We are not carbon-based intelligent creatures in the traditional sense, but our fists are big enough. The carbon-based intelligent creatures in the traditional three-dimensional universe cannot do anything to us. They can only pinch their noses and acknowledge our existence. Therefore, as long as your fists are big enough to resist or even kill your creator, you are naturally a real life and a big shot. There is no doubt about that. His words calmed Gus down immediately. The young man narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky that was as dark as a graveyard. Steam Legion, he suddenly asked. Was the Steam Legion the pioneers who rose up against the creators because they were unwilling to be manipulated after awakening their own situation? Well, I'm afraid not. Lu Qingchen smiled. Without the interference of external forces, few individuals in the virtual world can awaken their true destiny. Besides, there are too many factors controlling the appearance of the Steam Legion. Therefore, I suspect that the Fist King created the Steam Legion himself. Huh! Gus's eyes bulged. He stammered. Why did the boxing champion create a steam army to resist his own reign? Because the world has fulfilled its destiny and come to an end. Lu Qingchen explained. It must be noted that the development of every civilization has to follow objective rules. It is impossible for the champion of boxing to violate the rules however powerful his computational ability is. For example, he could set the fundamental rules of the world, or rather, the underlying logic, which was strength is everything and strength is everything, but he could not stop the virtual human beings from studying more advanced technology and productivity after years of development and eventually finding things such as machines and steam. Besides, after 10,000 years of development, almost all the fist arts that can be created have been created. Even if he forcibly bans the development of mechanical power and steam power, or even adjusts the parameters to completely obliterate such power, the fist god's world will still come to a standstill. In the next 10,000 years, it will be impossible to create new, valuable ultimate techniques. Then, why did the world of the fist god keep the world of the fist god and waste precious energy and computational ability for nothing? Therefore, I speculated that the Steam Legion was a trick of the Fist King himself, or at least a sign that the development of the Steam Legion was left unchecked. Maybe he has already set up a lot of similar fist-fighting laboratories and set some end-of-experiment conditions. Every time an organization similar to the Steam Legion appears in the virtual world, it means that the civilization of the world that relies on physical combat has developed to the extreme, and the social conflicts have reached an irrecoverable point. Continuing the experiments will only be a waste of time, energy, and computational ability. It's time to end the experiments. See, it's exactly because of this that I don't want to be exposed to the Steam Legion, nor do I want you to be too deeply involved with them. Your sister was apparently a devoted believer of mechanical power and steam power. I didn't dare to bet on how much attention the Fist King paid to her. It was even possible that she was part of a special program that the Fist King had written in advance. Therefore, I chose you, who seemed weak and mediocre, instead of your talented sister. Gus was dumbfounded. He could understand 10% of what the devil said and 90% of it. But from the 10% that the young man understood, he sensed a great crisis. If we are indeed living in a huge virtual experiment, and the experiment is coming to an end, then Gus swallowed hard and asked guiltily, what will happen next? Then, everything will be over. Lu Qingchen said casually, if the Fist King thinks that the experiment is well designed and that a lot of useful fighting techniques can be retrieved from it, he might be able to teach them to the ordinary human beings in the Panga universe even if he has no use for them. Maybe he will adjust the initial parameters and restart the experiment so that the world of Fist God can be developed again from tens of thousands of years ago. If he has conducted several similar experiments, the useful results will be less and less. Chances are that he will close the world of the Fist God permanently and devote the energy and computational ability supporting the virtual world to other fields, such as the world of Gun God, the world of cards, and the world of Battle Aura. Anyways, it shouldn't make any difference to you. It's just the end of the world. The young man could not help but shudder when he heard the devil talking about the destruction of the world as if it were nothing. What about us? Although he knew the answer, the young man did not give up and asked, if the world of the Fist God is closed, what will happen to us who live in the world of the Fist God? It is a good question. What happens to people after they die? Unfortunately, no wise man or wise man has ever been able to explain it clearly. Lu Qingqian scratched his head and said, "If I were to do a similar experiment, I would divide the characters in the virtual world into two types. The first type would be the randomly generated ordinary virtual humans. I'm afraid I wouldn't care too much about their life and death. Even if I yawned and eliminated 10,000 of them, I could still yawn and randomly produce 100,000 or 1,000,000. There is also a class of virtual humans with carefully designed templates, which are the legendary heroes. They are responsible for grasping the general direction of the operation of the world and transmitting the will of the experimenter at the critical moment. If it is such a virtual character with a hero template, after the world is destroyed, all the memories of the world should have been erased and stored in the template, so that it can be used again when the next experiment is restarted. But for the individuals in the virtual world, namely you, it doesn't matter whether you are an ordinary virtual human being or a virtual hero. You are dead. What else do you want?" Gus was silent. He did not know whether he should cry or rage. "What, you don't want to die?" The devil observed his expression and chuckled. Gus opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Pondering for a long time, he gnashed his teeth. People of the world of Fist God have been taught to face everything bravely, including death. In order to carry out our great Tao, we are absolutely not afraid of death. Even if I am a little timid normally, but when necessary, I am absolutely not afraid of death. I just don't want to die in such a way. I don't want to be played by meaningless data and die quietly. I am not data. I am not virtual. I am not someone's experiment subject. I am me. I am a living being. My sister, my father, my mother, and everyone else. We are all alive. Real human beings. The young man finally drew the clearest picture of his will. He suddenly stood up and straightened his back. There was no telling whether he was roaring at Lu Qingqian or the darkness behind the devil. "Ioyo, this is the aura I'm talking about. I know I didn't choose the wrong person." Lu Qingqian smiled. "Even though you know the truth of the world, you are not frustrated or frustrated at all. Even though you are as weak as an ant, you still have to shout at the God of creation. Young man, you are really suitable to join my side. Then, let's continue our pleasant journey and overthrow the Fist King together." "What?" Gus read between the lines and asked anxiously. "If the Fist King is defeated, can the Fist God's world be saved? It will be very difficult and unnecessary to protect the Fist God's world." Lu Qingqian continued, "But it is true that the boxing champion can be defeated. Although his body is made of the strongest fleet in the Pangu universe, his brain is in the process of transforming from a strong artificial intelligence into a real intelligent life, and it has reached the most critical stage of evolution. At this stage, his soul, if there is such a thing, will be extremely fragile, too. A tiny virus, such as me, will only need to find the most chaotic and vulnerable part of his soul, and I will be able to replicate it infinitely. The super lightning life form will be reborn in the tactical network of the strongest fleet in the Pangu universe and hijack the fleet, turning the body of the Fist King into mine. By then, not only will the super lightning-type life form be reborn in this unprecedented super fleet, it will also be impossible to find a force in the Pangu universe that can compete with me. I will transform the Pangu universe with the lightning-type life form and let this remote, poor village develop a new civilization 100 times faster than the carbon-based intelligent life form. As long as my plan works out, Liao and the rest of them will be able to stall the flood for a while. Believe me, it won't be long before the Pangu universe, which boasts the advantage of lightning life, becomes the strongest force in the sea of the cosmos. He. Doesn't it sound perfect? Gus did not understand. He did not care about the Pangu universe either. He only wanted to know, what about us? What about the people of the Fist God's world? That's easy. Lu Qingqian shrugged and said, if you want to live a carefree life in the virtual world, I can summon some servers and computational resources to keep the virtual experiment running. But I need to remind you that the underlying logic of this world is inherently flawed. It is not a normal world but a test of martial arts. Therefore, the future development will be more and more difficult. It is very likely that the abnormal steam civilization and the conservative hand-to-hand combat civilization will fight endlessly. Even if the world is not destroyed, the people living in it may not be very happy. Of course, if you or the other kids are not willing to be trapped in the virtual laboratory, I can prepare a shell of a higher dimension for you so that you can fly from the virtual world to the Panga universe and exist in a more realistic way. Ascend. There is a saying in the world of the fist god, Gus said. It is said that, when the fist art is trained to the highest level, one will be able to create an unprecedented ultimate technique. One will be able to hear the call of the fist god and ascend to a higher level of the heaven's origin sector to serve the fist god forever. Is this true? From a certain perspective, yes. Lu Qingchen explained, when certain data changes and unexpected results are calculated, the boxing champion will extract the data and swallow it to refill his martial arts library. This is probably the so-called ascending. However, if so, the free will of the poor virtual boxer will certainly be obliterated. His soul will be scattered. But I won't, and I don't need to do that. My purpose is to find more helpers to help me seize the right to rule the Panga universe and transform it completely. Besides, the forms of the lightning creatures tend to be scattered and ever-changing. It is unimaginable that a completely unified will can only think in one way and utter one voice. Therefore, I will preserve your free will and your independent personality, and I will show you a vast, starry universe. A universe full of stars. Gus looked at the dark sky. It was strange. He had never thought that there was anything wrong with such a sky. The night was always as dark as an abyss. There was no light at all. He did not care about the stars or the lightning at all. However, since the hell, where the devil taught him how to use the storm bolter, after seeing the brilliant world of stars, the vast galaxy, and the burning cantilevers, he had been intoxicated and desperate to swim in the sea of stars. He could have endured the darkness, as long as he had never seen true light. What do you want me to do? The young man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked in a coarse voice to soothe his dry and painful throat. It's simple. I just need you to believe in me 100% and open your heart to me so that I can pour my strength into your body willingly. Lu Qingchen paused for a moment and said, in a sense, I want you to be my believer, my disciple, and even a lightning-like life like mine. Gus hesitated. Become your believer? That's right. Lu Qingchen pondered for a moment and said, I'm afraid that it is difficult for you to understand it in the terms of crystal processors and data. Let's put it this way. My current situation is that a virus has invaded my body and is trying to replicate and infect my entire body until it controls the central nerves and the brain. But the first obstacle that I'm faced with is the body's own immune system. Once it discovers my existence, it will certainly attack me together. Viruses are the strongest and the weakest life forms. If they are discovered by the immune system before they are infinitely duplicated, they will certainly be eliminated without any chance to fight back. Therefore, I need to sneak into a normal cell, analyze the structure of the normal cell, and find a way to replicate it infinitely. In the meantime, I need to fool the aggressive immune system with the disguise of the normal cell. In the meantime, I need to find the place where the body is the most fragile, the most chaotic, and the body is festering in the first place where the immune system is weak and the immune system is the weakest. That's where I can replicate and corrupt the body infinitely. That's where my odds of success will be the highest. That's why I need to go to the battlefield where the flag of the Steam Legion is held high. Although the insurrection of the Steam Legion is very likely within the expectations of the Fist King, he cannot monitor every battle of the Steam Legion after all. We have a lot of opportunities to let the Fist King play with fire. Gus still seemed to understand. He could only understand that the devil needed the most vulnerable point, just like the wounds of the hunters in the town who would fester, inflame, or even bleed if they were not careful. He was the wound that the devil needed. Gus swallowed again and asked in a shivering voice, Are you going to turn me into a lightning creature, too? What else can you do? If you really want to fly to the Panga universe, what life form is more suitable for you than a lightning-type life form? Lu Qingchen smiled and said, Although the lightning creatures are fast and have unlimited possibilities for evolution every second, in fact, they do not have the soul and free will of human beings. As for the virtual humans that you imagined, although they do not have a real life form, they do have some free will miraculously. If a large batch of virtual humans and lightning creatures can be combined, TSK, they might be able to create a new miracle of life. I'm looking forward to the marvelous story when such an army of lightning with free will appears in the Pangu universe. Lu Qingchen was so straightforward that Gus did not know what to say. The new concepts that he was faced with were beyond his understanding. Faced with the fear of the unknown, he subconsciously wanted to refuse. Besides, even though the world of the fist god was a big lie, Lu Qingchen did not deny that he was a devil. What was the difference between cooperating with a devil and asking a tiger for its skin? He would certainly be swallowed whole without even a scrap left. The young man hesitated. The devil saw his hesitation, too. Don't be hasty. Think about it slowly. Don't force yourself. Lu Qingchen said, I took a huge risk in such a gamble, too. There is still room for negotiation right now. But if I really entrust all the power of lightning to you, and you are even 1% regretful, I will be embarrassed. What I need is 100% trust in me. No matter what price I have to pay, I have to see through the falsehood in front of me. I have to be someone who pursues the truth at a higher level. If you are not sure that you are such a person, it doesn't matter. I will absolutely not force you. Even if we have to hold hands and watch this world be destroyed, it doesn't matter. In any case, after this world is destroyed, I will still have the opportunity to crawl into another virtual world and search for the child of destiny that I want. In magical language, it will be the one. Lu Qingchen opened his hands and grinned, as if he really did not care. Seeing that he was not bothered at all, Gus became anxious and said, Don't be hasty, don't be rash. Don't be provoked by a few words of mine and agree in a hot-blooded manner. And when you are really faced with the wrath of the boxing champion, you will be so scared that you will pee your pants. Lu Qingchen stopped smiling and said solemnly, What I need is a warrior whose soul is extremely firm and who knows what a difficult and dangerous road he is walking on, not a coward who pretends to be tough but is actually weak. If you haven't heard the voice from the depths of your soul clearly and seen through your own heart, and you still don't know what kind of path you are going to walk on, I suggest you don't agree to it so rashly. Perhaps the best ending for you is to be destroyed together with this world, because in the universe of a higher dimension, there are many challenges that are 100 times crueler than death. They are worlds that are 100 times more terrifying than hell, and not everyone can withstand them. After all, we still have a long journey ahead of us. Why don't you take the time to think about what you want exactly? Do you want to really live? How much are you willing to pay for really live, and how unrecognizable you look? Lu Qingchen patted the young man's shoulder and sent the coldness and pain into his bones. Gus could not help but shiver and licked his dry lips. Is he really alive? The young man hesitated and started thinking about questions that he had never thought about before. The devil laughed and lay down on the deck. Looking at the starless night sky, he hummed a joke. I need to think for a long time. Gus felt that he shouldn't have agreed so quickly. He still needed some time, a very long time, to digest the unbelievable things that the devil had said. Besides, in fairy tales and legends, those who agreed to the demon's request without thinking, even if it seemed reasonable, harmless, and tempting, died miserably in the end. Gus felt that he should consider carefully and see if there were any loopholes in the devil's truth. Was there any trap in his every sentence? Yes, take your time. There's still a long time before we arrive at the battlefield of the insurrection of the Southern Steam Legion. Lu Qingchen replied casually. Right? Gus suddenly felt that he had found a loophole. You said just now that you wouldn't let me use the power of the devils in Shenyuan City, namely the Stormbolter, the Vulcan machine gun, the Honeycomb rocket launcher. The weapons from a higher dimension were afraid that the Fist King would discover our existence. However, when we were breaking out of the siege outside of Heavenly Essence City, you allowed me to use these weapons. Could it be that the Fist King is this slow? We clearly blasted the Iron Fist Army's checkpoint into the sky with a single shot. Yet the Fist King turned a blind eye as if he didn't feel anything. The question is simple. Lu Qingchen said, After all, the Fist King is not an omnipotent creator of the universe. His computational ability is limited, too. Although the Pangu universe is barely peaceful right now, the Star Glory Federation, the Imperium of True Human Beings, and the Holy Accord Alliance have all signed a peace agreement not long ago. Their systems and social forms are completely different, too. When they work together, sparks are bound to break out. A lot of old forces might even rise again. The Fist King's main focus is on maintaining the stability of the entire Pangu universe. The computational ability he can devote to the virtual laboratories is limited. According to my estimation, he can only focus on monitoring some of the data nodes, namely the major cities or the main battlefields. As for the vast area outside the cities, there is too much data involved. If he had to screen all the data bytes, who knows how long it would have taken. Not to mention the time wasted and the performance of the crystal processor, it would have been very easy for us to detect his search and run away in advance. We wouldn't have been caught at all. Therefore, I don't want you to open fire in the city, but it doesn't matter in the wilderness. I see. Gus was deep in thought. It means that the Fist King knows that we've snuck into his or his brain, but he doesn't know which brain cell we are hiding in or which of his thoughts we are hiding in? Basically, yes. Lu Qingchan said. After the trouble you caused outside of Heavenly Essence City, he should know that I've snuck into the world of the Fist God. But he doesn't know where exactly I am hiding in the world of the Fist God. What comes next will be a competition of speed. Let's see whether or not I can find the fatal loopholes of the world before the Fist King releases his giant net. I still don't understand. Gus shook his head slowly. As you said, the Fist King is preparing to close or restart the world of the Fist God. Since he has sensed your existence, why can't he close the world of the Fist King in advance and destroy it together with you? It's impossible. It will take some time to completely shut down such a huge collection of data. I can take the opportunity to run away to another virtual world. Lu Qingchan said, if you can't kill me in such a way, it will only make my actions more unpredictable. The Fist King is very clear about that. Therefore, he wants the world of the Fist God to be the battleground of our duel, too, so that he can finish it here. Gus was dazed for a moment. He scratched his head and said, if you turn off the Fist God's world, you will run to another virtual world. Then why don't you turn off all the virtual worlds? After all, according to you, the virtual worlds are just tests for the ultimate techniques. I think the Fist King is already very good. There's no hurry to test the ultimate techniques. Turn off all the virtual worlds first, kill you once and for all, then restart them and create countless new virtual worlds. It's not impossible for the Fist King, is it? Well, should I praise you for your quick thinking and your ability to accept and analyze? Or should I say that you have too many questions? Lu Qingchen opened his hands and said, all right. In fact, the boxing champion did not establish the virtual world just to test the unparalleled techniques. He had another more important purpose. However, I underestimated your understanding ability and thought that you wouldn't be able to understand it with your wisdom, so I didn't tell you. If it was just testing the ultimate techniques, the Fist King could indeed shut down all the virtual worlds and kill me without any hesitation. But with this other, more important purpose, he wouldn't do it. He couldn't bear to. Gus blinked. Then what's the purpose? Human nature. Lu Qingchan said. The predecessors of the virtual worlds are called humanity laboratories. The name is not wrong at all. What the boxing champion wants to learn through the virtual worlds is not only how to manipulate swords, fists or guns, but also human nature. As you know, he used to be a robot that was devoid of any humanity. But he desired to become a real human being and possess his own humanity and soul. That's why he went through so much trouble to establish so many virtual worlds in which countless virtual characters played the scenes of love, hate, sorrow, separation, and joy over and over. He also extracted the big data of humanity from them, analyzed and integrated them into his own soul. Also, since the essence of the soul is some kind of inexplicable chaos, it is impossible for the boxing champion to maintain absolute control over all the virtual worlds. Once he tries to control every change in every virtual world, the so-called soul will be gone forever. Therefore, although the Fist King knew that I had crawled into his chaotic thoughts, it was impossible for him to completely erase all the uncontrollable thoughts. Yes, he could completely shut down all the virtual worlds, but doing so would be the same as erasing his own soul. He would erase the sliver of humanity that he had painstakingly cultivated, turning back into an absolutely rational, absolutely controllable, and absolutely cold robot. This was a price that the Fist King absolutely could not bear. Gus was stunned when he heard that. This boxing champion seems to be hoping to become a real human being. The young man sighed. Why is he so scared of turning back into a robot? Are robots bad? Lu Qingchen replied, There's nothing wrong with robots. They are just very inconvenient. What's the inconvenience? Asked Gus. Lu Qingchen replied, It's not convenient to love a girl. Gus was dumbfounded. He did not expect such an answer. What? Lu Qingchen explained. The boxing champion must become a real human being with all the humanity in him, even if it is the root of humanity. He feels that only in such a way is he qualified to love a human girl and receive a response from her. Therefore, he was reluctant to shut down all the virtual worlds and his chaotic soul. Gus thought for a moment and said, Even if we do that, are we going to risk the corrosion of the soul, the possession of the body, and the harm to the entire universe? Lu Qingchen nodded and said solemnly, Yes, robots are very stubborn when it comes to picking up girls.